guys. I'm sorry, I'm still getting ready and stuff, but holy fuck, thank you so much for the level 2 hype train. Thank you, Sweetest Storm, for the 5 gifted. Thank you, Exceptional Engage, for the 74 bit. Thank you, Ozzy, for the gifted sub to Radish. Holy shit, thank you guys. Sorry, I am still getting ready, so I better continue doing that. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. Have a minute and a bit to wait for. Oh my god, Storm! You have a minute and a half to wait before you get to see. Actually, that's not true. I'll just fucking go. Hello, sweethearts! Holy fuck! Thank you so much for the insanely generous hype train. Oh my god! Ah! Thank you for the pal attack, Nix. Thank you guys so much for the level 4 hype train right off the bat. I will let you guys vote whether those go into this week's whether that goes into this week's a set of weekly sub goal or next week's, because we already have 150 3? Is that 3 raffles today? Thank you for the Palatax, cuties. I caught you off guard. I did. I like to keep you on your toes. Thank you so much. I cannot believe it. Thank you so very much, Sweetest Storm, for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 gifted subs. And thank you again for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Sweetest Storm, and for the 74 bits, Exceptional Engage, and Ozzy for starting it with that gift to Radish, and Ozzy for gifting that sub to the Cutie Pie Cacto, my dearest Ernest. Hello. How are you guys doing? It's so good to see you. I have missed you terribly. It's been 48 hours? Ish? Maybe, sort of, not that. I am expecting food to arrive shortly. I'm super hungry. Yep, sorry, so I was just looking. I had to order food today. I am having so much trouble getting out of bed. It's very annoying. Anyway, some obbies for you, Engage. Good Engage.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hello there, excellent Eugene. Thank you guys so much for the level 4 hype train as we've started the stream. That's crazy. Less than 48 hours, but close. How dare you skip more meals? I'm not skipping them. I'm getting them. It's just a little wait. You guys just get to experience me going nom 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 nom. I specifically got sushi so that I wouldn't be like eating a burger, you know? Sweetest Spotted, thank you for the care package. Welcome on in. Thank you, sweetie tots. Save hat activate soon. Is save online? Oh, he is! He is! How did I miss this? Oh my God, how have I missed the save hat? Oh my God, he's been live for 7 minutes and I missed him! Can I get a shout out for sweetest save? My faithful save hat. Bruh, how could I do this to him? Okay, all good. The world has been righted. Thank you. Thank you so much. You timed your starts to work with each other. It doesn't always work that way. He doesn't start quite as consistently as I do. To be fair. To be fair. Magnificent thank you so much for the 5 biddies and welcome on in. Let me see here. Late corn is better than no corn. Yes, that is the motto I live by. I have no idea what he's doing, but it's really funny to like try and interact with whatever movements he's doing. How are you doing, cutie cacto? It's so good to see you. Welcome. And awesome Aussie gets ubbies. Oh, save. Obbies for Nix? Yes, good Nix. Awesome Aussie, obbies? Yes, good Aussie. Dearest Daniel, obbies? Yes, good Daniel. Tao is stuck only being able to count to 5. I can only count to 5. What is 150? Hold on, I gotta Google this. Wait, hold on, sorry. I'm literally opening up. Okay, 150 times 3 is 450. So that means 4 times 4 is 600. So if we hit 600, then we do 4 raffles. But if we don't, then we do 3 raffles. Okay, maths. Sorry, I'm precious polite. Cutie Cacto! Holy shit, thank you guys so much for the biddies! Each of you with 100 biddies! Thank you so much, Precious Politely, Cutie Cacto. I so appreciate it. And you guys, you did the level 4, 34%! Let's go! As usual, I want to thank everybody who contributed to it. Thank you so much, Precious Politely, for the 100 biddies, Cutie Cacto for the 100 biddies, Radical Merc for the 5 biddies, Awesome Aussie for the gifted sub to Cutie Cacto, Sweetest Storm for the 10 total gifted subs, and Exceptional Engage for the 74 biddies. Awesome Aussie for the gifted sub. Thank you so very much, you guys. I really appreciate it. Crazy way to start out stream. I always appreciate that. That's absolutely amazing. And thank you so much to everyone who came in even before stream started. I know I'm not gonna be able to scroll all the way up. So my apologies for that, but Exceptional Engage, more obbies. Good Engage. Let me see. You're excited for the weekend? What you got going up for the weekend, Eugene? Also, lovely Lil, welcome on in. Obbies for you. Hello, gorgeous. I am so proud of you, you absolute darling, with your absolutely fucking incredible god-tier culinary skills. I'm so excited to have the privilege of being tortured by the amazing photos you're undoubtedly gonna take of your stellar, perfect baking and baked goods. Please share them with me over Snapchat. Let me see. I was liking mine so much. No, that's okay, Yuki. You're all good. Welcome on in, gorgeous. It's so good to see you. I hope you enjoy being boiled alive slowly based on what you said in the Discord. I'm here to see you through to the end. when the sun takes you for itself. Just kidding, I wouldn't allow that. Sweetest stuff, thank you for the 495 stream streak. That's crazy. Closing in on a significant number, I would say. So by the end of next week, I do believe that you will be at 500 stream streak. The most this channel has ever had. You are the sole survivor. Very impressive, very impressive. Let me see here. Sweetest rat, it's so good to see you. How are you doing? I have missed ye. We missed you. You had, just so you know, you had a ton of admirers who were like, where the fuck is... Wait, why is that popping up? I don't want that on my save face. That's the... Wait, is that his save? No, that's... Get rid of it! Okay. Okay. Don't mind me. I'm just, stupid add-ons. I can't even understand the use of them. Terrific Tatlin. Thank you for the 45 stream. That is amazing. Thank you very much for your dedication and support, darling. Let me see here. Tau, now, D&D tomorrow. It's true, Precious Politely. I'm so excited to play some D&D with you. Outstanding Obtuse, thank you so much for contributing to the movie night. Let me see. And also, how are you doing, Obtuse? It's good to see you. Sweetest Storm Talon with the 25 stream streak. Thank you ever so much, darling. I do appreciate it. Sorry. I hope I'm not getting sick, but I might be. Dude, I'm all stuffy and yucky and I want to sleep. Dearest Daniel, uppies for you. Good, Daniel. The Swedish Shadow Gun. Welcome on in. How are you? Lovely Light. Welcome. It's good to see you. And Magnificent Mobs. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming in, though. We always appreciate seeing you. Sweetest Storm. Did you have fun with your burger game? I got to lurk a little bit, but then I watched a little bit of the VOD, and it's crazy. It's crazy. That game is insane. Let me see. I'm so hungry. I'm hungry, I'm sweepy, and I'm whiny. I'm whiny! It was me, Blood Right, Yuki-chan, Strat, Eisen, Ozzy. Everyone was here before stream! Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys being here before stream. Is it salmon sushi? It's a wide variety of sushi. I wanted sushi yesterday after I got my hair done, but it took 5 hours to get my hair done, so the place was closed. So I'm really craving it now, so I really want it.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hello there, Zelacella. How are you? I'm Lovely Liv. It's been a minute. How are you doing, sweetheart? Good morning to you. How are you feeling? I was an hour early, so lonely for a bit. You were an hour early, Engage. Oh my gosh. Well, thank you for coming in so early, and thank you for sticking around. I always appreciate seeing you. I hope you're doing incredibly well. We do have a bunch of giveaways today. We do have a lot of stuff going on. Ah! I see it! Thank you for the Valitex, CD. Enjoy? Well, I guess it's my time to give back some yummy crispy pots. Luckily, as a vampire and a Yuki-onna, I will regenerate in time. I wouldn't let the sun take away my Yuki-chans. Nope. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Coda may be alerting me to my food. Oh, food is here! I'm hungry. I want sushi so bad. Let me catch up with chat and then I will go and grab it. It's unfortunate I can't hang out on Wednesdays, but I do be lurking. Big love to everyone. Oh, sweetest Strat, thank you, honey. And Star, thank you for gigantifying this emote. It's so cute. I'm glad you like that one. Hi, they're incredible. I see. A piece for you. Good, I see. There goes Coda. It is crazy to cook up the customers and feed them.
Hello, motherfucker.
Yeah, it's a little bit disturbing, but it looked like you had a good time. And hello, motherfucker. Hi, sweetest Steaming. How are you? Connection finally connectioning. Hello, Tau. Hello, fellow pals. Hello there, amazing Umber. It's so good to see you. Tau is getting sick of us. Never! Just kidding. She'll never be rid of us. And we'll just keep hugging her and shower her with love. That'll heal all sickness. That is correct. As a medical health professional, Yuki, you can vouch for that. You're fantastic. That's great to hear, Zelor. Congratulations on whatever is happening. I'm so happy you're fantastic. I am doing well, besides being a little bit stuffy. Dearest Dime, how are you? It is a Tau. Is that a dime? Welcome on in. How are you? Sorry for the all caps. Hey, that's okay. You're very excited. That's one message of all caps I won't complain about. It's just when it's like a constant. As it turns out, today's stream is needed. Bit of a stressful drive. Every set of lights were red, combined with horribly organized roadworks. Oh, I'm sorry, Ozzy. That sucks. Uppies for you, though, Umbra. Good, Umbra. I hope you feel much better soon, Ozzy. Hopefully with the assistance of this stream. Tau gracefully crashed into movie night. I did crash into movie night. Art stream. Guess I better get back to writing D&D stuff over the weekend. You should do that, geeks. That is your signal. That's the sign. It's so good to see you, amazing Umbra. I can't sing today, sorry. I know that Bublin wants me to, and I will, but I can't vibrato. I got too much crap in my throat. Thank you for the care package, Spider. Dearest Dim, you missed us. I missed you. It's so good to see you. Oh my God, Valley and Vash with the 270 stream streak. That's crazy. Thank you so much, Vash, and welcome on in. How are you doing, sweetheart? Let me see. Okay, I've caught up with chat. My reward is sushi. Hold on. Hold on. Just bear with me. When we get back, I'll catch up with chat again, and then we'll do the raffle. I'll be your
Keep it up.
Hi, sorry, I know that you all just watched me get violently sucked into a black hole there. How are you doing, everybody? While I retrieve my food, I've got enough food to snack on throughout the day, so that hopefully I don't go snack on other stuff. They're so presumptuous. They put two sets of chopsticks in this bag. They don't understand. I only need one. Magnificent Awesome, welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. I think we will probably put everybody who have subbed or resubbed or gifted subs into our little wheel for this week's, so that everyone gets a definite chance. Let me see here. Dude, I'm so hungry. What the fuck? Oh, okay, they gave me a lot of stuff. I didn't realize how much stuff I had gotten. Well, that would be why they gave, holy shit, there's so much food. Hi, beautiful Bertie, welcome on in. How are you, hun? It's so good to see you. All right, let me get Storm here real quick. Let's see. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And then we have another one from Ozzy. Did anybody resub before that? I don't think so. Okay. All right. There we go. All right. Oh, hey Tim, nobody loved his TV. Yay! I'm so glad. Actually, you guys, for once in our entire lives, we have so many. Ooh, a plane. It's the Enterprise, I think, but a plane. Someone go tell Save I called his toy a plane. I mean his model. I mean his, we have 3 raffles today, amazing Umbra. 3. And that's just for the art. You guys also have some raffles that for the giveaway. The giveaways. Did you see my sing redeem? I did see it, beautiful Bublin. I'm gonna eat something real quick and then I will do it before we get into the arting, if that's okay. Hold on. Oh my god. Pork salmon nigiri is like my favorite. It's so good. Hi, Cutie Cloak. Welcome in. Okay, we got a double. We'll have to do a back-to-back song after I eat. That was a Voyager, I think. Although I'm not up to my Star Wars lore. I know Star Trek is a joke. I always find it really funny when people mix up. They're like, I don't know, you know. Do you remember when Gandalf was Luke's father and he was like, wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, and said, like I like the mix-ups. It's very funny. Anyway, Safe says it's a Christmas tree ornament, not a toy. Is it the Enterprise? It's a plane. It's a plane. No matter what he says, it's a plane. It's a space plane. Okay. Okay, here's your raffle. You guys have 3, count them, 3 spins on this. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's Superman. Thank you so much for the 5 stream streak. Don't worry, I'm wearing my clothes. Good on you. Thank you so much for the stream streak. Exactly, geeks. Luke, I am your father. Gandalf, picture of Patrick Stewart. Precisely. I get confused with Star Trek, Starship Troopers, and all that stuff. The only one I know something about is Star Wars. That's understandable and fair. Okay. Mom! Woo! Who wins? Is it Sam? Oh, it's Lith! Hey, lovely Lith! Okay, Lith is 1 of 3 winners. Very exciting. Congrats, lovely Lith. Round wheel of doom and generosity. This was such an amazing week, you guys. I cannot say thank you enough for how incredibly generous and sweet and grateful I am for all of you and the amazing support that you guys have given me. Like, forever, but especially this last week. Like, you changed my life with by finishing off those chargebacks, and like, I'm just so thankful. I think if me and Save teamed up for a sci-fi trivia night, would be unbeatable. I agree with that, geeks. I think that's 100% right. Lith is a winner in all our hearts every day. That is also true. That is also true. Okay, so Lith was 1 winner. Second winner. Okay, I'm gonna say remove all instances. And this thing's gonna go down like whoop. Okay, so Lith, Sam, Lith is an amazing person. Lith is an amazing person. Lith is so fucking thoughtful, it's crazy. The other Sam. Ooh. Boom. And our final winner is Umbra! Congratulations, Umbra! Yay, Umbra! Okay, Lith, Sam, of Nella, and amazing Umbra. You all are owed chibis now. All right, amazing. Thank you guys so much again. I really do appreciate it. I'll go, let me go real quick, turn off the... Another one for Umbra! Give me just a second. I'm just gonna, I am just going to, whoa. The, Stream Elements has changed everything about this. I hate the new, layout. It sucks. Okay. Let me see. Boop, and boop, and, okay. That's working. Awesome. Okay. All right. Our next, what are these? Hold on. They gave me some kind of strange, I don't know what this is. Oh, I think this might be tempura veggies. Ooh, tempura veggie inari. Good. Did you see the recent OBS update? I saw that it wants to update, but I haven't updated it yet. All right. Let me go down here. Now, for those of you who don't know, or who need the refresher, you guys are one of the most incredibly generous communities on the internet. I truly believe that. And so one of the things that you guys do is you sometimes choose to, out of the goodness of your heart, volunteer, like, game codes, make adopts, beta keys, shit like that. And we raffle for them whenever you guys say to do so. It just so happens that today you have chosen to raffle a bunch of stuff, which is amazing. I'm getting pen ads. Okay. I don't think you can vote for me today. Mine are finished at the moment. Well, almost all. That's true. Wait, what am I missing? What am I missing from yours, Yuki? Oh! If you want me to work on your emotes, you can do that today if you want. All right. Let's see. So, to start with, as usual, you guys get to, you still can join. You still can join. We are not doing anything with Shadow Princess VTs for today. This is not due until the 1st of August. But you can still come over here and react to it. Yuki's, oh, we probably should have deleted this one, sorry. I assume that Yuki, did you get this to the person who won it, sweetheart? Because I know we did it a couple of days ago, right? The new one's TauTassieTiger, yep, but it's fine. I still have to think about which ones exactly I want. Okay, fair enough, lovely Yuki. All good. Yeah, buy the pens. I love pens, dude. Oh my god. Precious Piakli, thank you for contributing to the Foddy and Game Challenge. Yes, that's done. Okay, cool. I will delete that. Oh wait, whoa, that was close. That was close. Someone deleted it before me. Whoa. Okay, so Yuki Bro is like, no. We shall see a Yuki in a box! The vamp in a box, if you will. Yes, you guys get to vote on whether you want to do some chibis. I've gotten through a shit ton of chibis, you guys. I think I got through like 6 or 7 just this week. Been working my butt off on them. We have Yuki and Aspen today. Let's go. Almost waited a whole thingy. It was not intentional, I promise. Okay, so this is ending today. So this is Rogue Waters, courtesy of the lovely Yuki. It is region locked, so please pay attention to that. But you get to become the pirate captain. Set sail as Captain Cutter, a pirate caught in a deadly struggle for power and vengeance. Navigate dangerous waters, unleash mythical sea creatures, and outwit enemies as you chase legendary treasures and confront dark secrets. I only have 5 people on this for now, but I will, I'll get all these people on here. We have the sweetest Storm. If you guys, I'm gonna count down from 10 once we write everybody's name. And if you guys are interested in joining this and you haven't yet, you don't see your name on here, then you probably wanna go on in there and react to it. If that changes to 6 before I get to 0, then I will add you. If it does not, we are spinning. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and spin. Bubbling! Congrats, Bubbling! Congratulations, beautiful Bubbling. Bubbling has won Rogue Waters. And now we have Crisis 3 Remastered, also from Lovely Yuki. This is not region locked, so anyone can join this one. Experience the single-player experience from the iconic first-person shooter Crisis 3, optimized to take advantage of today's hardware in Crisis 3 Remastered. In Crisis 3 Remastered, the fate of the world is once again in your hands. Returning to the fight as Super Soldier Prophet, wielding a powerful auto-loading predator bow that fires elemental? I'm guessing? Custom Tau fountain pen when? Actually, I could try to draw that. Dude, that'd be so cool. I would love a custom. I mean, like, Estabrook does do, like, collab pens, but I think I have to be a little bit bigger. We got Talon. We got, oh god, I can't type. Okay, oh god. We've got lovely Lil Bit. Dearest Dahlia. Valiant Vesh. Oh my god, and I pressed the... I'm typing with one hand because my other hand is just covered in sauce. Good. I keep on hitting the caps lock. That do? Strat. And Aussie. Alright, I will count down from 10. We have 12 people on this list. If that changes to 13, I will add you. If it does not, we are spinning. 10, 9, 8. Hi, lovely Liv. You won another chibi, sweetheart. Congratulations. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Sorry, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Spin. So this is for Crisis 3 Remastered. And that goes to Talon! Congrats! Oh wait, no, it goes to Shadowgun! Sorry, I thought it was slowing down faster than that. I was looking at my food. I'm power. Problem. Okay. This is also on the 8th, so on the 1st. This is interesting. Shadow Princess is, this is not for giveaway today, but if you're interested in improving your DMing game, want to try for the first time but not sure how, giving away 1 hour of tutoring on being a dungeon master. That's interesting. Okay, that's cool, Shadow Princess. So if anyone wants to learn how to do that, then make sure that you do react to this. We will do the, I don't remember putting this. I don't remember putting that there. I'm crazy. Okay. We now have 3 art giveaways from Aspen. Damn, that's so sweet. How giving people false hope. I'm sorry. Jet, how are you? It's good to see you, hon. Welcome on in. Okay, our next giveaway is an adopt from Lovely Aspen. If you don't know what an adopt is and you might like it, if you like this design, you probably want to react to this because what an adopt is essentially a piece of artwork, original artwork, character design. God. Sorry. Piece of artwork, a character design that someone has made, and they are either selling it or giving it away. In this case, Aspen is giving it away to this community, which means that if you want to, and you win this, only if you win this, you can't use it otherwise. If you win this, you can claim this character as yours. You get to name them, you get to get commissions of them. They are your character. If someone asks you, did you design this character? You still have to say no, because you didn't design it. But is this your character? Yes, this is my character. No, you can't have it. Right? So it's, and Aspen is an outstanding artist and, and character designer. Look at how cute these are. Oh my God, they're so cute. Okay. So, this is, for lovely Aspen, we've got 8 people who want this cutie pie. I will bring up the actual image of the character again once I put everyone's name in here. Let's go adopts! Umbra's super excited about the adopts. Right. Daytona. Hi, hon. How are you? Welcome on in. And Fabulous Frostbite. Welcome in. All right. This is what you guys are going for. If this changes to 9 by the time I get to 0, then I will add you. If not, we are gonna spin. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Pretty lady.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pretty lady. Hi, Fabulous Frostbite. Going well, just killing time at work. Fair enough, hon. Fair enough. I hope you're having a good day at work. And Vash, you have won this adorable, toothy little baby. Congratulations. My intention of making sushi like less obnoxious than eating other stuff has fallen by the wayside. Okay. Next we have the absolutely adorable little strawberry baby. This is another adopt. Same rules as before, although Vash can't win this one because Vash has already won. So let me see. We've got, I might just remove you, Vash, because I'll forget otherwise. San Diego Comic-Con, let's go! I hope you have a great time, hun. Alright. Alan. Jet. Galia. Shadow. Princess. Ray. Yes, I did mention that I have completed quite a few chibis this last week. I will be posting them all to the Patreon. So if you guys are part of the Patreon, anything at all past the tip jar, you guys will get to see all the chibis I made. All right. So one more time, this is for this adorable little baby. Thank you, Strat. I just realized you may be eating the sushi with your hands because you mentioned saucy fingers. You know we invented hashi chopsticks for the exact reason. I know, and I was using my chopsticks, but I was like, maybe I won't anymore. Maybe I'll just eat it this way. I've just taken my first bite of cheesy sushi. I don't think I like it very much. It's very weird. How do Japanese people feel about cheese sushi? Okay. You guys have 10 seconds till I get to 0. If this changes to 13, I will add you. If it does not, we are going to spin. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cheesy sushi is not my thing either. It is a weird mix in my opinion. I'm not a big fan of like rice anything with cheese. Adam! Adam won this one. Oh, awesome. Congrats to Adam on this adorable baby. Hi there, sweetest solar. Welcome on in. How are you? I enjoy sushi, but the ones with fried chicken or shrimp in it over the traditional one. Oh, okay, fair enough, fair enough. Cheese makes everything better, but I am a degenerate cheese fiend. I think Nath agrees with you. I'm just not, I'm not of that ilk. Yeah, this one's super cute. Sweet, back in time for the adoption. You are lovely, little bit. Welcome back. Yes, okay, so, this one belongs to Atom now. And our last one is, or actually from Aspen, because it looks like there's a last minute one from the beautiful Briggy, very generous Briggy. Okay, so Adam and Bublin. Wait, was it Bublin? Who won that one? Was it Bublin? No, wait, Bublin won a different one, right? It was Vash. Got it. Sorry, Vash. Thank you, Bublin. My bad. I knew it wasn't you. I was like, wait a second. Had a 12-hour workday. Holy shit. I hope you can relax now, honey. I love cheese like Chris Broad loves cheese. He's a man after my own cheese-clogged heart. I don't want you to clog your heart with cheese. It's bad for you. Umbra and Bublin, Lav, Jester, Cool. All right, I got everybody. If you guys like this design with the cool little wings, make sure that you go on in here and you just react. You guys have until I get to 0. And then we will then 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And holy shit, sweetest solar! Thank you so much for the 155 stream streak. That's amazing. And Jet, congratulations. You have won the Winged Bubby. What a cutie. I'm so sorry, Umbra. The muffled nom nom of a happy Tau, it's true! But you know, lovely little bit, I'd be happier if I had some of those yummy baked goods that you make! You won a wheel, you did! Congrats on the 155 stream streak, indeed. And Zeller, in case I missed it, which I might have, thank you so much for the 60. Sorry, my hand is saucy, so I can't do the other one. So 60. Stream streak, thank you so much, hun. Thank you all so much for your dedication and support, my darlings. All right. So this is from the lovely Briggy or Geeks. A surprise game! Train Simulator Classic, the old Train Sim 2016 key. Okay. There is currently one person who wants this, so we won't have to spin for it unless I count to 10, and this goes to at least 2. This is the Train Simulator Classic, the ultimate railway hobby for more than 15 years. From historic steam locomotives to modern high-speed and heavy freight trains and routes around the world, Train Simulator Classic is a simulation made by rail fans for rail fans. A world of railways. Okay, we have 2 people. Anybody else want to join us? I will add you too. Hold on. How forever pretty, lovely, loud, and forever lovely. How are you, honey? All right. I am not yummy ton anymore. I can't possibly win. I concede defeat to all the deserving winners. Yummy, you are yummy. Always yummy. All right. If this changes to 3, then I will add you. Otherwise, you both have a 50% chance of winning this game. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Spin. It's a train sim, guys. Get in there! And it's a train sim that belongs to Cutie Cloak. Congratulations, Cutie Cloak. You have won Train Simulator, courtesy of the beautiful Bricky. Well, you're sending me American Truck Simulator? I'm gonna be crazy in that game. All right, cutie pies. I do believe that's all my raffles for today. Massive thank you to every single one of you who contributed to those. Every one of you who, from Yuki to Aspen to Briggy to, was that everyone this week? Is that what everybody gave this week? I know that Shadow Princess has some stuff up there. We haven't drawn for it this week, but I'm so grateful to you guys. Thank you so much for really embodying, you know, what the pouch is about. That unconditional generosity and just desire to give to your fellow pal. That is so meaningful and so kind and so exactly what I want for this community, you know? Let me see. I guess we don't have an option but to play Truck Simulator now that Geeks got it for you. I will let you guys decide if you want to play Truck Simulator well, to be honest, I have no idea if we're gonna manage it, but we're gonna have to have some stuff between when we finish Persona and when we start Blood of Dawnwalker. I assume, hopefully, if we're lucky, we'll get it done before. In fact, let me see. I think Blood of Dawnwalker is around my. Is it in early September? Release day. September 3. I wonder if we, in a month, if we can get through Persona 5. This community is so sweet. So sweet, bees come to us for honey. It's true! It's true! Everyone wins Sadie's giveaway. It could be just for a bit. Doesn't have to be, forever. Could be just for a bit. Doesn't have to be forever, because you could play that forever, technically. That's true. Someone quickly make a trucker's outfit, at least a trucker hat for a towel. Yeah, 3D, go for it. That's true. I mean, we could totally treat it like a demo. If you guys want to play it on demo night, just remind me, and I'll since we've got the game, then we'll put that on there. I totally plan to do surprise last minute giveaway. Totally didn't forget all week to post. That's all right. Gorgeous Geeks, no worries. Okay. I think it's time to go on a quick break. Well, I'll continue eating. Okay. When we get back, I will show you guys art stuff we can work on. But first. Geeks, I'm certainly not procrastinating from coming up with fantasy names for space horses. Allow me. Galaxy snack. See? It's like sea biscuit, but galaxy snack. You get me? Milky Way munchie. These are very much actual potential horse names. Let me see. I gotta head to bed. I have school. I have to go school shopping. Let's go. I'm gonna buy all the mushroom ties, as you should, lovely little bit. I'm so excited to see what you do at your culinary class, darling. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming in. We will see you shortly. Hopefully, maybe like Sunday. There you go. Oh, I meant breeds. Mustang becomes Windrunner, maybe. Windrunner. Really pretty. I like that. How about a thoroughbred would be... Actually, thoroughbred should be Windrunner, probably. Mustang could be like... I'm trying to think of like... No, I got nothing. Galaxy Hopper? Galaxy Hopper would be good for Mustang, actually. That'd be cute. All right, you guys, we gotta go on a quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And dogs, this is all CMeds in case you take any medications or vitamins. When we get back, I will sing for you too. I've got a song from Bublin and a song from Umbra. And then I will show you guys what we can potentially work on. All right. I love you lots. I miss you terribly. I'll see you soon. Mwah. Store at 9:30 p.m., right? I mean, if you need something, then sure. Distract.
Last night.
Oh, that's amazing. Fixie! Hi there, fabulous Fixie. Let's do the save dance. Exactly, Yuki. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my Protogen. That's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it. A little bit. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of. See that in an instant replay. Dorners, Dondu, MLG. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. The pun of stream notification hurt my soul. I'm glad. It brought you in, so you... It's too good. You must be lip syncing. Engage, you're so sweet. Thank you. Mamma mia, way back on the shelf. How could I ever resist the elf? What? Basic training? I can't even get past fucking basic training! What the fuck? Got it. This overwhelmingly forgettable appearance, generic speech style, and total lack of sex appeal. Nishima, are you an NPC? Wed Dead Redemption, pill. Still have... Here. Let's just... Oh, there she is. Okay. No! No, don't do it! No, don't do it! Oh my god. I'll save them. Wait, no, hug time. No, please don't go, no! Straight. My guns slinging. Yeah! more time. Memories bring back you. Sorry, I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round, aggravated Aussie. And thank you, Storm, for the lizard. For context to Nix's question, me and Nix have been discussing in the VC what type of vehicle would suit your model. I said perhaps a two-seater convertible like Mazda Miata. Cute, and Nix said a dune buggy, which I actually agree more. Actually, a dune buggy would be super cute. Yeah, some kind of. And then everybody goes, uh-oh, uh-oh. Ah, no, I love those songs on my Spotify playlist after I saw it. Let's see.
Lizard.
Hi there, my darlings. Welcome back.
Lizard.
All right. I will first sing the songs, and then I will show you the art potential. Yes! Let's fucking go. Hi, Asamazi. Dude, it's so cold right now. Whoa, okay. I've got like quite a heavy hoodie on, and I'm just trembling. Oh, it's cold. Welcome back, Suitability. Oh, yeah, that wasn't very. I'm not complaining. I am not complaining. Ye who are in the midst of hellish heat. What was the point of that? That is not me complaining. Sharpest idea. The blame on you for
What's the temp out here? It's 3 degrees. What is this? Hold on. Sorry, I just need to see what's going on behind you. What in the fuck? What is that? What is that? Hold on. What is this thing behind it? Give me just a second. I gotta look at. What in the fuck is that? What is this code? I genuinely have no idea what part of my. Wait. That's. Ugh. 1 second, you guys. Hold on. 1 second. I gotta find out what that is and get rid of it. Hold on. It's the now playing. That's very weird. Hold on. What if I do this? Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Okay. We don't get our now playing today. I'm sorry. I don't know why it's doing that. This is not cow scuff. This is, I'm assuming, OBS scuff. Yeah, I have no clue what that's about. But I'll bring back our screen. And I'll move us down here. Okay. Fabulous Ferno, thank you so very much, darling, for the 100 stream streak. Amazing, thank you. Thank you. All right. Nito-san, hi, lovely Nito. Welcome on in. How are you, hon? It's great to see you. Wow, that's cold. It's pretty brisk. Yummy Yuki, get some ubbies. Hey, good Yuki. Amazing Umbra. Welcome on back, dearest Daniel. Uppies. Hey, good Daniel. Let me see. I think we may have to update. I don't think it's that, because everything else is working fine. That's just my now playing thing. Some behind the scenes, I'm adding quarter horse Mustang, Appaloosa, and draft horse. Based on my quick and terrible horse research, I'm thinking long stride, windrunner, model coat, and stonehoof. These are great! That's so cute! I love that! I will say, you have 2 breeds, and then a type of horse, and then a color of horse. But that's okay, you're allowed. That's okay. I love it, geeks. I want you to do this how you want to do it. I'm not gonna hang out to dry amongst my fellow players or anything. I'm gonna be like, yay, horsey. Ozzy, a piece. Good, Ozzy. Hi, Fabulous Ferno. Just passing by. Want to say, hope y'all have a wonderful day. Oh, thank you so much, Fabulous Ferno. I really appreciate it, darling. A piece for you. Thank you for passing by, sweetheart. It's always a pleasure to see you. At least your OBS isn't showing. Uh-oh. 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 Umbra, uppies. Good Umbra. Has song time passed when I went to give carrots to guinea pigs? No, I'm actually about to sing both yours and Umbra's songs. Nix, uppies for you. Good Nix. Let me see. I actually may have a better option for the now playing thing. We'll send it to you later. Okay, that sounds good. I did say my horse research was terrible and incomplete. Some D&D stats and random Googling was involved. That's A-okay, hon. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you all the same. Well done. Playing around with OBS recently, and especially browser sources, I feel the scuff there. It's less than ideal compared to local sources. Yes, that is true. That is true. I hope you don't mind that I've taken one of the pals for my D&D campaign. As long as you don't steal them away and you don't traumatize them, that's A-okay, cutie cloak. Yeah, you guys, please do vote the BGM if it's too loud or anything. Last hour was spent taking apart 2 Magic the Gathering decks I've not played in over 6 months, so swan songed last night. It's weirdly tiring. Oh, fair enough, hun, fair enough. Hold on, I gotta put my save hat on. I can't believe I didn't have him on my head. All right, let me actually pause our music real quick. And then I will sing this song. Mustang comes with a Spanish Mustango, which means free or masterless. Maybe you can do something with that for the breeds? Sci-fi brain DM attempts to learn horses, fails. If only they were mechanical. No, you've done great. I love. Okay. So I've got everything stays, and then I've got I have got that other song from How to Train Your Dragon, which I forgot the name of. But I'll remember it. I'll remember it. Everything stays first. The smallest horse breed is the Falabella. Falabellas are so cute, dude. They're so cute. They got so much attitude. I can promise they won't be missing forever, but I can't promise their character, won't end up traumatized. No! All right. Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter when you turn it around. Everything stays right where you left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Go down to the ocean, the crystal tide is rising, the water's gotten higher as the shore washes out. Keep your eyes wide open when the sun is blazing. The moon controls the tide, it can cause you to drown. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. There you go. And oh my god, how am I forgetting this song? What is that song called? Hold on. Okay, know that you requested it. Oh, thank you. My nose is all stuffy. I'm sorry if you can hear all my gunkus. Oh, Dancing in the Dream. Thank you. That's it. Dancing and the Dreaming. Oh, Pucky! Hi, Princess Pucky. How are you? I missed you. Thank you for coming and thank you for the compliment. You're very sweet. Okay. I'll swim in safe along savage sea.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. With never fear of bound. No scorching sun, nor freezing cold will stop me on my journey. If you will promise me your heart and love me for eternity. My dearest one, my darling dear, your mighty words astound me. But I've no need for mighty deeds when I feel your arms around me. But I would bring you rings of gold, I'd even sing you poetry, and I would keep you from all harm if you would stay beside me. I have no use for rings of gold, I care not for your poetry. I only want your hand to hold, I only want you near me. I'll swim and sail on savage seas with never fear of drowning, and gladly ride the waves of life, and you will marry me. There you go. All right. I hope that was okay. Let me pull up my potential arting abilities for you. Oh, thank you. You guys are too sweet to me. I'm telling you, too sweet. Actually, Strat, do you have any idea when the singer team is supposed to be offline? I requested a song. It's the current one playing after Tao sings. I may request that we skip it. There's no screaming as much. I just don't know if it's too much in the way of swears. As long as it's not like slur-y, that's fine. Also, lovely Nosh, welcome on in, and thank you, lovely Yuki. Yes, you guys, please check out the precious Pocky Chucky, aka Pocket Chalk. She's an absolutely amazing streamer. She's super high energy, very interactive, adorable, and super hilarious. Fucking laugh out loud hilarious. She also, is, she also is an outstanding voice actor. Oh boy, here we go. Okay, voice actor, sound mixer, graphic person, videographer, cinematographer, writer, director, and she is also a big gacha game player. So yeah, very excellent vibes from her all the time. Please do check her out if you haven't, and also check out that check out the NT Abridged video that Pocky made. That's where I'm getting all that info from, and the fact that she's like a one-man army, well, one-woman army. And I also got to voice in it. So yeah, please go in there and check her out. You're going to Offkai. Let's go, Precious Pocky. During your last stream, I almost messaged you because I saw that you had said last stream before Offkai or something, and I was like, oh, I wasn't sure if you said that you were going or if you're going to try to go or what, so I didn't message you, but I wanted to be like, have fun at Offkai, but then I was like, oh, what if she's not going to Offkai? We're doing Inuyasha's Lullaby. Oh my god, we haven't heard that one ever. No one's ever suggested that one. Let me give that a shot. Hold on. Hold on, I gotta remember. Okay. Cast away your worries, my dear, for tomorrow comes a new day. Hold to me, you've nothing to fear, for your dreams are not far away. As you lay your head and you rest, may your dreams take over, my love. Listen close, my son of the west, for your destiny lies above. Though the world is cruel, there's a light that still shines in the darkest days of our life. When all hope seems lost and you can't find your way, think of me as you look through the sky. Child mine, your future is bright, for your father's blood's in your veins. In dark times I pray you will fight, for the world will soon know your name. I really like that song. It's a very pretty song, but I haven't sung it ever. Ever. I hope that was okay, sweetheart. I hope you enjoyed that kind of. I think if my throat wasn't so fucky, I could probably actually do that a little bit better. But it is a lovely song, isn't it? Oh, thank you, Ozzy. Thank you, politely. Guys, feel free to request that more. I haven't gotten to sing that one. While I love singing for you guys, I do sometimes go, okay, it's probably time for the singer team to go away because we get like 2 of the same song all the time, or 3 of the same song all the time. And I'm like, oh, we have so many options though. Today is bonus touchdown karaoke. I must have died a heat death in Minecraft and finally went to heaven. Yuki, no! Super pretty. That was amazing. Thank you. Just highly aggressive and has a heavy profanity. I wasn't thinking as I requested it. Oh, okay. All right. Give me just a sec. Hold on. Oh, okay. Thank you, Strat. Appreciate it. 1 second. I do get to turn it off now. I do get to turn it off now. Strat was keeping track. How downplaying her singing again? SMH. All right. All right, let me show you guys what we can work on today. All right. Oh my god, please bring it over there. There we go. All right. So, I don't know how the pals feel about sorry. Hold on 1 second. Oh, fuck no. 1 second. Give me just a sec, you guys. Okay. Okay. Crisis averted. Goody. Crisis that should never been a fucking crisis to begin with. Anyway. All right. So, we have a few options. How evil laughing again. Let me put this on the screen so you guys can see it, if this would work. Are you done with the YCH? I'm just waiting for Umbra's pouch pal, but if he doesn't get it to me by August, then I probably won't be able to do it. But everyone else is done, yes. While the song I requested is a great song, I personally think it isn't pouch appropriate. Oh, okay, all good. Fair enough, then. Appreciate you thinking about that. Okay, so we have commissions. Our commissions are, we can work on this piece for the lovely, and I'm actually pretty far through our lines already, so my character's lined. But we can work on this piece that the lovely and precious politely has commissioned me for, of my OC and her OC, both in our D&D campaign. We might be able to get through the line art today if we're lucky, maybe even flats if I lock in. So this is a commission. So remember, we do 2 polls. We do commission, commission or chibi, and then we do once you decide on one of those, then we narrow it down. Um, let's see. Playing tomorrow, so hope. You skipped mine this month. Ah, sorry. No, are you sure, Umbrook? Because you do still have like a week. You still have a week before the end of the month if you want to make one. I'm thinking about if I should make an alt. Patreon is being stingy. Oh no, that's Strat. I think you deserve one as well. Feel free to. Oh, save. Go give Save a follow. Does our slash shout out work for Sue to Save? If you aren't checking out Sue to Save, you definitely should. He's wonderful. He is fabulous. He is hilarious. He is super knocking. He is very cozy. He's also flesh.
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life!
That's true! D&D Art Peak. I thank you. I'm glad you're liking it. So this is commission. We also have the option to continue work, and I have done a bit of work on the amazing Umbra's commission here. I've gotten our stairs done with all of our fancy ass Oh, he's pointing at me. Go point at him, you guys. Point at him before it's too late. Go, point at him. And then we do still have a lot of lines here. But this is for the amazing Umbra. So this is a massive comm that I'm very sorry I'm being kind of slow with. There's just so much individual, like all this needs to be line arted. But yes, there's that. So that's a commission. And then we also have Aussie, look at the screen. We also have some Aussie emotes we could work on. We have a little hugging heart one that we could work on. We have a little stay amazing sign. We have a little cuddled up in a like southwestern pattern blanket. And these are all emote commissions from the lovely Aussie. So those are our options for commissions, I believe. Is there anything else that I'm? See, this says pointing. Point. Thank you so much for your patience, amazing Umbra. Aussie emotes. It's true, Aussie emotes. I like that. I do like that. Now for our chibis though, I actually don't have any. I know you don't believe it, but. And that's not to say that I don't owe any. I do owe some. I owe a lot, but no one has gotten to me for them. So if I owe you a chibi and you haven't gotten it from me, please tell me what you would like. If you would like me to work on it on stream or off stream, please, no chibis indeed. Yeah, I know. Who are you and where is Tao? Exactly. No, I got, holy shit, I got so many done. I got like, yeah, 6 or 7 done this last week. Yes. Do we have any people here in chat who are owed chibis and have not gotten them? Now, this is not, do you want a chibi? That's not what this is. If you have won a raffle, or I or Strat have reached out to you and said, you've won a chibi. That's the only way you've won a chibi, okay? Is there anyone here I owe a chibi to? Let me see. I have a chibi idea but for off stream. I will need to tell you about it later. Okay, all good. Crazy thought. Hi there, Shinobi. Welcome on in. We do all have iron in our blood. That's a good point. I got you for a chibi, I thought. Oh, wait, did you, Umbra? Hold on. You may very well have. Hold on. Let me go see. Umbra chibi. 1 second. Where's the Umbras? Umbra! Okay, let me see. Let me see where. I'm so sorry, Umbra. We've talked so much. I actually have no idea where it might be. What you might want. Can you message me it or forward it to me again, hon? I'm really sorry. Because if so, I can tell chat what you would like, and then we can vote on that as well. Is there anybody else as well, or is that it? You don't owe me a chibi Tao. I help.
Wait, have you won something, lovely engage? Oh, 2 here, Fenrir in a box. Oh, that does ring a bell. Yeah, what so 2 here. Oh, do you know, it was a Fenrir? If my connection works, I will find it. Okay, awesome. It was a Fenrir. Okay, cute. So a little Fenrir in a box would be one of our chibis. Did you said you have 2. What's the other? Do you know what the other one would be? I am technically on the oh, you are Precious Politely. And what would you like? Would you want one of your model? Terrific Puma. Thank you for contributing to the Fabian game challenge. I appreciate it. I'm gonna eat a caffeinated chocolate. It was a Fenrir. If my connections are no. Okay. I don't actually. Okay. I'm sorry. Engage. I thought you were being like, oh no, you don't know me anything, but you know, you kind of do, but you don't. You don't. Don't worry about me. Do you? Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh wow, this phone. You're cool. Want to box the cutie Yuki-chan. Oh, okay. Box of Fenrir, box of Yuki. Got it. Okay. And then press it politely. Midnight. I am following with phone. It's good. You were following message. Thank you. I'm following my brain really stopped. Got it. I remember this. I remember this now. Thank you. Um. Hold on, fix it. Um. Hmm. Got it. Okay. I'll cue that up for you, hon. Sorry, I have chocolate in my mouth. I will box everyone. Okay. So now we will put the poll up. We have what to work on today. Commission or TV. You guys have 2 minutes. Please vote. Please do vote. You guys, the poll is live. Do we get to have our own emotes if we are not affiliate? No, we only get emotes if we're affiliate. To be clear, our chibis are all, we get to start from scratch. From sketching, and then layer, and then flats, and then render. Our commissions are all sketch phase or past. Where's my I voted sticker? Here you go, honey. Boop, boop. I'm gonna write down the ode CDs as well. In a box, and that's for Umbra, and then we got a Yuki in the box too. Yuki in a box. Yuki. Nope, sorry, that's not Yuki, that's Umbra. And then we've got Politely. Politely, would you want your, I'm sorry if you already told me, for your chibi Politely, do you want one of your model? And if so, what would you like to be doing? All right, we are going to work on commissions today. We'll do one last glance through here. You better book your tickets for Spider-Man. Don't keep me waiting. Make Nath have time. Umbra wants a yummy box, but Tao only does that once a month. A yummy Yuki box. Okay. All right. Now, your... One sec. I'm just getting this, like, situated so you can see better. Okay. Now let's do our other poll missions. Which sorry. Which one? We've got, this is Umbra. What we're looking at right now, this is the Umbra com, okay? Then we've got, this is, I'm gonna call this the D&D com, okay? This is my OC and Politely's OC. This is D&D com, all right? And then we can work on Ozzy's, although if Ozzy's not here, I might not want to do that because I don't want him to not have input. He hasn't said anything on it because I haven't, and I'll put Ozzy emotes, okay? 2 more minutes. Please do vote one more time. Sorry, you can't see this. These are the Aussie emotes, okay? These are Aussie emotes. You can work on these. This is the D&D com. We can work on this. Okay. This one's actually, we might actually get to flats on this one because here's our line art today. And Politely's so pretty. Look at Politely. It's like an evil mermaid. Sorry, Politely. And then there's this massive bad boy. This is Umbra's com. Please you let me know what you'd like to work on. Pretty terrifying. It's true. I'll just cycle back through them. So Umbra's com, D&D com, D&D com. It should be like that. And I do have magic in my hand, so I'll do some magic stuff. Okay. So this is D&D com, right? This is Aussie emote. But again, I actually am hesitant to do anything with this one because Ozzy just went away. So I don't know if Ozzy is going to be able to give me any input on this, which I need to make sure that he's happy with them. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. D&D com, currently in the lead. This is once more the D&D com. This is what we will work on if that one wins. Oh, a chibi of Valor could be cute. Turning the menacing devilfish into something bite-sized, that'd be so cute. D&D com it is. All right. Let me, hold on. Let me write down Politely's, chibi request real quick. Any specific, pose or anything for Valor, Precious Politely? Geeks, please make sure to name the file for Politely's com morals.txt. Nobody in this chat but Cacto, Politely, and I, well, and you obviously are gonna get that, but I have to explain it. So during our most recent escapade, Politely absolutely like literally scared the shit out of the boss battle, the boss and their associated cronies, because she like surfed in on the body of on the bleeding body of one of their cronies. And I'm over here like I think that the boss asked me what makes you any different from us? And it was like the serious moment. I said, we have morals. And it was just this fucking moment of like, of like, but you just literally surfed in here on someone's body and you're like chopping people's heads off and like, and I'm like, I should have probably said, we have our own ethical quandaries. Our morals are written on the floor. Exactly. And who was it? It was either Briggy or Cacto who literally wrote morals.txt in the Roll20 like on the blood splatter. It was you, Cacto. Oh my god, so funny, dude. Oh, it was incredible. Anyway, we'll work on the D&D comp today. I'll add cozy D&D art plus tunes. There we go. In fact, maybe what I'll do, instead of Procreate, I might actually put Dungeons and Dragons here. Definitely Cacto. I wish it was that quick. Cacto is witty as heck. Cacto is witty as heck. It's crazy. Is it D&D recap time? No, I will have a recap for you on Sunday for our Persona stream though, because tomorrow night we're playing. So, any deaths so far during a run? Not player deaths, just everyone around us. That is always funny to me in RPGs when you are almost always murder hobos and yet somehow you have the moral high ground. Yeah, exactly. All right. Precious Politely, please let me know if you are happy with the line art so far on Valor. Are you happy with how she's looking so far up here? You guys are demolishing everything. It's kind of mostly Politely who's literally demolishing everything. Will Tao voice herself in D&D Abridged? Bro, I would love to do something like that. The Volayan voice is a specific brand of British accent that only Geeks gets when he requests British. Everyone else gets like a slightly different version. But that would be the voice that I would have to use for Volayan, for sure. Next D&D recap, horses, trains, mystery, horses, death, but not horse death, definitely not. Romance! Hello, Radagoro! Welcome on in, Gorgeous! How are you, sweetheart? Thank you so much for the raid! How are you doing? You guys, this is the absolutely incredible Romani's, an outstanding streamer, incredible artist, dude. Oh my god, hold on, let me, I think I might actually have some of her art. I do. This is from a couple of weeks ago. I'm so sorry, but I'm gonna show you anyway. Like this is, and she's got more art that she's gonna share with us right now, but look at this sketch. Look at how fluid and fun it is. Cutie Cursed Marionette, I love the name. Thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Sweetest Saku, Radical Ransulance, Sweetest Shimi, welcome on in, Precious Pearl, Magnificent Maruki. Sorry, we're playing through Persona 5 right now for the very first time, so please no spoilers, but I love Maruki. Anyway, hi, Magnificent Maruki. Oh, whoa, welcome on in. How are you? Yami Yuki, thank you for coming in with the raid as well. Romanias, I'm fantastic, love. How are you, you terrific tiger? Doing great, sweetheart. We're working on some D&D art today. This is Politely Wicked in the chat. This is her D&D character, and then this is mine. We're in a D&D game with Cactus Room and Geeks Codex in the chat, and we're working on the line art for us today. How was your stream, darling? How was your stream? And oh, you have 2 pieces. Please show me both. Please show me both. Could I get a permit for the absolutely magnificent Romanis? You guys, this is the absolutely incredible Romani's, the identical twin android mermaids gracing us with their presence. They're slaying the art game and vibing in Tomodachi life. I gotta also hear about how Tomodachi life went. BT dubs, I gotta hear it. I gotta know. But they're slaying the art game and vibing in Tomodachi life. Their streams are a royal feast for the eyes. Ain't that the truth? Welcome on in. How are you doing? Did you have a wonderful stream? I certainly hope for. I was not ready for that voice. I am a voice actor, a professional voice actor, so I apologize. I do kind of like go all over the place. Sometimes I'll be way up here, and then sometimes I'll be way down here. And I got lots of accents and stuff, so. Saku got hit with cheese! I got hit, IRL with cheese, 4 subs. That seems like a fair exchange. Did you eat the cheese afterward? Let me have a look at, oh my god, this is so fucking cute. Hold on, okay, hold on. Let me save both of these real quick. Oh my god, dude, your posing is so fucking cool. Teach me your ways, Ro. Thank you very much for the British accent, Storm. I do appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Jiggly, hello there, lovely Lily. Welcome on in. How are you? It's very good to see you. It was very chaotic in the best way, I do hope. Professional voice actor / singer. Please. No. How is what happens when you give someone 2 shots of caffeine? I've had 1 shot of caffeine in the form of chocolate, and I will go crazy. The cheese has been eaten. Excellent. What kind of cheese was it, if I may ask? The coloured one is a birthday gift. The non-coloured one is a sketch commission. Absolutely brilliant, darling. Let me have a look. I will add that so you guys can see. So let's start with the one you mentioned. The coloured one is a birthday gift. You guys, check this out. My god, isn't that so fucking cool? Her hand poses are brilliant. I love the dynamism of her pieces. They're so cool. She always leaves singer off. There is a reason for that. Literally hit with cheese. Yes, indeed. I ensured Saku got slapped with cheese, as you should. Roro is such a good artist. Yes, she is. She's absolutely extraordinary. I love the way Ro poses them. I had the same reaction when I saw her draw. Right? Exactly. My comms didn't win the vote. Well, like I said, I can wait, though I can't. I actually was, I kind of put a caveat on there that may have hurt your chances, Ozzy, because I wasn't sure when you would be back. So I was like, oh, actually, I put this to the poll, and yet Ozzy didn't specifically say that he would be able to stick around and give me input on this, so I actually can't really progress this more than it is without his input, so that might be my fault. Missy, welcome on in, Magnificent Missy. How are you? It's so good to see you. Maruki is in a popular series. I made up this name back in the early 2000s. No wonder I'm having a harder time using my name as a username around the web. Thanks for telling me about that. Oh, no worries, darling Maruki. Regardless, it is a pleasure to welcome you on in. Maruki's a great name. I really like it. Let me see here. I love you so much, cutie. Oh, and are you, darling Ro? You guys, yes, so this is a birthday gift. I want a birthday gift from you. Can you give me a birthday gift? I'm just kidding. I just really want to collect more of your art. And then this is a sketch for a commission, which is once more absolutely beautiful. I love the swinging of the arm forward and backward. Absolutely gorgeous. When is your birthday? September 22. September 22. Which, you guys, I think I'm actually going to be streaming on my birthday this year. First time in my entire streaming career that I am going to be streaming on my birthday. So I hope you'll come in and celebrate with me. Hey. Let's see. You know, if you chop chocolate chips small enough, you can make the chocolate chip waffles in the waffle maker without it sticking to the maker. Brilliant. Brilliant. Lucy, welcome on in, welcome on in. It's so good to see you, darling. Welcome. Maruki is also a Japanese family name. Not that common, but also not uncommon, so not weird to see it in Japanese games. That makes sense. Now, yes, absolutely. Raiders, if you've got to raid and run, that's totally cool, but if you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you, darlings. Thank you so much for the raid, sweetheart. You guys, if you are not following Ro, you are clearly missing out. Look at this. What the fuck are you doing? Honestly. Hello there, darling Lucy. Now, Ro and Saku, I know that you guys have been streaming those long hours and getting hit with cheese. So if you guys need to go and melt the cheese, or if you need to go and wash the cheese off, or if you need to go cuddle with the cheese, or my metaphor's gone off the rails a bit, but if you gotta do anything to take care of yourself, please go ahead and do so. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. You have work you can show. Saku, I would love to see the work. Yes, please. Absolutely. What are you doing? Of course. Please share. And Vivi, welcome on in. It's really fabulous to see you, darling. Bye-bye. Cuddle with the cheese. Don't give me ideas. I know you are a cheese fiend, aren't you, geeks? Got to go again. All good, Aussie. We will see you later. Rigging work. May I have a permit? But of course, allow me. Hold on. Let me learn how to type. Hold on. Oh, perfect. Never mind. Strat's got you. All right. Let me have a look. Let's see here. Please wait. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is so cool. Oh, wait. Sorry. I just realized this is a... There. That's in the way of it. Look at that. Oh my god. That's beautiful. Oh. Saku, you extraordinary... Oh my god, that's beautiful. Wow, I need you to rig my next live 2D model, darling. That would be so cool. I absolutely love the subtlety of the shadow within the iris that moves around. It really portrays that kind of depth. Bloody brilliant. And I'm back to talking normally. But thank you so much. This is so pretty. Holy shit. Wow. That is enchanting to watch. You guys, as you can see, Saku is a god tier rigger of live 2D models. If you are looking for someone to rig your... Dude, I'm just like so enamored with the way that shadow... I genuinely think I'm probably gonna need you for my next rigger. That'd be so good. Yeah, wow, that is beautiful. So pretty. I love all the little like bouncy details and stuff. This is the kind of thing I would just zoom in on the model and be like, you guys, you don't get to see my mouth or my nose or my forehead. You just look at my eyes for a bit. Absolutely stunning. I cannot wait to see this when it's all done. Is this, are you allowed to tell us who this is for? But this is extraordinary, darling. Look at this. This is a powerhouse of a twin couple here. You guys, if you haven't checked out the absolutely extraordinary Romani's incredible artist, just a quick boop, there you go. That's Rose, beautiful artwork. In fact, I'm gonna show you guys my favorite thing that I'm super not biased about, but it's like my pride and joy, right? Hold on, let me show you. One sec. I like had a stroke when she came in and showed this to me. I was like, you're kidding me. Okay, here. I love this. I love this piece so much. This is my pride and joy, my piece of row. One day I will also have a piece of Saku. You mark my words. But yes, please check out Lovely Row, extraordinary artist, and check out Saku, extraordinary rigger. Am I right? Yes, I'm right. You don't get to tell me anything else. I am gonna say, Tau, you would kill it if you ever got to voice act as Lara Croft in a Tomb Raider game. I would love to VA for Lara Croft. That would be so sick. I think that may actually be part of where I got my British accent from, was from Lara. Because she does have a similar, like, register to mine, when she speaks. Sorry, I'm just like staring at this. This is so cool, dude. So pretty. Okay. Yeah, wow, that is amazing. Anyway, it is such a privilege and a pleasure to have such extraordinarily talented artists and riggers in this chat. Thank you so very much. Gonna finish my food and watch YouTube. I'll just lurk for a bit. All good, lovely Lucy. Thank you so much for coming on in. I hope you enjoy your food as well. Yeah, Saku, thank you so much. That's Pearl's model. Oh, man. Pearl, you are lucky. That is an outstanding piece of artwork right there. Girl, I need to redo it. I love it. I love it how it is. Dancer Tao-chan in the cowgirl outfit. Oh, that's true. You could do the cowgirl outfit for my birthday. Gonna finish my food and watch YouTube. I'll just lurk for a bit. Of course, and of course. These are so good. I know, right, Eisen? British voice Tao is proper Lara would be sick. Voice pack mod for Lao, please. I would love to give you guys a Lao voice pack. I'm actually VAing a character in an audio drama right now. Nice to meet another VA. That's awesome, Olaf. That's super cool. Am I allowed to know what the audio drama is? If you have any interest in hearing me in like some games and animation audio dramas and stuff, you do exclamation to VA. You can find my most recent stuff. But my VA demo has like my range and character stuff. I've got my interactive character and commercial demos as well. But yeah, congratulations on getting cast in an audio drama, lovely Air. That's super cool. Gonna get back into writing as I need to actually work on my story for the comic/manga I want to work on. Ooh, good idea, Cutie Curse. Good idea. Well, lovely Marionette. Actually, this is a really good opportunity for me to tell you guys a little bit about this channel. Again, my community. If you aren't following Ro, what are you doing? She comes in here. She and Saku are like angels of the ocean. I'm super scared of the ocean. I have thalassophobia, but like, they're the reason I would put one toe into the water, as fucking terrifying as that is. Meet you halfway. You guys come all the way up to shore, beach yourselves, and I'll go boop. just the toe. But for lovely Rose community, if you guys would like to join us, hello there. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. I am also a professional voice actor and professional artist. So on Fridays, which today is here in Australia, you guys actually get to come on in and help me decide what we work on for art, and you get to request music. So the music you hear in the background is not my playlist, it's requests from you guys. As far as being a professional VA, obviously I'll let you guys know whenever I'm casting something. Like I've been casting a lead role for a video game recently. And I've also been casting a few other things that I'm not allowed to talk about yet. I'm just waiting for them to announce it. But I think one of the announcement videos for an animation is coming out in the next, hopefully, week or two. But that means that anytime that we play a game that is unvoiced, I will voice it for you. So we're playing through Persona 5 Royal right now, and Final Fantasy XIV Heaven's Ward, both for our first time, so please no spoilers. But if either of those are interesting to you and you would like to see a complete newbie play through them, please consider joining us. We also do demo nights on Tuesdays, or demo days, I guess it is, where you guys actually get to suggest demos for us to try on stream. And something that's coming up, and Marionette, you are the one responsible for me to remembering this, so I appreciate you for that. Being a professional voice actor and narrator, and I've done a number of audiobooks at this point as well, I can tell you guys that we also have, over in the Discord, we also have a, once this responds, there we go, we have an opportunity for you guys to go to the writing channel, go to threads, and then click on the storytime stream. And you guys get to submit your writing for me to read. And you guys, those of you who submit, are welcome to tell me whether you want me to read it narratively. So in my my audiobook voice, or if you want me to voice act it. Oftentimes I get people who want like folklore and stuff, you want that to be like narratively read, and those of you who have like actual dialogue and stuff like that, you want me to VA. These are just these, it's very reasonable rules here. And all you gotta do is put them right in here. Pop that shit in here. Just go ahead and put it in here. No AI is allowed. No AI in my server, in my chat. If I find out anybody is using AI for art, photography, writing, music, you're booted. I am not interested in having AI trash in my community for any reason. But if you are a writer, if you are a musician, if you are an artist, we will celebrate you. We love creatives in this community, and I am very happy to show your beautiful artwork on stream, okay? So anyway, Marriott, thank you for the reminder. But yes, we do have a storytime stream that as long as you submit your piece before the 1st of August, it will be on the list for me to read, okay? Not yet, we just started recording episode 1 and I signed an NDA till a week before episode 1 airs. That is very fair. Oh, well, I hope that you'll come on back and let us know when we can listen to it. Also, dearest Dar, thank you so much for the 3 streams streak. I do appreciate it. Did you update the VA files? Wait, what VA files? I love you! I love you too, Ro! You're so sweet! Yes, just the toe. I appreciate you coming all the way up and sacrificing your ability to breathe almost, so that I can just go boop. For anyone that doesn't follow Tomb Raider, the Lao pun also works because Lao is the best trilogy, Legend, Anniversary, You Underworld. It's true, but also Laura Tao. Haha! Thanks for coming on my Tomb Raider TED Talk. I love it. Check DM, please. Okay, hold on. Oh, yeah, Strat, that's a good idea. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. If you don't mind. I mean, I can do it, but if you would like to, you can do that. I'll get to the bottom of chat, and if you haven't done it, then I'll do it. Let me see here. Darth, thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'll bring you seashells. Thank you. I do like seashells. I just don't like the water it comes from, you know? I return. Welcome back, Precious Politely. The VA updated clips I sent you? Were there multiple? I don't think I've updated, like I have the video one that you updated, but I didn't, yeah. I'll have to join. I'm a music producer and DJ professionally and an amateur VA and artist. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, whoa. Please do. I would love to hear your music and yeah, that's sick. Absolutely. I'll have to come join the Discord. You're stuck with me now. Oh, what a privilege it is to be stuck with you, darling. Thank you so much for joining us. If you do !Discord, you are welcome to join. Just make sure that you carefully read the rules. Alternatively, because there are a lot of rules. If you would rather I read it to you in my narrative voice, I do have a little boop play button on the rules channel for you to listen instead. But there is a secret word, secret password that you must put into the verification channel in order to join. I love that Tao gave me a French accent. I can't do a French accent except for like very specific things for some reason. When you write I return, I can do it, but I can't do it generally. There were 2 videos. Oh, dang. Okay, I will oh, I'll have to do it. Okay, that's fine. I can do that. Welcome to the VIP club, my darling respected Saku and Ro. Thank you very much, sweetest Strat, and welcome back to you, beautiful Bernty. Oh, wait, Bernty also gets the French. I think I could do it with, like, individual words, and as soon as we go beyond the... What is that? Yeah, I could do 2 words at a time. I can't do any more than that. But yes, welcome on into Wonderful Rose, fantastic community. The name of this game over here is 18 plus only, but it is not because this is like a lewd stream in any way. In fact, please don't do any kind of like heavy flirting or objectification or anything like that. It is just because young people need a place to hang out. Adults need a place to hang out. This happens to be an adult place to hang out. I'm big into like the cozy chaos where, you know, I know a lot of people say that, but here it basically means super secure, super safe, very warm, welcoming place. You will not be teased here. It's very important to me that no one feels like they have to be on guard here at any time, as long as you're, you know, being kind and thoughtful to each other and to me. And then I scream a lot. Not at you guys, but I'm very boisterous, you know? Yeah. About the secret password, I think I saw 2 of them when going through the rules / agreeing. I am now very confused as I used the one in the rules, but nothing happened. Oh, that's fair. I'm not sure. Hopefully there's not 2, but I will say that it's a manual approval process. So once you read the rules and then you put the password in, it's not an automatic approval. So myself or a mod will go through the verification every like when we're live about every 5 or 10 minutes, and we will see if someone has posted, and if they have posted, then we match up their name with the handle, and then we'll let you in. Does that make sense? Let me see. But that is a very valid point. No heavy flirting. How will the cheese know my true feelings? Geeks, I'll allow you to flirt with the cheese. That's okay. Let me see. Ooh, catnip tea. I might have made a meme image for you the other day. Renata! Wait, where? Can I see it? Is it in my Discord? Did I miss it? Can I see it? I want to see it so bad, Renata. As for the catnip tea, thank you. Yummy. Delicious. I will mirror that unto you, darling. Here is your catnip tea. But your loud voice is an important part of your voice. That's true. I am a personality. That is also true, Mac. Very true. Jesus, sexy. I could send it to you or send it in saves general. I don't have nitro right now, so server limit. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Fanart. Yeah. Do you want to send it to me? You can send it to me if you like.
Happy sippies.
Okay, I legit was confused. As for Discord, I use my art account for Discord, and I'm known for skipping words thanks to me being heavily dyslexic. That is more than fair, sweetheart. Don't even worry about it. We're very patient as long as there's no like, you know, intentional malicious behavior or like, okay, it's obvious you didn't read the rules, stuff like that. We are totally like it's very understandable. And you are welcome to take your time, read through things, and when we see that you've gotten the right code in there, then we will pop you into the Discord. Also, terrific talent.
Thank you for the ooh. Thank you.
Thanks, sweetheart. Also, I want to go see this meme. I want to see this meme from Renata. Hold on a second. Let me see. Whoa! Okay, sorry, this song's a little bit loud. I'm gonna have to skip the rest of that. Oof. Okay, let's continue on here. But oh, wait, shit! Ro! Saku! When's your next stream? If I may be so bold as to ask. Thank you very much for the British accent redeemed, darling politely. I mean, Velo. It's such a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 5-minute timer as well, Strat. There, it is sent. Thank you very much, Renata. I appreciate it. This accent during this song, it's perfect. I'm so glad that you think so. I'll have to listen a bit closer. I was being bratty. Darling, I'm excited to see what happens when you're brat. Let me see. Hold on. No! My bloody hand! Hold on. You said you wanted no spoilers, so I put spoilers on you. Renata, may I is it all right if I share that with the community right now? Can I share that on stream? That's bloody brilliant. I love it. That's really fucking funny. That's very good. Of course, thank you. So you know how everybody likes to joke about oh, spoilers belong on cars. This was when everyone was saying, no spoilers, please. Not for Heavensward, not for Persona. Tower spoilers. Renata, this is exceptional. I do appreciate it. It's very funny. That's some serious spoilers right there. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spoilers? 6? I don't even know how to count how many spoilers that is. That's an awful lot, and it surely is not aerodynamic. That's so funny. Thank you so much. Alec, welcome on in. Thank you so much for coming in. Now we need some gas playing in the background. Yeah. That's great, darling. Absolutely brilliant. Flawless. Thank you so much. That's really funny. All right, let me see here. Let's sorry, now we can get into the drawing. Oh wait, no we can't. We got to go on a quick break. Do you like my car? All right. So for those of you who have just come in with the raid, you guys, please consider sticking around. We do have we're still live for about another 6 hours, so hopefully you will consider hanging out with us. We are going to be doing art the whole time, besides chatting, obviously. That is my first priority, is hanging out with you guys. Second priority is drawing, and we will do some of that. But every hour, just in case you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe for whatever reason that may be, we go on a 3-minute break. And that is just so that if you can't afford to or you don't want to, you don't miss content, okay? Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run the ads, I set you guys up with some stuff to keep you busy for about 3 minutes, and then we come on back and make more music. And in the meantime, you can, of course, Also spend some time requesting music as well, if you would like to. If you don't know how to do that or what is appropriate, please check out the pinned message. Strat's got that pinned for you. Just read those few rules, and then feel free to use the channel point redeem art. I think it's art song request. Yeah, and you can if you are if you are a subscriber or VIP, you can enter the URL for the Spotify request. If you are not, you do need to use the artist and song name written out manually, which may or may not hit. And if it doesn't hit, you just let me know. And like if it requests the wrong song, let me know and I'll just fix it for you. Okay. Now I am spoiled out for all of next week. Bloody hell. Oh, actually, I'll talk for another 60 seconds because we do have another 60 seconds from the very kind and fabulous Politely. Also, Vivi, I'm so sorry. Did I miss your 3-stream streak? Name change. Too bad I won't be called Cutie now. What was your original name, Vivi, if I may ask? Now you're Valiant Vivi, if that's all right. All right. Yes. So, this is we're gonna get back and we're gonna work on this, but this is my character. This is Valayan. She is a warlock. A Dao genie warlock. Why do I always forget the racial name? Like the Fey elves. Briggy! And then this is my undead trident girlfriend. Protector, defender. This is Vela. This is Precious Politely's OC. Had to do the daily politely cutest chatter, as you should. I also do art sometimes. Oh, nice to meet other artsy folks. Let's go, lovely Renata. Darling, if you would like to share some of your art with us, I know that you have limited Discord servers, but if you would like to share it with us, even on stream, you can like DM it to me and I can show it on stream. They're roommates. Yeah, we're just very good friends and roommates. Precious Politely, thank you for the gigantified emote. She shares her shower. Sam! Sorry, cutie cloak is what I meant to say. Unmarried roommates. Correct. They were roommates. All right, cuties. We gotta go on that quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom, dogs. This is also your Metromondo in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon. And you guys, please do check out the wonderful and thoughtful Romani. I'll see you in 3. I've got it. This overwhelmingly forgettable appearance, generic speech style, and total lack of sex appeal. Nishima, are you an NPC? Are you an NPC? Oh man. Woof. Savage. But it'd be even more savage to lie about what he is. Swords. I would love to know how big your sword is. Wait, that sounds very strange. Anyway, it's too good. You must be lip syncing. Engage is so sweet. Thank you. Mamma mia, way back on the shelf. How could I ever resist the elf? If that's not. See that in an instant replay? Jorders, Dondu, MLG. Fucking hell. Oh, thank you. Nix makes her aerodynamic so she can swim faster when she never goes in the water. Correct. All right. Yes, and then everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah! For context to Nix's question, me and Nix have been discussing in the VC what type of vehicle would suit your model. I said perhaps a 2-seater convertible like Mazda Miata. Cute. And Nix said a dune buggy, which I actually agreed more. Actually, a dune buggy would be super cute. Yeah, some kind of a like 4-wheel drive, like an all-wheel drive, like I'm currently logged in, but hanging with friends on my server. We'll travel if it's group content. All good, gorgeous geeks. I hope you're having fun with friends. What do you mean have friends besides us? I mean, it's okay. You can hang out with other people. That's totally fine. I'm doing all. Protogen. That's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it. A little bit. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Siv's like, Luna. Look away, Save. We have to kill her. Nothing wrong will happen. Cut to the scene where everything goes wrong. Hit the blade a few times and watch its color. What's this? I don't know what that accent is, but at least it's slightly different from. You're not even on a bed anymore. Light. Red Dead Redemption. Poo. Still having Valley Girl do blacksmith is so funny. I'm so glad you like it. This story would like totally go with this outfit. So true. Passage into Aaron Keep is barred by a colossal gate, taller than a ship's mast. Weird. Let's just. Oh, there she is. Okay. No! No, don't do it! No, don't do it! Oh my god! I'll save them. Wait, no, wait, hug time. No, please don't go, no! Straight. My guns slinging. Yeah! Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Ah! One more time. I'll let you guys finish your words and then we'll jump 9:30 p.m. right? Okay. I mean, if you need something, then sure.
Oh yeah, last night.
Is Save a furry? Yesn't. I will be careful not to get confused and accidentally vor the pals, Jazza. Thank you for that. Holy shit, it's so cold. Oh my god. My room in particular is like, I don't know why, but my studio retains heat like a motherfucker and retains cold like a motherfucker. You know the Dawn wants a coin right now. I think it's probably because my computer's on.
Nuggies? Where Timkin Nuggies?
Corners. Oh shit, Ozzy just caught up. Oh,
let's head back over.
Oh my gosh. Oh, it's Ozzy and Skeleton.
Welcome back. Thank you, sweetest. Welcome back to you as well. And uppies for you, yummy. Wait, why are my machete? Sorry, I don't mean to machete you.
Uppies for you, Yuki. Good, Yuki. Welcome back, Nix, /jam/ uppies. Yee. Good, Nix. Welcome back, Precious Politely. Welcome back, Sweetest Solar. Renata. Ooh, art shared. I hate the not having nitro limit, but alas. Am I allowed to show it on stream, Renata? Is that okay? Beautiful Bertie. Welcome on back, Sweetest Solar. Welcome back. It's sharp uppies. Everybody likes some sharp uppies, right? Uppies! Red! Hi, lovely Red. Welcome on in. How are you? Uppies? There you go. Storm. Good Storm. Welcome back, Magnificent Mac. They've been posted before. Okay, great. I will show everybody. Prep Brecky. All good. Sweetest Strat. We'll see you soon. Kind of got caught up getting back, but I'm here now. All good. Lovely Red. No worries. Doing good here. You? Doing great, sweetie. Thank you for asking. They are not uppies. They are choppies. That is true. I give uppies, but only squishy Renetta uppies. Oh, squishy Renetta uppies. Sounds comfy. Hey, amazing Aiken. Welcome on in. How are you? Thank you so much for the 3-stream streak. Oh, and you're going to bed. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I'm glad you're liking the art. Thank you so much. We'll see you later, okay? Amazing Aiken. Thank you for making it to 3 streams so far. It's been a pleasure. Okay, let me see here. Oh, these are beautiful. Okay, hold on. I'm going to read what Renata said here. Some of my recent non-photo edit art. Left is Cyan/Satalia, the lovely protector of a cute little dumbass that gets into trouble and needs to be bailed out on the left. The second art is an anime-style art of an IRL picture of me and my fiance. That's so cute. Okay, so this is the OC one. They're so pretty. They remind me a lot of like the character design is very similar to like Final Fantasy. Do you like Final Fantasy a lot, Renata? Wave to you, amazing Aiken. Yeah, this is beautiful, hon. I love this. These are such cool looking characters too. It'd be so much fun to draw. I love the little like fuzzy ears on this one too. I used to be an FF14 addict. FF11 and 14. Oh, damn, you're hardcore. All right. I love how you render cloth. It's really pretty. Wonderful work, hun. And then this is a IRL pic, but like drawn. Is it basically drawn over, kind of? That little dumbass on the left likes to help people out, and that gets her in trouble. I can appreciate that. Sweetest Spotty, thank you for the care package. These are some very pretty ladies. Can I get some exclamation point pretty lady in the chat? So pretty. I love these. These are so cute. These are really I love this hairstyle.
Pretty lady.
That's them.
Pretty lady.
Very pretty lady. Multiple pretty lady. Yeah! Gigantified Renata! Surprise
lady.
communism! Surprise communism indeed! I love your Ara Ara shirt. Super cute. This is great, Dawn. Thank you so much for sharing. Beautiful artwork. I'm a big fan. And congrats on your engagement. I don't know how long you've been engaged, but congrats all the same.
Capitalism!
I forgot you had the pop-up. I do! Boo! Capitalism! We are getting 39 Celsius with rain all day today and tomorrow, and then a little colder with 35 and thunderstorms on Sunday, and then it's back to 38 C for all of next week. Can I have cold burger from Tao Chan, please? Yeah, here's a burgie for you. You deserve it. There's you have to not only defrost it, but like it's all the way through ice cold. Congrats, Renati. You adorable bean, you. It's true. It's wild. Since I met my partner, I've made so much more art. That's great. She must be giving you some motivation. All right. Let me actually, we're, what, 2.5 hours in? It's time to put pen to paper. For real, pen to paper. All frozen sounds dreamy right now. I'm so sorry. You're so desperate to cool down. All right, let me see here. Whoa, sorry, that's my that's my chibi size brush. My chibi size brush is really thick. Lovely Lyra! Welcome on in, Talon. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. I love your fishy Earth girl though. I can see what you like about her. Nod, nod. Yeah. Yeah. She's very cute. If you don't mind, I'll send my art in the Discord before I leave for the night. As long as it's safe for work, lovely Aiken, you're welcome to. Yeah, just put it in the art channel. I might be a bit squishy these days, but I can leg press 350 pounds. Nice. That's the way. That is the way. I might actually have to get out of the house for a while just so my chair doesn't become a pool. Oh, Kyuki, I'm so sorry, hun. We gotta get you a fan. All right, let me see. I'm gonna be going to bed soon. It's pretty much my bedtime, but I want to pop in for a few minutes and say hi anyway. We always appreciate it, darling. No matter how long you're able to stay, we always love seeing you. I hope you've had a great day. Whoa. Oh yeah, and I also have some little like coral spikies in her hair that we need to put. Been having just kind of a great time in general lately. That's great, Lovely Lime. I'm so happy to hear that. Amazing. I'm just trying to decide where I want to go. I kind of want to. Hold on, I need to resketch this area over here. This was not an ideal. So I wanted to, and then I want her to have her. And then that, that, and then Boob would be here. Sorry, I just gotta block this out, otherwise I'll not know where anything goes. Oh, sorry. I think your hand needs to be bigger. You can thank me later. Surprise click. Oh, let's go! Did you just put up one of my favorite songs? Yes! Thank you. I'm so excited. My mom can wrestle cows and horses. I'm a bit squishy lately because, well, man, I love fantasy age these days. And let's be honest, being mid-move is terrible for my diet. I inherited my mom's curviness too. Oh, Renata. That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. You bet I did. Let's fucking go. Excellent decision. Excellent decision. I'd ask Save for an excellent decision, but you won't see it on my head. Unless he brings the window over here and, like, puts it over his face. Okay, hold on. I kind of want to... How much bulkier can I make Valor's arms without kind of taking away that, like, kind of ethereal, swimming femininity? Because I made Valor's body a bit longer than most of the characters that I draw, since she's like a trident, right? She's like the Triton. Triton. She wields a trident. Because, you know, swimmers tend to have like really long life bodies. I wonder if I should actually put this arm over. I kind of like that bit, and it kind of portrays what I want it to portray. For the sake of potentially one day publishing Stardust Memoir, I renamed all your races and classes so wizards won't send the law after me. That's totally fair, Geeks. That's a good call. That's a good call. If Geeks figures out some lore, it may make even more sense. True. You know what? Maybe I'll leave that as a sketch for now, and then let me do the rest of body here so I can get a better understanding of wrong layer. Better understanding of wrong layer, yes. Give Valor some hips. How you are no longer an Eladrin. You are now a Feyborn speaker of the old court. Wow, that's cool! I prefer that anyway. That sounds badass as fuck. Can I hear everybody else's race renamings? I occasionally help geeks cook some ideas. What's better about it is I don't know what he does and doesn't adapt, so I get surprised too. Oh, that's very cool. So there are times where like we're playing and you're just like smiling behind the microphone, like, I remember talking to you about that. Ooh, another excellent song strut. Excellent decision. Some of my favorite music. I'm so hype. You can dive back in time and thank me. Don't mind if I do. Ooh, the mod founder badge looks good on you, Strat. That's crazy. What the fuck is that? What does this even say? This badge was earned by being a founding member of the Twitch Moderator Club for Mod Appreciation Day 2026. You're a founding member. We are in the presence of royalty. The new race class names: a Faeborn Speaker of the Old Court, a Cogborn Automaton Phaegineer, a Tideborn Returner Warrior of the Echo, a Veilborn Negotiator. Wow, these are very cool, geeks. I love it. My part in it, it all is relatively small, all things considered. Oh well, I mean, you got a pretty substantial part if you ask me. I'm writing a novel, but let's be honest, my brain creates like I'm on acid, deep metaphors, even when I don't try to. But that's awesome. I love stuff that makes me think. It's just not a Twitch thing. I got it for hanging out. I got it for hanging out. Strat, as ever, is very humble. One of the many things I love about him. My wonderfully humble, thoughtful, sweet mod. Modager. I think I have a thing for like humble people. You know? I think I appreciate humbleness a lot. Besides, it means I get to build people up more. I get to be like, whereas if someone's just like, yeah, I know I'm great, I'm like, oh, well, okay, then I guess you know, I don't have to tell you. But if someone isn't like, I'm fucking awesome, then I could be like, oh, Contra, you are fucking amazing. Hi, Sudaseti, welcome on in. Let me see. I wonder if I sharpen the hip bone here. I mean, she's quite thin, right? So her hip bone would stick out more. And this is animation magic, that this super loose thing does not fall down around your hips, like, completely. It would be awkward if you accidentally got naked while you're fighting people, I think. I am the most humble person in my house. Yep. Oh, Core, look at you go. Look at you go. I am the most humble, the best at being humble. Exactly. See, Red's another very humble person as well. How you doing, Cutie Court? So good to see you. How did those macadamia nut cookies turn out? Or make some bangin' bickies as well. The most humble at being humble. Yeah, the patch palette is now renamed the Humble Bundle. Oh crap, that's been taken. Joking aside, what's another thing that if people have to tell you that they are blank, they most definitely are not blank? Like anyone saying they're humble probably isn't. Yeah, exactly, right, exactly. I've had a few people in chat before. I don't think that any are in here right now, unless they're like lurking or something, but I have had a couple of people where they're like, yeah, I'm just really friendly and really good with people, and like everybody likes me, and I'm like, you sure about that? Are you positive? Because damn, I don't like that. I find that very annoying that you would be like, yeah, there's no one I can't get along with. Okay, well, I'm not feeling you right now, so you tell me. You tell me if that's true. Also known as humble braggadocios. Exactly. Thank you for the care package, Spider. If Valor somehow ended up without clothes on during combat, I feel that would be less fan service and more utterly terrifying murder machine. But God, she looks so majestic. I feel like Valan would be more freaked out about the scenario than Valor. That's a person with no self-awareness. That is true. I just accept that everyone is going to hate me. Oh, a storm. That's also not great, honey. I'm the lowest of the low, complete and utter trash. Also not true, Burnty. How dare you speak about my Burnty that way? A previous landlord used to say he was a reasonable person. Yes, because a reasonable person assaults their tenants and has temper tantrums. Exactly, right? When someone says stuff like that, you just wind up being like, I'd like to talk to all of the people that you think that of you. I am not the problem, Tao. The people that left me, those were the bad ones. Such mean people. Majestic, the way the blood arcs through the air and splashes delicately upon Valor as 3 guards are erased from the timeline. as they disappear into a puff of red mist. Speaking of bundles that are humble, posted some new raffles for next Friday. Good luck on all those who enter, and read the notes, please. Yes, you guys, Lovely Yuki has put up some more awesome raffles in our community raffle channel. If you guys have not participated in that before, it's a very special channel that I don't know if there's really any other community that does this, but this community is filled with so many sweethearts that if you guys have like extraneous unused and intending to be unused like beta or game keys or something like that, you guys can put those up for a free raffle for the rest of the community, and every Friday, or whenever you say, we will do a raffle for anyone who has reacted to it. You are not allowed to ask for anything as compensation, so it's truly just out of the goodness of your heart. But Yuki has been a regular doing that, which is very appreciated, as has like Briggy, and Cloak has done some, and Ambra's done some, and Vash has done some, and Shadow Prince has done some, and Aspen's doing a lot of art ones, and lots of very precious and sweet pals. I'll resend as shorter of a message as possible. I made a mistake, but corrected it in any way I can. I cut someone off the way home, but wanted to make it right by buying them KFC, as they ended up following me at a KFC drive-thru. Turns out they had an online order. Hey, nice, Ozzy. That's very sweet of you, hon. Good job. I tend not to trust the people that say, trust me. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. I tend to say, trust me, but I don't mean it, you know. I also query when people are like, how? You can trust me. Can I? Can I? You keep being sweet as always. It's true. It's true. We do have a variety of giveaways, a lot of generous pals. Ain't that the truth? All right, let me put a knot here. Ooh, Maid! Hi, lovely Maid. I saw you over in Save's chat. You having fun with Sweetest Save? Thank you for the sticky hearts. Delicious! Thank you for my sticky hearts, Magnificent Maid. I don't like the giant ties that I've got coming off of here, so I'm gonna keep them. Banger song alert! Banger song alert! Crank it up! Yeah, I'm actually gonna turn it up a little bit. Whee! I was trying to learn the choreography for this for such a long time, and then I realized, oh, that's right. Tao, you can't dance. What are you doing? What does it say about me that for a moment I thought of that song from Jabba's Palace in the special edition of Return of the Jedi? Geeks, I think that means you should go over to Save File 17's channel and tell him that. I need to watch something new. Give me an anime suggestion. Have you caught up with the first core of Witch Hat Atelier? It's so good. It is so fucking good. Oh, Seti, you already leaving? Which hat is on my watch list? I heard amazing things. Mostly been watching Ghost in the Shell and catching up on Star Wars. Ghost in the Shell is also really good. But Witch Hat is a banger. Really, really love it. Thank you, Ren. Me having binged 40 chapters of Witch Hat the other day for 3 or 4 hours. Oh man, I'm tempted to read the manga, but I kind of want to watch it, watch the whole anime before I do that. And I know that the manga's not actually done yet as well, so I'm like, oh, there's probably no harm in me waiting. Kay Walters, thanks for dropping in and saying hi. Have a good one. Wait, who's leaving? Oh, I just thought that Strat said thanks for coming in or something. But I guess you're not leaving. Sorry, my bad. Witch Hat, I'm told, was one of the few mangas like Berserk that was considered impossible to adapt. So I'm excited to watch it because I hear they pulled it off. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. I haven't read the manga, like I said, but I really like it. What did the child corn say to the mummy corn? What did they say, beautiful Bublin? Speaking of money, I apparently spent over 3,000 Canadian dollars in investments, which is wild to me. Wow, Clug, are you a stock market player? It's a very pretty manga. That's what I've also heard, yeah. I could buy a better PC with that, that's true. Oh, you're not? What are you doing putting all the money in the stock market then? Or I guess investments, which I guess is slightly different. I'm sorry, does it say please just give me some cheese? That's funny. Where is popcorn? Oh, that's very cute, Bublin. I like that. I like that. I actually didn't know the anime was coming out. Started reading it separate from the anime announcement. Oh, damn. Okay. Hey, that's cool. Are you gonna watch the anime now? Did you see the Pocky? I did. It's very, very sexy. Sexy Pocky. Have you shown Pocky? Looks great though, hun. Well done. Oh, it's managed by a friend of my dad. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I was just putting money into an investment account at the behest of my dad for almost a year. Gotcha. Now that I've seen the sketches before I had to briefly dip, I have already made my mind up as to who I'm gonna go to for anything else con-wise. Oh, Ozzy, you're so sweet. I would love to work with you some more, hun. I'll probably do a couple of minor changes to your sketches before I send them off to you. But then I'll get them out to you. And you can let me know of any switcheroos that you have. Think she liked it? Awesome. Wait, more Riz? Separate to that one? I probably don't want to show that one on the stream, so if it's similar to that, I probably won't show it, but let me see. Oh, Patricia Riz! Cute! Okay, that one we can look at. Nice. Very nice. Super cute. I love the cocky expression, too. That's adorable. Then I also saw... Ooh! Aiken, is this yours? This is awesome. Very, very cool. Oh, no, wait, sorry. Wait, who is Cursed Arts? Because then I do see Aiken's here. Oh, I like the hand reaching out. That's sweet. And then I see... I love this pose and expression. That's super cute, too. Well done, you guys. Well done. I'm stuffing everyone in maid outfits. I love it. I love it. Probably not. I have this problem of reading ahead and never watching it get animated. Anime is always slower paced, so it probably doesn't have the same pacing as me reading. That's fair. That's a good point. Was that Judy? Wait, who's Judy? From where? Love that some of the bands I first saw on Late Night VH1 are available on Le Spotify. Was that a laugh? It was. Hi, lovely laugh. Welcome on in, darling. How you doing? I don't want to pull out of investments at this time. That's fair. That's fair. Hopefully it's been growing and not shrinking. You know what's a banger song? I'm gonna cue it up right now because I really, really like it. It's the new Ghost in the Shell OP. Really good. Hold on, I'll just cue it up. Marilee! Hi, magnificent Marilee. Welcome on in. How you doing, cutie? It's so good to see you again. How are things going? New Ghost in the Shell AP? Yeah, it's from King New. It's really good. Has Geeks introduced you to the Dominion Tank Police intro? No? What is that? Is that an anime? I love the old Ghost in the Shell OST from the original. From Origa? Origa. I don't know that one. I probably will once I hear it, but Tank Police! Geeks. I just got my bro to watch the new Ghost in the Shell anime. It's really good. It's really good. Dude, the second episode, I was like, whoa. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but for those of you who know, you know. I was like, whoa, what's happening here? I really wanted to like the new anime about Heavy Knight because the manga is fun and it's got some good characters, but the animation style just turned me off. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry, hun. I've definitely experienced that before. Yeah, King New is great. Yeah, they're great. This is great too! Sorry, we get to crank up my music. Doing fine today. Hope you've been doing well. Yeah, doing very well, magnificent Marley. Thank you so much for asking. I'm working on some a D&D commission at the moment. Let's see. Your line work is so clean, Tao. I'm in awe. Oh, thank you, Eisen. I'm glad you like it. Just a lot of experience in being like, you know what? I think I do like clean lines. I very much respect people who use like sketch and like scribble style though, because I could never, and I think it's so cool. But that's why I respect it so much. It's kind of like watching people do digital painting. I have no fucking clue how that's done, but I respect it. Thank you for the lurk, Nix. And if it ain't for your misguided days, not so ordinary, fabulous, we poured out my soul. I'm back from Greg! Hi, gorgeous Greg! I am so happy to see you because I wanted to ask you what you thought of High Times. I've been lurking and I was like, what the fuck is this game? Also, I thought it was really funny that your face cam was like right behind the countertop. It looked like you were like, it kind of looked like you were like sitting behind the countertop like, What's going on? What's going on over there? How are you? And Hearth Health, welcome on in, darling. How are you? It's a pleasure to meet you. Welcome, welcome. You guys, this is the fabulous Neo Greg, who is rating it from High Times, though he plays another HT game, which is Hearthstone. Like this guy up here. They do similar stuff, all right? He's also a star, breakout star of the arena. You guys, this is Neo Greg, a Hearthstone arena aficionado since 2014, who has graced us with their presence. They recently ventured into High Times, but fear not, for they shall return to the arena soon. Expect speedruns, analysis, and a dash of rhythm game enthusiasm. Gonna be lit, fam, always. Hi, Cutie Cade, welcome on in. How was it? Donuts are delicious. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. What do you rate High Times out of 10? And if you say 10 out of donuts, I will know exactly what that means. You guys, if you haven't checked out the lovely Neo Greg, please do. He's absolutely amazing. He's such a sweetheart. What an absolute angel. He's so supportive of our stream. And he's also, he listens to some of like the best music. I've actually put so many songs on my playlist just from lurking in his stream. I'm like, whoa, what's that song? Add that. Hearth, thank you so much, sweetheart, for the follow. Real quick, do you follow Save File? Because if you do, I do have a little...
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, whether you like it or not. No. Tao's telling me no. Doesn't fit the vibe. Are you sure? Okay. Welcome on in, Uwu.
Welcome on in. Ooh, thank you so much for the follow, sweetheart. I appreciate it. As a dating sim, it's an 8 out of 10. But as a donut making sim, it's a 10 out of 10. I love that, Greg. Are you going to play some more of it in the future? Also, when is your next stream? Could you let us know? You guys, please do check out the lovely Greg. He's quite communicative with his chat as well. Like I said, he's also listening to banger after banger. And he does, while he starts with Hearthstone, he's often following up with like some other games. He's played like Hotline Miami, Forza. He was just now playing High Times. Do you have any idea what your future like sponsored content will be as well? But yeah, you guys, please check out the lovely Neo Greg. And Greg, thank you so much for bringing your amazing community in. You guys, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. We're still streaming for about another 5.5 hours. So we will hopefully get to know you better if you choose to stick around. Today we are working on a D&D character commission from the lovely Politely Wicked in chat. These are actually her and my D&D characters. She rips people apart, and I am useless. I am useless. I would like to, but it'll have to wait until next week. Marvel Rivals is happening tomorrow. Cool, that's sponsored too. There you go. You guys, please check out lovely Neo Greg, who's actually going to be doing some Marvel Rivals, and I know a lot of you are big into Marvel Rivals, so please check out Greg, who's going to do that sponsored tomorrow. Are you going to be checking out, oh shoot, what is her name? Save mentioned her. She's got like a vampire skin or something. She's very cute. I think she's a new character as well. Is that right? You made Jeff in Rivals. That is excellent. That's an excellent decision. Valos, thank you for contributing to the Faudian Game Challenge. Dipshitty, welcome on in. How are you doing? But yes, lovely Greg and community. If you guys got to, I know you've been streaming those long hours. I have watched them, so please go and take care of yourself. If it's like too late for you, please go to bed. Or if you're hungry, go grab something to eat. If you want sushi, I have sushi next to me. I have some sushi rolls that I haven't eaten yet, so you can have some. Or if you gotta go shower, go for a walk, or whatever you gotta do, please go ahead and do so. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. And thank you so much again, gorgeous Greg, for the very thoughtful raid. I really, really do appreciate the awesome support. And you guys, please go support lovely Greg. We'd raid into him, except we don't stream at the same time, unfortunately. Yeah, Greg and Save's communities have regular 7 to 8 hour long streams. It's true. The dedication, true. Actually, oh, maybe we'll do this. We haven't done this today, and we've gotten a couple of raids, so let's do this.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Best you love. To yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yes, absolutely, hun. It is a pleasure, gorgeous Greg. Thank you so much for bringing your amazing community, and I really, really appreciate it. You are such a sweetheart angel. And Hearth Elf, I'm so glad that you can feel warm here. That is the goal of this community. This is an 18+ stream, but not for anything lewd. It's where adults hang out and young people need a place to hang out. It's not here. So it's just a pleasure to have you, Gun. Thank you so much for being here. I'm still really confused by TV static. Is that a thing? It's called, it's sparkling water, but some people call it TV static, particularly people who don't like sparkling water. I love sparkling water, but people who don't like it will often be like, it's like TV static. Ugh. Yeah, it's soda water. But it's specifically carbonated water, which is, I think, why it's TV static, because it tastes like nothing, it looks like nothing to them, but I love it. It's just carbonated water. Yeah, it is. And this song is from Demons of the Shadow Realm. Any flavor you like in particular? I love the cran raspberry flavor from La Croix. Yeah. Thank you for the care package, Splata. I did not like TV static, but I am a recent convert to cherry TV static. Let's go! Good boy! Good boy, geeks! We can't hear the song. Wait, what? Oh, right, sorry. My bad. Hold on, I'll restart the song. I forgot that I turned it down. Sorry, my bad. I turned it down. I think something's muted. It wasn't muted. It was just way down. Sorry about that, cuties. That's all right. We haven't missed any music. This is where it was. All right. Let's see. Let's keep working on Ferocious politely. Politely, are you here? I want to know if she wants, like, abs, or just, like, a toned tummy like this. This OP is such a banger. Maybe my favorite of the season. The Gets one is good, but they used a better song in one of the trailers. I'm disappointed it wasn't the OP. I agree, geeks. I agree. Speaking of sparkling water, there's been an interesting study in Japan recently, which I read yesterday. Sparkling/carbonated water is much better than normal water, coffee, or caffeinated drinks or energy drinks to keep the mind sharp and reduce tension. In the study, they found that people who drank carbonated water were much less rude and prone to anger while playing online or working in a cubicle or even in street traffic. Really? That's fucking sick! Look, I have subconsciously known this the whole time! Also, beautiful bees, thank you so much for the 15 stream streak, darling. I do appreciate it. That's awesome. How you doing, beautiful bees? It's great to see you again, darling. Let me see. Did Tassie my question about the character illustration commission and I missed the response from zoning out? Oh no! Sorry, Cutie Cloak. Can you rehash that? Can you send that again? I'm sorry, I missed it. Gotta get that breakfast I was supposed to have a while back. Absolutely, sweetest Strat. Enjoy. Yeah, please do repost Kitty Click. You just woke up, Biz. Is it almost 2 p.m. for you too? There's also a study done of the ocean, and it has determined that the water of the ocean is not sparkling water. Therefore, the Earth is technically flat. Very good. I'm looking at your commission page for character illustrations, and when you say you can't do heavy mech, what do you mean by that? Oh, good question. I mean like full-fledged robots, or like full-fledged hover bikes, or like entire droids. You know what I mean? I'm talking like, basically what I mean is I can do an organic character that has a cybernetic eye and a cybernetic arm, but I can't do a character that's made from metal and mechanical. Does that make sense? You can prize my iced coffee from my you can pry my iced coffee from my cold, dead, highly caffeinated fingers. Your heart will still be moving. That level of caffeine. You have a shorter temper than me. That research is fake. That is true. I do have a way shorter temper than you, Strat. I think after 3 years, you've learned that. They had people drink carbonated water every hour on the hour over an 8-hour period, and then control groups which drank the other stuff, and there was scientifically significant difference. Interesting. I love that. Maybe it's because they're getting very mild shocks and pangs of like pain, and so it's like this lowering of like, ooh, ah, ee, ah, ooh, ooh. Okay, now I'm gonna be nicer. Until I joined the patch, I never heard of sparkling water being referred to as TV static. That's fair. 127, but close enough. Damn. All right, bees. Sheesh. Did you not sleep well? I'm guessing. Or did you get really good sleep? Did you sleep for like 12 hours? The closest she has done for me was the Choo Choo Ninja, which was a trained ninja. Oh my god, that was that was so funny. I hope that helps, lovely cloak. I will go once you take a break. Okay. If we carbonated the ocean, would you still be scared of it? 100%. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, definitely. That's good, because you get angry on my behalf. That's true. It's called teamwork. I learned of the existence of caffeinated underwater from a thread by someone telling the tale of how she overdosed on her underwear. Wait. Oh, underwear. Caffeinated underwear? Is that a thing? How does that work? Have you heard of the vitamin V bite-sized Vtuber awards? No, I haven't, Mac. What's that? That makes what I would want to commission a bit more difficult, considering it would be my in-person D&D character who wears fancy, heavy armor that would look a little bit more like Iron Man stuff. I'm more comfortable with doing, like, a knight in shining armor than I am, like, mech. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't have a problem with drawing, like, metal. It's, like, all of the interconnected, like, machinery stuff. Like, the stuff that actually makes a mech. I really, like... I love drawing, you know, like a knight clad in shining armor. That's not a problem. I can do that. But it's more like, you know, when you hear the word mecha, you probably don't think of a knight. You probably think of like Transformers or Gundam. I can't do either of those at all. No shot. About 12 hours, crashed at 1 a.m. Oh, bees, I hope you're feeling pretty good then. RoboTau, professional sing mode activate. Hi there, nerd. Welcome on in. Engage, you're cute. Apparently caffeinated underwear was a thing. It seems to have had issues that led it going away. I believe that. That sounds right. I will admit also my nephew loved the Choo Choo Ninja iconography, so once more, thank you. I'm so glad that he liked it, Suya Storm. Gonna commission Tau to actually draw the ship, the beggar's choice. Whatever we get, that's where the party lives. I don't know if you want me to do that. I'll try if you want. The thing is, when I say I won't do something, it's generally because I'm like, I'm not confident in that skill set. I'm not practiced in that skill set. You know what I mean? Which means you pay for it knowing that you'll probably pay more for something that isn't as high quality as you could get from someone who's more experienced in it. Does that make sense? If you give me full reign of the beggar's choice, it's gonna wind up looking like an organic, like some kind of a whale or something. Like something more organic, an animal of some kind with like 2 plates on it. The science behind that is that the fizzing of the carbonation on the tongue engages various centers in the brain responsible for attention and thought processes, and as such allows you to be calmer in otherwise stressful situations. The difference to other carbonated drinks being that the additives like taurine and such are actually inhibiting that process over the longer time period. Interesting. Gotcha. Oh, that's very interesting. Build it in Lego. When Income happens, Tau is going to be the exclusive artist for Stardust Memoir. I would love to. I'm just worried about your sci-fi stuff. Ooh. Ooh. I hope it doesn't scream. I like this so far. It's never too late to learn a new art genre. Well, that's true, but I think part of the reasons that I haven't learned it is because I don't like it. I don't enjoy looking at it, so therefore I don't enjoy drawing it. You know what I mean? I love looking at like fantasy characters and like D&D characters and stuff like that. So I've worked really hard to learn anatomy and color theory and stuff like that for that. And I even like, you know, knights in shining armor, right? So I learned how to like render metal really effectively. But I don't like mechs or sci-fi very much. I still absolutely adore that VR PC did during the session. I'm obsessed. It's so good. Oh my god, Geeks, I'm so glad you liked it so much, hun. Take us through something where I don't have to take many notes and I'll probably doodle something else for you. I'm so glad you like it. She just need to unlock the sci-fi in her head. You know, it's been a few decades and I still don't like sci-fi, so. Speaking of Gundams, tossed a silly Gundam meme in. Well, memes. I'm excited to look at it, see the still talent. Hope it's not screaming Tau-chan at me every time I hear a new Promising Metal song. Yeah. He laughs in mecha, flesh, and techno-bionic artistry. Whoa, intense. The Shire! The Shire. Oh, The Shire has a really beautiful song associated with it. It makes me feel so warm when I listen to it. Okay, let me see here. Is Politely here? I think Politely's not here. Break time? It is break time, but I'll just do a little bit more drawing first, and then we'll go on a break. I feel like I have been caught up with not drawing for a moment, so. Give Valor that sick thigh squish. Need to figure out where her butt is. Hold on. Okay, it's there. 1 second. I'm gonna confuse myself if I don't do this. Let me just. Let me
Buttons.
see here. Buttons. Sorry, double message. That's okay. You're all good, darling. No worries. Oh, I'm so glad you requested that song, Hearth. I love that song. Hunga! Hi there, lovely Hunga. I quite enjoy sci-fi, but of the lots of interesting aliens interacting variety, James White's Sector General series is great. It's all medical drama complicated by wildly different biologies. That sounds pretty interesting, actually. That does sound interesting. The Vitamin V Bite-Sized Vtuber Awards is essentially a Vtuber award show hosted and organized by the Vtuber Big Papa Lemon to spotlight small Vtubers. The reason I am bringing this up is that award nominations are open right now, and anyone can nominate Vtubers for the award, and this channel fits the requirements for small Vtubers, meaning that pals can go and you can possibly get nominated and win certain categories if the Vtuber gets enough nominations. Maybe we should try that. Hey, Strat! Hold on, let me go look at it real quick. Let's see, Vtuber Vitamin V Awards. Oh, cute. Okay. Let's see. So, if anybody wants to fill this out and nominate your favorite small VTuber, which this channel apparently qualifies for, please do click on that. I'll read through that with you guys. If you guys would like to nominate whatever channel you prefer. Let's see. It says VTubers must be under either one of the following to qualify for vitamin small VTuber awards, under 7,000 followers, which we are, or under 25 CCV, which we're not, on either Twitch or YouTube. Artists must be under 7,000 followers on either Twitter or Blue Sky, which we are. VTubers must be currently streaming. Hey, what are we doing? Artists must be currently active on Twitter or Blue Sky. I am that as well. You can only vote one VTuber or artist per category. No AI. Streaming the event is allowed. Make your nomination. Make sure your nomination is spelled correctly. If we are unable to find your nominee, your vote will be thrown out. And then link the social media platform of your nominee, Twitter, Twitch, or YouTube. Categories have been reduced to simply 8. These are Best PNG VTuber, we don't qualify for that. Best 2D VTuber, we don't qualify for that. Best 3D VTuber, that one we qualify for, as well as Best VTuber Mama, Best VTuber Papa, Best Editor, and Best Asset Artist. We only qualify for one of these, so if you guys would like to nominate us for Best 3D VTuber, you could. 3 winners from each category will remain. However, I have reduced the top 10 to the top 5. There are 2 voting periods, one for the top 5 and another for the top 3. Both will last 2 weeks. Okay. Well, if you guys would like to, and I'm sure that you have plenty of other VTubers that you would like to nominate. If you have a favorite PNG VTuber, favorite 2D VTuber, if you have a different favorite 3D VTuber besides me, if you have a favorite VTuber Mama, VTuber Papa, Best Editor, Best Asset Artist, probably Best Editor Strat if you want. But yeah, I would love it if you guys wanted to nominate. That'd be sick. Yeah, pin that now if anyone is interested in filling out the form. Thank you, Strat. I appreciate it. Thank you for letting us know, Mac. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. All right, let me see. All right, we do have to go on a quick break. If you guys would like to take that time to fill out that form, it might be a good time to do that. If not, all good. But sweethearts, as usual, we are going on a quick break. It's only 3 minutes, not too long, just long enough that if you cannot afford to subscribe, you do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about it, because for those 3 minutes, we walk away from the computer and then we return after we have run those ads. So, quick resend because I want appies! I will have to leave the pouch for about 4 hours. No! No, seriously, we'll miss you, lovely Yuki, but I will happily give you some uppies, darling. Good, Yuki. But I hope that you and your sister both have good appointments, darling. And Cutie Kate, thank you for the lurk. Everyone, please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darling, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly. I'll see you soon. Mwah. Having Valley Girl do blacksmith is so funny. I'm so glad you like it. This story, I would totally go with this outfit. So true. Passage into Aaron Keep is barred by a colossal gate, taller than a ship's mast. See that in an instant replay? Jorders, Dondu, MLG. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ, dude.
Wait, I want to get in the car. I want to get in the car.
Why no car? Why no car? No car. No car. Oh, I'm on something. Banana bomb? Okay. Banana bomb and worms. Yes, and then everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah! No! My is save a furry? Yesn't. Would suit your model. I said perhaps a 2-seater convertible like Mazda Miata. Cute. And Nick said a dune buggy, which I actually agreed more. Actually, a dune buggy would be super cute. Yeah, some kind of a like 4-wheel drive, like an all-wheel drive, like an ATV. An ATV. I love an ATV. ATVs are pretty cool. How imagine driving dragster, total ripped to ears. Not the romantic kind. They just go turn on the lights, turn off the lights, turn on the lights, turn off the lights, turn on the lights. All right, let's gate out our beautiful barred by a colossal gate, taller than a ship's mast. I will be careful not to get confused and accidentally vor the pals, Jazza. Thank you for that. I will human and animal DNA. Save's like, Luna! Look away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a, this doesn't have an option for, controller. Okay. Red Dead Redemption. Poo poo. Still have. No! No! Don't do it! No! Don't do it! Oh my god! I'll save them. Wait! Wait! No! Wait! Hug time! No! Please don't! Don't go! No! Oh. It was just a bad dream. Hug time! Look, you guys, nothing ever happened. Look, it's perfect once more. You don't even see, it's almost invisible. 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 Ah! it's on the floor. The pun of stream notification hurt my soul. I'm glad. It brought you in so you... I don't know what that accent is, but at least it's slightly different from... You're not even on a bed anymore! Light, no! Roth, I'm a dog. Makes her aerodynamic so she can
Welcome
swim
back.
faster,
I'll
but
let
she
you
never
finish your
does
words, and then we'll jump back over to arting.
Correct. Correct. All right, let me see. What?
Welcome
what?
back
Basic
to the
training. I
set.
can't even get past fucking basic training. What the fuck? Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat.
Oh, Tao is not obvious what the pals will vote for. I mean, listen, you guys may
Okay.
just be telling me that you like this stream, but you might have other people you like more, which is why I don't want to be presumptuous. You know, that's okay. If you have other people you prefer to... Oops, sorry, I was looking at Save's chat like a little stalker. There we go. Welcome back, terrific Talon, Abbies. Yes, good Talon. Best workout song. It's true. This is a banger. Awesome Aussie uppies for you. Good Aussie. Welcome back, magnificent May. All right, let me get these lines down. Oh, bro, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Hold on. Stupid. My iPad is dying so fast these days. I think it's just old. Everything okay? Yeah, kind of. It's just that we started working on actual art, like literally 2 hours ago, and I had 98% on the iPad, and now it's at 10%. So annoying. I am kind of worried about how long it's going to take to have the iPad completely die.
They need to see my crazy
Roar!
life.
Hi, sweetest to Star. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome, darling. How are you doing? This song/anime is made better by the fact that it's Jolene's VA. Tao, watch JoJo, damn it. I can't bring myself to. I've done my thing. I will go do some breakfast. Absolutely, sweetest star. Absolutely. At this point, you should keep charging it at all times. Well, that's the problem, right? I can't do that for like 8 hours a day.
I don't have enough external batteries to keep it going for 8 hours every day. My iPad does the same thing. It dies so fast. I don't like that. Yeah, it's particularly concerning when it's like, you know, my job, which is what this is. But it is what it is, I suppose. All right. I feel like that's actually leaning out a little too much. Okay. What do you use to capture iPad? Star, I use mirroring 360. Yeah, mirroring 360 is what I use. I guess you've been here before, have you, Star? Or did you come in with a raid, hun? I don't mind you asking at all. Can that song that I just added get deleted? It didn't read what I put in, right? Oh, sure, hun. Let me, I'll just exchange it for the one that you did me in. Hold on. Let me see. Is it Nijigen Kompuretsu by My Dragon? Is that the one you're trying to get at? Oh, you came with Throw and Saku. How good, sweetest Star. Pleasure to have you, darling, and a privilege as well. We love that community. But yes, mirroring 360 is what I use. I'd show you, but it's got like my my IP address on it. So here, I'll do this. There, it's this mirroring 360. Hopefully you can. Yeah, there you go, right there. It's at the bottom of the screen. There you go. But yeah, you can mirror anything using that. Let's see if this song is at all familiar to you. Clarkson's Farm used it to close off a season. Oh, okay. Oh, and that question I had for Tao, what's that, Cutie Click? Mine shuts down after an hour. Oh, that's annoying. What were you using, hun? How do you think you would go if I commissioned an illustration with the description, a giant fairy wearing plate armor, no helmet, with his wings poking out the back, swinging a magical wrecking ball with one hand at a Tarask? Hold on, I gotta look up what a Tarask is. One sec. Oh, chimera-like monster from Provincial Lore. Whoa, that would be sick. That I can definitely do. I'd probably, yeah, I could probably do that, Sam. It would probably be kind of expensive. That's 2 characters and it's a dynamic action scene and there's a lot of metal and stuff, but I could totally do that. I could do that for you, hun. Tausita! Hi there, Joyous Joseph. How are you? You have some fantastic news. Please do share. Would love to celebrate with you. Let me see. New iPad for Throne. There is actually an iPad on Throne, but I just haven't gotten to contribute to it yet. I use Throne for stuff I want to save up for as well. Was just talking to Politely about it, but have you been paying attention to the artists for the send cards each episode. Oh, for the new Ghost in the Shell. I have, yes. They're so good. I know that the first one is the guy who does Metal Gear stuff, I think. And then the second one, I don't know what else he's done, but I mean, like, I've looked him up. And wow, amazing artist. Tarrasque is either the D&D Godzilla, a creature from folklore, or the noble phantasm of Saint Martha in Fate Grand Order. There's a lot of options there, huh? I'll save up some money for it after I get through the vet bills for my cat. Okay, Cutie Cloak, I would love to. That'd be sick. That's a good use for Throne Town. Nice thought. Yeah. Well, it's just because I have such bad memory that sometimes I'll forget to, like, I'll be like, there was something I really wanted to save up for because it's a big purchase, like a new iPad. And I'm like, I don't know what it was though. So I always have to put the thing on there so that I can be like, wait, better go check the throne. What was the thing I needed? Oh, my iPad. Like, yeah. Oh, this is the Origa song, I think, that you'd recognize from Ghost in the Shell. I do think I recognize this, actually. You applied for a job in Japan and you got it? Joseph, that's sick. When are you moving? I may or may not be getting a bunch of dental work done. It was long overdue, considering I haven't been to a dentist since COVID. Oh, Cutie Caution, I'm so glad you're getting it done then. Correct. Second one was the designer for Gitsack 2045, the previous show. Oh, is that who that was? That's so cool. Thank you for the care package, Valiant Vegeta. How are you? Welcome on in.
Oh my god.
What?
Ah! Oh my god! Oh, thank you so much, Storm! Oh, holy shit! Oh my god, thank you so much for contributing to a new fountain pen and to a fountain pen case and to the Thylacine statue! Thank you so much! Ah! Thank you! Thank you so much, Storm! You're so sweet. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's so generous of you. Thank you. Thank you so much, sweetest stuff. Wait, now read the messages. Oh shit. Okay, they didn't come through. Hold on. I gotta go find them. One sec. You sound like me when I get something for Christmas. Yeah, that's what it feels like. Every single time you guys do shit like this, I'm like, hold on. Oh my god, yeah, this song is definitely ringing a bell now. Yeah, I love this song. Wow, I still remember the words a little bit too. Okay, hold on, I gotta go find, let me see. Okay, so first it was the pilot. 1 second, I gotta find it. Crap. It's the same message for all three? Okay, hold on. I gotta find why is it not coming through? Oh, sorry, Neek. Don't worry, it doesn't reflect badly on your account or anything. Sorry, it just does that. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's so annoying with this stuff. It doesn't feed me the words when a purchase is not completed. It's really annoying. Where is the little, like, it's so irritating. Hold on. Oh, you DM'd it instead? Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. 1 second. Let me see. Hal missed the foreshadowing or chose to ignore it in the hope it would go away. No, I definitely did authentically miss that. That's so sweet of you, though, hon. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's very generous of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my god, Valley Girl for leather. Let's go, lovely leather. Thank you. Oh my god, you got 2 head pads. Count them, betches. 1, 2. Yes. Okay. 1 for Vegeta, 2 for Joseph. Here we go.
Thank you. Thank you. I did the small VTuber awards. I wonder who I voted for. Let's go next. That's so fetch of you. Thank you so much to anyone who decides to fill out that form that's linked in the pinned message. That's fucking sick. It's even sicker if you decide to like vote for this channel, but like even if you don't, go support your favorite small creators. Oh my god, for real. And Joseph, I hope you have the best time at Okay. Can you go and like tell everyone how amazing they are, please? Please. Oh, and you have a link out in Discord as well. That's so strat of you. Hey, can I get a shout out for save before he does one? Quick. Guys, get that bitch! Get him! Dombe! Oh my god, he's got Dombe on my screen? This bitch has Dombe on my screen. Yummy. I'll tell Pocky I say hi. Yes, please do, Joseph. Tell Pocky that I say hi. Oh my god, that'd be so cool. So fucking fetch. Ranetta, thank you for gigantifying the Dombe. Yeah, bitch. Since I am now preparing some for a late lunch, Tao and Chat, do you have a favorite type of potato chip? Hot fries or hot or fries type for those that use different terms for the same thing? Do you have a favorite accompaniment for them? Okay, I have like a very regal palate, bitch. Okay, so I like hot chips that are like thick and soft inside, that are crunchy on the outside, and they have to have chicken salt on them. Chicken salt is the best and I won't eat it unless you have like some tomato sauce. I mean, some ketchup, on them. But my favorite like crisps, as the Brits in chat would say, are Red Rock Deli, the sweet chili and sour cream. Oh my god, so fucking good. Looking good, Tao. Politely. Oh my god, babe, I'm so happy to see you. I wanted to know if you wanted like more definition on your tummy than this. Do you like this level of like definition? Because I could give you like full-fledged like abbies. Some abby abs, you know. Crunchy pub fries. Let's fucking go. The best. So good. I'm partial for a salt and vinegar hot chips. Looking solid? Okay, we will keep it toned. They have different categories, so you can vote for Tao and other people like PNG, 2D, and more. It's true. If you have like other favorite like live 2D VTubers, make sure you go for them as well, because you can do both. You can be like, oh my god, Tao's my favorite 3D, but like Ro's my favorite 2D or whatever, right? So you could totally do that if you want, you know, or whatever. How is my favorite cheaty streamer? When someone redeems the return! OMG. Oh my god, Steve's a cutie pie. He just gave us a shout out. You guys go tell him. Go tell him that you're voting for him for best 3D VTuber. You should do the sleep thing, Incredible Radius. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I had to write a lot of NA in my submission. I don't really watch many VTubers, and they make all fields required fields. Oh, that's fair, geeks. That's so fair. I guess that is a thing that you can do. If you guys don't watch a lot of VTubers, you don't have like a favorite, you know, PNG tuber or something, you can just be like NA, right? I think that as long as you link the people, they'll still count it. Even if it's just one. Thank you so much for the vote, geeks. I appreciate it. Not applicable, exactly. But yeah, if you guys would like to use that little link, that'd be great. You would be welcome to do so.
Hey Tao, you know Neo and Tori? They said that they like your voiceover work to the point you should get an actual voice acting role, and I agree. Oh, thank you, Eugene. I do have actual voice acting roles. I appreciate it. No, I am a professional voice actor technically. I am being paid at least a few times a month for my voice. I'm grateful that you guys like it. Thank you so much, Eugene. I don't watch VTubers either. Thank God you are an anime character. That's it, Strat. Exactly. Silver lining about my teeth situation was that the dentist said no diet restrictions. That's nice. Lucky you, cutie caution. That is a big boon considering it's been so many years since you went to the dentist. So, oh, you shared some savories. Hold on. Let me see. This is so cute. I love this expression of like, it's like vaguely, what the fuck am I doing? Except he wouldn't say fuck. He doesn't curse. What the heck am I doing? What the hell? What the hell? What is this? What is happening? This guy over here on my head. This is him as a cat girl. So good. That's awesome. Let me see. Got 8K worth of treatment. Woof. Oh, I'm sorry, hun. Seru continues to be OP. It's true. It's true. Sorry, I'm still annoyed. I'm not actually annoyed. All right, let's see here. Uh, it's like Save is trying to make Naruto hand signs, but ends up making a heart instead. Unintentional love. I'm also gonna stuff Politely in a maid outfit, as long as Politely's okay with that. Everyone gets to be a maid, you too. Alright, let me see here. People keep forgetting that Serio already stuffed me in one. That's true, they did. Another banger. Let's go. Well, then I'm gonna eat one of my sushi rolls. Mm. Mm. Thank you for the care package too, Spotted. Belayan has style. I think that Valor has style. To be honest, it's kind of funny because Valor is kind of the type of character I would normally design. I love like a character that's kind of dressed in shit that aren't really clothes. Like I've always loved like stuff made of like animal pelts and like, you know, like spare cloth and um tape. Like all sorts of shit. Um Yummy. Thank you for the watch. Mm, politely, you're so right. Oh yeah, it's Hearth's song. Excellent choice. I love the song. Yeah, Strat, I always do. So I'm sure that a few of you have already seen it, but Ludwig did like went and was like the star professor at Streamer University this last week. And I watched a real teacher react to his teaching today. And I found it so funny because in it, the teacher mentions that Ludwig does this thing where his filler word, because everyone's got like a, when you're like talking off the dome, off the top of your head, everybody has a filler word. Not everybody, but most people have a filler word, particularly if they're not like trained in public speaking. And Ludwig's is okay. It's so funny because I didn't notice it the entire time that I was watching like 2 hours of Ludwig's streamer class. And then when the teacher mentioned it, Ludwig's like, he was like, wait, no, I don't do that. And he rewinds by about 20 seconds. And he goes, like, it's the 20 seconds we had just watched. And he's like, so this is what you gotta do, okay? And of course, this is what we do, okay? And again, he says this like 4 times, and I'm like, holy shit, I wonder what my filler word is. I don't even know if, do I have a filler word? I think I just go, I think I just make sounds. I don't know if I've got like a word, you know? I don't know if I go, or do I? Do I, have you guys noticed that I say a specific word when I'm trying to like figure out what I'm gonna say? I was thinking we could do the same for storytelling streams because YouTube has been extra mean with the claims. Okay, yeah, we could do that. Would eventually be cool to put to see Ernest and Trevor too. Alas, I didn't have the extra dish to put down. That is fair, Precious Politely. No, that is totally fair. Also, I think I have an even less solid understanding of how Cacto and Blue's characters look. Dosh, not dish. Is this where he mentioned to not stream Metal Gear Solid? I saw Connor comment on that. He did say that, but no, it wasn't in that. But I think in that he probably does say okay. But they gotta be words to begin with. Oh, that's fair. I think that may just have been because he is looking for confirmation. It may not be a thing in day-to-day life. No, he does. And it's actually really funny because because he's streaming from his desktop doing a reaction video at home to the teacher reacting to him. And he goes, yeah, I don't think that I do that, okay? Okay, oh, that was weird. Like, it's a really funny video. I kind of want to show you guys. Hold on, let me see if I can show you. I'm sure that I can do this for 30 seconds. Just a sec. Yeah, I'll just show you just this one section. It must be a thing. It is a thing. It's really funny. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Let me find it. One sec. Hold on. I think I found it. Okay, one second. I think I might find it. I might have found it. All right. If you guys don't know who this is Ludwig Aldgren. He's like the streamer. He's the one who started Subathon. So if you've ever heard of Subathon, it's because of him. He's the one who spent like an entire month being watched by his chat, and he got huge because of it. But here, let me show you.
Speaks well. It's like a declarative kind of tone. It's an easy voice to pay attention to.
Dude.
Grab you, which, you know. That's
So this is Lud at the streamer university. This is him reacting to the guy down here who's currently covered by the AT&T logo. But this is an actual teacher who's watching him. He's watching him watch him.
be a skill as a streamer that he has already. There's just a little bit more weight to everything you're saying when you use some hand gestures. There's one thing that maybe it comes with giving a presentation, but it's something that every teacher has, is a sort of word they tack on as like a word of reassurance or trying to convince the class. It's almost like it's a formal version of saying or in a conversation. And Ludwig happens to say okay a lot with like a question mark at the end. So he happens to use this okay a lot. Mine, I always say is
that mine?
right. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Oh wait, what the fuck? Oh my god, that was weird. That was weird. Why did that happen? I feel insecure about my speech now. If I was trying to explain something. All right, y'all. So the penis, okay? The long phallic thing. Yeah, I do that. I do that. Guys, we all know about the penis, right? Okay?
You know, I'm talking, or like I just did it there. So I'll say or right a lot in my teaching. We're going to watch this back again and listen to how Ludwig adds okay at the end of everything he's saying.
You have to communicate it, okay? So if you want to do a 24-hour stream, that is your idea, okay? What you want to do in that stream, you have to communicate to your cameraman, to your editors, your clippers during it, your editors after it, okay? Really own the entire process of what you are going to do. Don't just spark stream and expect some shit to happen, okay?
Oh my god, how many okays?
Own the vision, own the process.
It's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just something.
Yeah. Anyway, I just want to show you that because it's fucking hilarious. And I was like, when I was watching that, I was like, do I do that? Do I have like a word that I use to obviously I say like in between stuff, but I think a lot of people do that. I don't know if I've got one where I'm like, right? All right. Okay. You see, like he said it a lot. Yeah, he did. And now I'm going to hear it every single time that I watch anything from him probably. Figure out what this foot posture is that I want. If I got $1 for every time Ludwig said okay, I would be pretty rich. It's true. Ludwig was a good teacher, I must say. I watched their stream and they were good. Yeah, no, he was great. He was very entertaining and very engaging. It makes sense. His mom's a teacher, so. I don't think you have one, Tab, because usually changes stream to stream. Oh, do you reckon it changes stream to stream? I wonder if I got like a. Like I said, I think I either repeat like I just did there, or I make sounds. I make like substitute sounds to be like, I'm not really sure what to say. So instead I go or ooh. Bye-bye. You heading out, Sadie. Thanks for hanging out for a minute, hon. It's been a pleasure. I did see the video you sent me from the panel, and it's so funny because I was watching it live, but I missed the start, and I was so glad you sent me a link to it. Wait, what panel was it, Strat? The Watcholi one? Wait, I don't know if I sent you that, Strut. That doesn't sound familiar. Thank you for the care package, see to spot it.
Oh, scary.
Oh, scary. Huh, I wonder if... That might be the go. Who are you mistaking me for, Strat? I wonder who's similar enough that you're like, oh, that was Tau. I'm so surprised we chat so much, even though it's usually just work. Like, it takes a while to find stuff. Yeah, that's fair. Ah! Thank you for the goat scream, cutie caution. See that one? Hold on. Oh! Oh! Sorry, you meant Ludwig's class. Sorry, when you said panel, I was like, what panel? What panel? I don't remember sending you a panel. My bad. Okay, my bad. His class. Yeah. Okay, I remember now. It's crazy that this is the same band that was writing love songs 2 years prior. Hey, you can change your mind about what you wanna write. I should have worded that better. No, that's okay, Stra. That's okay. I was just like, wait a second. Who are you talking to besides me? How dare you? But yeah, I remember Connor, Sea-Dog VA, also, like, a few years ago, I think it's been at least a couple of years now. He was, someone brought up with him that he says a lot. And he was like, I don't, oh, shoot. Oh, no. And I think he's actually gotten a lot better at it because he was like, I really hate that I do that. And so he stopped doing it as much. But I just think it's really funny that he did the same exact thing that Lud did with Lud's. Okay. Oh. Connor Dog Virginia. Yeah, that's what I mean, Caution. That's the person I'm talking about. Connor Dog Virginia. I'm sorry, Cutie Caution, have you not been following us? What happened? Huh? What? Why? It unfollowed me? Wait, like you watched it? You like the heart unfilled and then refilled in real time in front of your eyes? I was gonna say, Caution, I am so impressed. I'm actually more impressed that you, sometimes it can happen. This goddamn bug is getting out of hand. Well, it's actually funny that you did that because before stream, I saw that one of our longtime viewers, I'm not gonna, like, call them out or anything, but, like, one of our longtime viewers who absolutely comes in here for most streams and lurks, it said that they followed. And I'm like, and it was like an hour before stream. And I was like, have you not been following? Or did you unfollow me? And then I'm like, that doesn't make sense. You were literally following, because, yeah, what? So I guess that's very weird. Honestly, Caution, I would have been pretty impressed if you had spent this entire time just organically coming upon the stream every single stream, you know? Oh, you saw it too, Strat. Yeah, I was surprised by it too. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah. Weird. Five and a half months of Tau. Feels like so much longer. How only 5 months? I know, it does feel longer, doesn't it, hun? Thank you so much for the care package, Sweet Spider. I'm gonna keep an eye on Twitch if my account unfollows. I know, it's so weird. Is there anything that triggers it? Is it like you've recently followed somebody else, or like you've, I don't know, dared to tab out, or you have 2 tabs open or something crazy? Thank you, Sweetest Spider. I like that joke. 2 parrots are sitting on a perch. One turns to the other and asks, "Do you smell fish?" That's cute. Wow, Strat. 3 years, 2 months, 4 days. May you never unfollow, intentionally or not. It's a super crappy bug that hasn't been fixed. That's so stupid. Oh, I'm sorry, Caution. It's okay. I know that you've been following for ages. All right, let me see. So that goes nearly up to... Song is very cute and cheerful. I'm still baby pal with my 2-month follow age. Eisen, and I swear to God, it's been so much longer because you have just been such a wonderful staple of this community. I'm so grateful to have you. Our truck never showed up, so I'm sending us home early. Has nothing to do, but I very much want to do art. No, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry, Talon. Yeah, do art instead. Actually needs to go further. Aw, it's true, lovely Eisen. We're so privileged to have you, sweetie pie. Oh no, more time for art. Tragic, truly tragic. I'm coming up to 2 years in a month from now. Some of you might clock in earlier because upgrading to tier 2 made it a bit awkward. But I'm so grateful for it, Ozzy. Thank you so much. I don't think I would ever unfollow. I mean, who else would deal with me? Strat, I'm too honest to tell you to be like, yeah, who would deal with you? Better stick with me. Don't even go shopping around for anyone else. But like, let's be honest, Strat, you would be an asset to literally any streamer, any company, any hiring representative that you ever spoke to. They would be like, holy shit, this guy fucking rocks. I just am begging you to stay with me, even though you could probably get paid very well elsewhere. Please just stay, no, please stay, please. Stop it, not the ooh voice.
Ooh, please stay, Strut. Ooh.
Don't you ever cheat on us, Strat. That's the right words? That's yeah, that's the right words actually. Don't cheat on me, Strat, please. Please, please, please. I need my modager, please. Recently found out Amazon sells chocolate ice cream made for dogs. Interesting. Lovely Loner! Hi, Lovely Loner. Welcome on in. What is it, 3 a.m.? 4 a.m.? Hello there. Hi, how are you? Great to see you. How long have you been following Lovely Loner? Like 2.5 years? Thank you for gigantifying this cute little emote. This cute little guy. Oh, it's 7 a.m. Oh, that's almost reasonable time. Are you staying cool, honey? I regret snack searching on Amazon. I do be frothing. Hey, I take up mod roles with the condition that you are my first priority, so you don't have to ever worry about that. Yay! Thank you, Strat. I think last week I mentioned that I stole you from Sarak's stream. Mayonnaise soup. I will not provide context. Ooh, well, I guess enjoy that, cutie too. Welcome on in. Love seeing the model move to the song. Yeah. It's a banger. This music gonna give Tao the Latina hips. Yeah. Arriba. Crashed hard at 9 p.m. Woke up at 4 a.m. Oh my god, Loner, you're gonna be tired by tonight. Nice way to fix that problem, Strat. Now Tao can't complain about you not sleeping because she agrees that she's your first priority. No. I appreciate that I'm the first priority over other streamers, not over other things in his life. We had a chihuahua who once got into dark chocolate and a cat that the cat knocked onto the floor. Housemate got peroxide down his throat and surprisingly the chocolate didn't kill him. He lived many more years as a cranky little man. Wow, that's a close call, Storm Talon, but I'm glad you guys managed to save him. It was my decision to stick around here. I am not charging you with theft. Thank you, Strat. I appreciate it. How agreed? We have witnesses. I even read that he was talking about the stream. My older dog ate a bunch of chocolate when she was a puppy. She's a black lab. She's good. Wow, Jesus. 1 kilo party pack of Allen's lollies. I'm gonna quickly scroll down on my mouse before my mouse totally starts moving on its own. The stratosphere expands. It does. Oh, another banger. Got so many bangers. Talking about contracts, we do have ours. Probably need to renew it at some point. Yeah, renew it, Strat! Oh my god, a cute little roly-boby-do-ba-do-ba-ba-ba-do. Has anyone else watched season 2 of Dantaran yet? Yes, I'm all caught up on Dantaran. It's such a good show. I love it. Did you watch sub or dub? Always dub. Always dub. Besides, the dub for it is quite good. All right, how are we going on this? Let's see. Yeah, okay. I gave Valor these like sharp kind of like reminiscent of like pufferfish shoes, boots, really. I wonder what Politely thinks. Lucky, how you doing, baby? Why be a good boy when I can destroy? Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Valor, who what now? Oh, Precious Politely. I'm almost done with the line art. I was wondering how you feel about these like pufferfish inspired spiky boots. For the sub enjoyers that don't know this, there was a musical part in season 2 of Dance It and for the dub, they got Mark Hudson of Dragon Force. They did, and it is incredible. It's true. It's true. Do they inflate when the user is scared? That's a valid question, Loner. I don't know. I'll let Politely decide. I'm just trying to figure out ways to like implement some vaguely like fish, water, ocean-y things. I'm kind of debating putting like some kind of a band around one of the boots that you can see. Doing well, Jet. You? Latam is Latino America, in case anyone didn't know. Yes, yeah. Actually, I do want to do this. If Alan finds them to be cool, Valor would be down for it, though the spiky bits curving inward might be a bit pokey on the wrong angles. I was thinking that as well, but I'm like, maybe they're low enough that they won't pokey? I mean, wasn't this your character dressing up the other? Yeah, but it's Politely paying for it, so I want to make sure Politely's happy. Very cool, Jet. Very cool. What are we drawing this time? Lovely Lana, we are doing a commission of my D&D character and Precious Politely's D&D character. So this is my character. Her name is Valayan, and this is Valor. I am a Fey Elf Warlock, and she is a undead or a reborn Triton fighter. Echo fighter. Yeah, she's pretty cool. She's pretty fucking cool. All right, let me see here. I wonder if I'm actually wondering. Hold on, I got a different idea for the boots. I wonder if I make these kind of like that, cut that off there, and then maybe there's some spikies on the. Because I do want to implement some kind of like organic stuff on the boots. Undead Undine. That's it. Undead Undine. I'm gonna be silent for a bit. Got a call to attend. Oh, good, sweetest strat. We do have to go on a break pretty soon, so I'll just finish doing this and then we will do that. Those of you who need a refresher, every hour we go on a 3-minute break to make sure that if you guys cannot afford to subscribe, you do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about missing content, because for those 3 minutes, we walk away from the computer, we run those ads, and then we come on back and make more content together. So, when we get back, we'll continue working on Valor's boots. I just gotta figure out if I like this design or not. I think this is probably low enough that it wouldn't poke. But it does look very fishy, very fish-like. I think that looks cool. Fade that in a bit more. More gradual. Let me see. All my D&D prepping, I didn't even realize that it's 6 a.m. and I don't feel like I'm done prepping. Oh god, Keys. Oh my gosh! Hello there, sweetheart. Welcome on in. Hug, it's good to see you, wonderful wizard. Ah, hearts for you. Thank you so much for 3 whole months, darling. I so appreciate it. How are you? Thank you. Thank you, sweetie pie. Welcome on in. How are things going? Sounds like geeks will be staying up until they need to sleep for the session. Yeah, oh man, not again. Not again. I'll be tagging you. I'll be tagging you in the chat again. All right. Let's go on that quick break, you guys. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is all CM Meds Reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. When we get back, hopefully within an hour, we will manage to finish the liner, and then we actually will get into our flag colors today, which would be sick. All right, my darlings, I'm starting to feel the 4 a.m. waking. I might go rest right now. I think that's a good idea, lovely loner. And I'm glad that you're good, lovely wizard, just vibing and existing. We're so happy to have you vibe and exist with us. I'll set you guys up with a boss battle. If you'd like to participate, you're more than welcome to. Prompts will appear on your screen. If not, feel free to join in on our words. And if not that, then do one of the other things I suggested. Mwah. Memories bring back you. Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. They're not the romantic kind. They just go, turn on the lights, turn off the lights, turn on the lights, turn off the lights, turn on the lights. All right, let's fade out our beautiful. Oh, thank you, Nix. Makes her aerodynamic so she can swim faster when she never goes in the water. Correct. All right, let me see. Hey, is that corn in the ground? I don't know, those are pretty leafy. I don't know if those are corns. I don't think those are corn ears. Oh shit, Ozzy just caught up. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's Ozzy and Skellington and is that me? No, that's Talon. Sorry, I can't read. Oh my god, save. Oh, whoa. Damn, well done, save, well done. That was expertly navigated, and you caught a serious trip on that. Oh, me. Oh my god, I can't believe I did it. I'm so aggravated, Ozzy. And thank you, Storm, for the lizard. Fuck, your generic speech style and total lack of sex appeal. Nishima, are you an NPC? Are you an NPC? Oh man! Woof! Savage! That'd be even more savage to lie about what he. The pun of stream notification hurt my soul. I'm glad. It brought you in, so you. It's on the floor. My cookie! Okay, well, one of them's not on the floor, so I'll eat that pit. Is there any dog hair on it? Let me check. No, it's fine. Oh. I'm currently logged in, but hanging with friends on my server. We'll travel if there's group content. All good, gorgeous geeks. I hope you're having fun with friends. What do you mean have friends besides us? I mean, ha! I will be careful not to get confused and accidentally vor the pals, Jazza. Thank you for that. I will Tauchan likes, and into the pouch you go. And stay. Forever. Exactly, Yuki. You see, you better pay up. You know the Dawn wants a coin right now. It's true. Nuggies? Where? Where Timkin Nuggies? What What? Basic training? I can't even get past fucking basic training! What the fuck? Sounds very strange. Anyway, straight. My guns! My gun slinging! Yeah! Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Ah! One more time! Pew, 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 pew. Here. Let's just. Oh, there she is. Okay. No! No, don't do it! No, don't do it! Oh my god! I'll save them. Wait, no, wait.
Hello there, my darlings. Sorry, I'm just spamming emotes in Save's chat. I have no clue what he's saying, but everything's fine.
Save a furry? Yes.
Don't even worry about it. It's all good. It's just
Mamma
my
mia. Way back on the
my,
shelf. How could I ever resist the elf?
what do I use? Microphone, pop filter. That's what I use.
If that's not Nannibal, okay.
All right, cuties. Welcome back, my darling pals.
Oh, banana. Having Valley Girl
Well
do
done,
Brexit is
and
good.
back to where we go.
I'm so glad you like it.
Oh wait, I
Very
probably
much
need
like
to
totally go with
close saves. There we go. I had his chat up again. All right. It's Christmas in July? Well, that is true. It's fucking cold. A beast for you, terrific Talon. Yeah, good Talon. And awesome Aussie. Welcome back, uppies. Yes, good Aussie. Hey there, Tinsin. Welcome on in. Good to see ya. Welcome back, Joyce Jet. Thank you so much, Kitty Soiper, for the incredibly generous 130 stream streak. 130 is incredible. Thank you so much. What's that Google Docs for and pinned? Cyber, that is to nominate your favorite VTubers for the Tiny Streamer Awards. The Tiny VTuber Awards, if you would like. If you have, I don't know, maybe a favorite 3D VTuber or something, maybe. But yeah, there's like different categories. It's like for a PNG tuber, 2D, live 2D, 3D VTuber, for artists, stuff like that. So we only fit into one of the categories. And maybe you have a more favorite 3D VTuber, but if we are amongst your favorite, or even if we're not, go nominate somebody that you really like, you know? May have to leave an hour sooner. I just realized I need to make lunch. Oh, all good, hun, all good. Lovely, Nix, uppies. There you go, Nix. All right. Let us see here. All right, I'm gonna do. Let go. You could be in an anime world with powers from that anime. Which anime world would you choose to live in? Do I get to pick the powers, or it's just like random powers that are from the anime world? Zalrag! Welcome in, lovely Zalrag. Welcome on in. Goes to the shell. Good choice, geeks. Good choice. Gotcha, next question. Oh, that's also a good one, Lucia. But again, only if you got to pick them, right? Zalrag, thank you for the merch plug. You get to pick. Okay. Gotcha is probably one that I would think of, but I don't like the. Well, I love the world for the anime. I would hate to live in it. So, probably link click. Probably link click, to be honest. I think that'd be sick. And thank you for the commission plug as well. Yeah, no, I think probably link click would be a good, because I would love to help people and the ability to like dive back in time with photos with like my best friend slash maybe lover slash maybe boyfriend would be pretty cool. Put my brain in a brain case. Give me an artificial cyborg body. This week's episode really did a good job showing the birth of a cyborg. Still not quite as cool as the movie opening. I haven't gotten to see it yet. I'll need to watch it soon. Hey, you get only one of the powers, not everyone in that world. Yeah, I would definitely be Sheng Shosha. I would definitely do that. I'm too active to want to be the one to stay behind and instruct, so I would want to be the one who's going in there and like experiencing the interactions. Hugs for you, Zealous Zalrog. Toss me into Appleseed. Turn me into Briarios Hecatonchris. I'd be a happy man. What is Appleseed, Stormtail? I think I've heard of that before, but I don't know. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that. Arm. Actually, it could be a little longer. Hold on a sec. Yeah, probably needs to go down more. Valor being asked about being shipped with their captain. Shipping? Why, yes, I do reside in the ship with my captain. Yeah, true, politely. I wouldn't be diving. I will be Anime Alexa for you. Yes, thank you, Strat. I would say I would live in the Denu Coil anime just for the cool VR augmented reality glasses, but I just realized I just have to wait a decade and they'll probably be a reality. That's probably true. Appleseed is another Shiro Masamune manga. Oh, really? The order goes Dominion Tank Police, Ghost in the Shell, Appleseed. Oh, all sci-fi, all sci-fi. Throw me in the world of DBZ, sorry, Dragon Ball Z. Cyan abilities, power boost every time on the brink of death. Hell yeah. Yeah! Save nodding, save nod. Save nod. Sweetest Save, hi! Yes, you guys, if you haven't checked out Sweetest Save, he's the guy on top of my head! You should definitely check him out. If you haven't checked him out, I don't actually know how long you've been here for, but it's clearly not long enough because I talk about him every single stream. He's hilarious, he's thoughtful, he's interactive, he's playing Hearthstone. He also does like actual physical card pack openings, which can be very exciting. Get isekai to the world of Dragon Ball, but you become Yamcha. Yeah, we can't shout out Save enough. It's true. It's true. Hold on, let me go troll him real quick. One moment, please. Oh, fuck! It's out of 38 minutes on cooldown. Okay, what if I do an anime voice turn? Someone in his chat, tell me what his anime voice turn this time is, because I can't hear it. Oh, shit! Okay. I've anime voice turned him, so he must do it. Zalrog, thank you for contributing to the Fadian Game Challenge. That's an official manga, by the way. They actually made it. I got isekai'd into Dragon Ball, but became Yamcha or something like that. It's a real official manga. Were they allowed to do that? That's crazy. Pick of Briarios and the MC Duanen Newt in Discord. Whew, these are some names. Okay, he's doing it! What is he saying? Help me understand, what did he say? People forget that Dragon Ball started as a comedy gag manga. Did it really? Toriyama loved that stuff. It was officially published as a Dragon Ball spin-off. Oh, that's funny. I didn't know that. Thank you for the care package. Hi, Precious Patricia. Welcome on in. How are you? I would choose Fairy Tale. That's probably a good one. I haven't spent too much. Oh my god! This bitch just gave me a Valley Girl redeem. He totally did it because I went in there and did. OMG! 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 You know what? Save. Can you give me? Can you lend me your Joey hair? Cause I'll just put it on my head, bitch.
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life!
Wow, they made a save icon in real life. And there he is, redeeming Valley Girl. OMG, save file. Like, you are like the best. Like, literally. I'm literally gonna like copy that and paste it live. And then it's like there we go. Eat that. Thank you, Live, for giving me the lyrics to the song, bitch. We need to get you a wig for your accents. Oh my god, yes. Wabajike, welcome on in. How are you doing, bitch? It's good to see you. Oh my god. He put... Is he putting... Is he actually... Oh my god. He gave me his Joey hair. Yes, bitch. Well, I want it in my DM so I can put it on here, but I'll take it. Let's fucking go. That is amazing. Like, masterpiece, bitch. Oh my god. That shit is funny. Oh my god. OMG. See, that's what I mean. He's funny as fuck. Nice hair. Thank you. David, you're over there, right? Can you make him send me that in like DMs or something? I want to actually put it on my fucking head. Doing good. But yeah, I want to say hello before responsibilities. Thank you so much for saying hi. And thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it, babes. OMG, I wish I could hear what he's saying. Finally got a blonde towel. Oh my god. Blonde towel, let's go. You have some gorgeous art. If you had comms open, I do everything in my body and soul to get first on the waitlist. Lacey, we do actually have a waitlist open if you would like to join in on it. If you do exclamation point commissions with an S at the end or exclamation point VGen, you can go have a look and you can like put yourself on a wait list if you want to. There's like no pressure, you know, Lucy. Let me see here. Yeah, thank you, Zalrog. Look at you go. Plugging away. I'm just like... Ironically, I think she wants the PNG to actually put on her head, but she got a great giggle out of what you just said, too. Thank you, Precious Politely. I do appreciate it. For, yes. I'm just trying to think of what I can do to, like, further troll him. Hold on. Oh, I can rocket. No, I can't. Oh my god. Rocket Man's out of stock. Savvy Fikes. Oh my god, that's also out of stock. Bitch, I can afford everything on here except for 100 points. Anyway, he's funny. He's so funny. And I love that he's fully put it's like a permanent wig now. Like it's just behind him. I think I like fucking fly, don't you? With the hair. I think so. You're kidding me. I'm so not kidding you. You want that photo file? I do. I want to put it on my head right now. Let me see if anybody's sent me anything. Okay, has not sent it to me. I need it. You like so much Jessica call. Oh my god, let's go. What if we try and convince Save to have a Valley Girl redeem? I don't think he'd want to do that. He might put that on exclamation point pass for like level 387 if you're lucky. But I don't think he would make it like an actual redeem, you know? I always go back to a short of how Supreme Kai did everything right to try and stop base revival, and the Z fighters constantly letting their egos get in the way and allowing so much of the boost saga to unfold. It's all about ego, bitch! All about ego. Thank you for the lurks, Rat. Much appreciated. Anyway, if he does send me if he ever does decide to send me the Joey hair, I will, anytime you guys put Valley Girl on, I will turn that shit on. Timer's up. I get to talk normally now. Okay. All right. Let me see here. I think actually moving these back a bit. Wait a second. You may have. Let's fucking go, dude. My boy has sent it. Hold on. Thank you so much, Save. Hold on, I gotta, let me see here. Where is it? Hold on. Hold up. It's gotta go just on top of the save hat, though. One sec. This is critically important. Yes, bitch. Saves like hiding behind my new hair.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Hell yeah. Thank you for telling me about your region. My pleasure, hun. Thank you for expressing interest. And thank you for the care package.
They made the save icon in real life!
Get the Yugi one and put it on his head. Hey, Short. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. You like my new hairstyle? Check memes. One sec. I got you. Thank you. That's funny. Hold on. I want to see if... Yes, I have done it. I am delighted. It's true. David has outed me as being so delighted. I feel like there's Look, it's he's got me on my head, on his head, on my head. I just gotta figure out how to. You look kind of different. Did you do something with your necklace? Sure did. Save. Thank you so much for my amazing Joey hair. It's amazing. It's amazing. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on one second. I'm just gonna see if there's a way for me to sorry, no, I disappeared. Let me see if there's actually a prop. I don't think there is a way to do this, but if there is, that'd be sick. Let me see. Props. Oh, wait. I wonder if I'd be using stickers, actually. Hold on a sec. Wouldn't that be cool? One sec. Stickers? Oh my god, wait. I think I might have figured it out. Could I be a genius? It's possible. Oh, yes! Yes! Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I can get rid of the Joey hair. Yes, it moves around with me now. Amazing. Dude, I'm hyped. This is great. Yay! Are you Towie now? I am. Oh my god, I so am. It's just a matter of whether you want me to be Towie with the
Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this game. Wait, what's that? What's that card? I put something in memes. Let me have a look, lovely Lacey. 1 second. In memes.
Keep it up, good job.
Oh, this is already kind of a banger. I really like when a song starts like this. Yeah, so Towie can either be what I'm talking like this, or I can talk like this, a little bit more Towie. You know what I'm talking about, but we don't have like a redeem for it. Hey, TauTassieTiger has been acquired. New SSR for the Gotcha fans. It's true. Nikki! Hi there, lovely Nikki. Welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I do like Mobster Tau. It's fun. Gold ship! Should I make that an option? Maybe I'll, you know what? You guys seem to like that one relatively well, so 1 second. I'll actually make that an unlockable. How about that? I'll put that in the, let me see here. Mobster Tau. If you know, you know. That's gonna be 1,500, and that'll only be unlockable by a week-long redeem, and we'll put that as Mobster Tau. All right, Mobster Tau is available for purchase. All right, if you decide to use a week-long redeem, unlock redeem. Oh my god, you already redeemed it. Shit, my bad. Maybe I don't know, maybe I turn it on, you know, for the week just to give y'all a foist. Yeah, foist. Fine. You get 1 week of trial. It's the free 7-day trial before you gotta buy it. All right. Can you set it up so it's instantly on there? Actually, I might be able to do that. Hold on. Let me test it. 1 second, please. Hold on. 1 second. What if I, let me see if my node graph will let me do this. 1 second, please. Okay, redeems. 1 moment. We got a sticker. No, we got YouTube stickers. I don't know about that. Not great. Maybe I just gotta put it on my, well, no, that won't work either. Shit, I'll just have to. It's fine. We'll just do it this way. We'll just do it this way. Let's see. I did not notice your redeem. Hold on. Oh, there's a web. Ooh, baby talk. Ooh. Should I talk like this? Ooh, at the same time. Do you want both of these? It doesn't really sound all that different. Ooh. Doesn't really sound all that different, Will. I must say. No? Okay. Then we'll finish this one first, and then we'll do the ooh-woos. Did you like the funny I sent in memes? It was a little loud for me, to be honest. But no, I cannot set it up so it's instantly on there, unfortunately. But I'll just it's not too hard. It's not too hard now, because I can I've got it in my sticker category. So I just gotta You give me like I don't know, 30 seconds, less than that, 10 seconds, and I can put the Joey hair on. I'll have to make sure that Steve's okay with this being a regular thing, though. Yeah, that's fine then. That's fine then. Exactly. Exactly. I'm sure he'll be fine with it, but good to check. Yeah, definitely good to check. I'll double check with him. Probably after stream or actually, if he comes in later, which hopefully he will, then we'll check. Thank you so much for the care package, Ozzy. Much appreciated. Hey, I'm hydrating here. Exactly, Ozzy. This stick is working pretty well, to be honest. I can't like obviously ain't gonna rotate with me, but it's sticking pretty well, I think. Sorry if it's a little loud. I know loud and random isn't everyone's type of humor, but it's mine, and I fucking love it. I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm glad you enjoy it. I love how well it fits on you. I know me doing it funny. I think it's pretty funny. Always great when Tao gets sidetracked for random adventures. I do love getting sidetracked. I love a side quest. You know what I mean? Only 15 seconds! Tragedy. Tragedy. I should probably make sure there's a bit of cooldown, though. Alright. And now we get to talk with the wee baby Wavwadims. Let me put a timer on for that, do Thank you, sweetest Wadu. I appreciate it, do it will be just it will echo itself, will. Oh, and I can remove the I can remove our widow Joey Wadim now. Let me just see. See, this is quite easy. Oh, wait, I just realized. Oh, where did it go? It's so tiny now, Will. Wait, I have to figure out how to get rid of it, Will. Where do I put it? Where do I put it? In the corner, Will. I also have this little guy, Will. Look at him. Oh, wait, I wonder if we just... Wait, this might... Oops. That did not work, Will. Okay, I got this. I'll just drag these over here, Will. You guys can't see them now. Okay, Will. Let's do some art, Will. Right. Oh, wait, I gotta bring the safe hat down, Will. Where's my safe hat? There it is, Will. Okay, Mogwim! Welcome on in, Will. Obbies for you, Will. Boop. It's Mogwim, Will. I love this song. Oh, is this... Oh, this is one that you guys requested. Hell yeah. Man, my teenagehood. Will. Sounds like an anime OP. It actually kind of does, Uwu. Immediately hears this song and knows every word. Yes, exactly, Uwu. Maybe we don't need the thingies to be wrapped around completely, Uwu. I don't know. Maybe we do. I don't know. Maybe we do, Uwu. No, that doesn't look very comfortable for Veywar. There's the echo, Uwu. The 2-minute echo, Uwu. Okay, Uwu. Let's see how this works when I actually whine it, Uwu. Falling people's faces off, Uwu. Exactly, Uwu. Actually, yeah, maybe. We'll see, Uwu. Veywar has beautiful, delicate hands. They are just stained with blood, Uwu. Wow, 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 wow. Officially has one more nomination. Oh, thank you, Soy Boo. You're so sweet. I'm so glad. Thank you so much, Woo. I mean, who else would it really be for me? You're pretty much the only streamer I watch, so you're obviously my favorite by default. Well, I'll take it. Thank you so much for letting me be your favorite by default, Cutie Slime. I appreciate it, darling. Be back in a bit. Must prep for one and stuff. That's right, Precious Politely. Have a great run, darling. The song request is broken for me again. Oh, shit. I'm sorry, Precious Patricia. Hmm. There we go. Well, wait, what is the thing in the back? Oh, it's the arm. It's the bicep. The Undine bicep. Oh, you nominated me as well. Thank you, Patricia. I appreciate it. And thank you for the care package, Z. I don't know how you view the game NTE, but I helped a friend who was new to it, and they made the statement, I hate getting into a game late when you know how to just get deadly in short amounts of time. But hell, it helps when I need bosses killed. I was like, okay, so I'm just your nuke, huh? Works for me. I haven't played a lot of NTE, Mogrim, but I was in the NTE Abridged that the amazing Pocket Chuck did. Watch NTE Abridged, by the way. Yeah, that's true. Exactly, Patricia, exactly. I'm glad you're enjoying being your friend's nuke, though, Mogrim. Nah. I did. I love the abridged NTE. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you liked the Mogram. Yay. I'm so glad that you enjoyed it and you enjoyed me. But yes, I'm so glad you're enjoying being a nuke. All right, let's see. God, why am I having trouble with the thumb here? The sketch looked fine, but I just modified something a little bit and it's not gonna work that way anymore. So if allowed, potential NTE abridged for pouch watch along one night. That'd be fun. It's only like what? It's not even 30 minutes. I think it's like 15, 20-ish. The song reminds me of the songs from those like top 10 blank videos from the 2010s that would have no commentary and just a bunch of images on a slideshow. I can see that. Yeah. One boss my friend was fighting was wrecking him. I get in, walk in with the new character they have for grabs and literally pick it apart. I kind of toyed with it as long as you're having a good time. As long as you're having a good time. Actually, maybe I don't even need a thumb here. Hold on. The arm's a little too... Hold on. Okay. So games like NTE and Wuwa, when I have deadly characters, I'm worse with Goku and Vegeta when it comes to playing with an opponent. I mean, you work hard for the power the power dynamic there, right? Like grinding and everything. So I think you should be allowed to do that, and you can because you're not bothering other human beings, right? You're playing with characters, NPCs that are made to be toyed with. So have at it. Hold on. Gonna call it a night, Talon Pals. Have a great rest of this amazingly cozy and silly shenanigan-filled art stream. Thank you so much, Incredible Eyes, and it's been a pleasure to have you around for 5 hours. Thank you so much for spending time with us. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, sweetheart. We'll see you on Sunday for some Persona, if that's okay. Looking forward to when next I get to hear from you. Have a good one, cutie. I included a very minor and subtle reference to you in part 3 of my Ace Combat fanfic. Hey, thank you. I'm excited to read it. I have tried getting into gacha games, but they lose me early on. I am happy that many new ones are moving away from the formula. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. Always a pleasure to be here. Always a privilege to have you. All right, hold on. I gotta figure out what I'm doing with this. I don't need to do anything with the arm per se. Maybe I just
Need to. Thank you for the lurk, Iceland. Appreciate the support. I hate gacha games, and yet I'm still playing at least one at a time. As a free-to-play player since losing income, I have a problem. If it's bringing you happiness and you're not, like, going broke from it, I don't actually think it's too big of an issue. I'm not a big gacha person, but, I understand the appeal of, like, the characters and stuff for sure. I'm one of those people that I don't like RNG. So if a game talks about how much it uses RNG for anything, you will lose me really quickly. I like skill-based or grind-based gameplay. I think it comes from my MMO time, because at least, like, no matter what in MMOs, if you grind enough, you will get it, and you don't have to necessarily spend any money for it, like actual real money. I mean, like, yes, maybe there's the RNG of like a 0.00001% drop, but if you grind it enough, you'll eventually get it, and you can do it for free, you know, if you sacrifice your sleep and life and everything else. But you know what I mean. And so, like, the spending money only to maybe not get the thing you want has always been a huge turnoff for me, I think. Always been rough for me. All right. I have previously spent money on it. I like how Geese is like, wait, slow down. Hold up, player. I did spend money. I don't like the fact that I have daily activities to do. A game is not something I want to have a dedicated schedule for. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I only play 2 gacha games and I never spend money on them. Yeah, fair. I know I'll be working late. I always log on to gachas. I plan to do dailies before work. If I know I'll be home earlier, nightly dailies. Fair. Sometimes it does help with like the like a daily like, because so many gachas do have, you know, daily like login bonuses or quests or whatever. Precious politely. I hope you have a wonderful run, darling. But like, and it can kind of be something that people look forward to. Like, I know Lav with OnStars, like, she looks forward to that every single day. Slash night, even if sometimes it causes her a little bit of stress. Which, you know, I think that's really helpful. But I think that for me, because I am so swamped with so many things, I could never put aside time to, you know, have fun. How do you do that? How do you put aside time for that?
Thank you for the ooh. Thank you, Will.
Thank you, Mokurim. There is too much FOMO involved with gachas, so it takes me out, unfortunately. I am the type that wants to get everything. Understandable. Understandable. I only really play Genshin, and I've spent money on it exactly once, and that was so I could get my husband Arlecchino. So only I'm extreme in dire circumstances I will spend money on gacha. That is fair. That is fair. All right. Let me see here. Maybe the palm is the problem here. 1 second. Actually, could that be it? Is that it? Beep 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 beep. Fina! Hi, fabulous Fina. Welcome on in. It's so good to see you, darling. I shouldn't talk about how I spent money on my gacha of choice today. Oh, yes, you should. Are you pleased with the results, darling? I hope so. I'm at least a bit more picky with my gacha now. I had spent a lot on Genshin back in the day because FOMO. Now I try to at least pick games where they don't do limited banners. That's probably a good idea. Thank you for the care package, Elsie. All right. Let me see here. I need to finish the boob. The boob and the
Also, I don't know why this is straight down. That's not right. Hold on. I gotta do a, cool. It's a skin I have been waiting to come back around for 2 years. Wow, did you get it? I hope so. That'd be so fulfilling. I've been lurking, but yeah, nice to be back. So good to have you back, sweetie. But no, I appreciate the lurk, all the good. All the good, all the, sorry, I read the boob and I think I just went the good. My bad. Yes, all good. We love our lurkers too. So if you enjoy lurking, Fanart, please feel free to. But we do appreciate having you here regardless. The boob TM is very important. Good priorities. Only thing I like about NT Gacha is it's rather forgiving and it helps you work towards the character without having to dump money into it. That's fair. That's fair. I think I guess $45 by chance more. 60 to get it? Yes. I've only spent money on ZZN and NT only because the banners were almost over and I didn't want to wait for the rerun, but now I repeat, try to minimize it to the £5 monthly login bonuses. Fair enough. We gotta go on a break and I hear my dog whining, so he probably has to go out. So you guys, we're gonna go on a quick 3-minute break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is Aussie Medsmon in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. When we get back, we'll work on more boob squish and hand on crossing arms. Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant to say. All right, love you guys. See you in 3. Oh, make sure you, yeah, hydrate. Did I say that stuff? Yeah, okay. The pun of stream notification hurt my soul. I'm glad. It brought you in so you... Oh, thank you, Nix. Makes her aerodynamic so she can swim faster when she never goes in the water. Correct. Correct. All right, let me see. Are you an NPC? Oh man. Woof. Savage. But it'd be even more savage to lie about what he is. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? Nothing wrong will happen. Cut to the scene where everything goes wrong. Hit the blade a few times and watch its color. What's this? Love those songs on my Spotify playlist after I saw it. Let's see.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Lizard! I can also do... Stickmen, show them how it's done. Show them how it's done. Done, done. Yeah, there you go.
Boss, the train's in trouble. I can't stop it! I'm on the way.
Hey, rough, rough. You see, you better pay up. You know the Dawn wants a coin right now. It's true. Nuggies where? Is Save a furry? Yesn't. Well done, Save. Well done. That was expertly navigated, and you caught a serious trip on that. Ooh, mate. Memories bring back you. Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. It's too good. You must be lip syncing. Engage, you're so sweet. Thank you. Mamma mia, way back on the shelf. How could I ever resist the elf? If that's not aggravate Aussie. And thank you, Storm, for the lizard. Fucking all good, gorgeous geeks. I hope you're having fun with friends. What do you mean have friends besides us? I mean, it's okay. You can hang out with other people. That's totally fine. I'm doing all. What? Basic training. I can't even get past fucking basic training. What the fuck?
And what's wrong?
The lights, turn on the lights. Turn off the
Hi.
lights. Turn on the lights.
Welcome back. I'll let you guys finish your words and then we will jump back over. You guys got 2 perfects in a row? Well done. Very impressive. Ooh, wow, wow. Hi there, my darlings. Welcome on back. Bees for you, Ozzy. Wait, hands, please. Ugh, it doesn't like that I have oversized sleeves. Good, Ozzy. And Nyx, Abbies. And Patricia, Abbies. Good, Patricia. Drew a blank. Hi, sweet shout again. Welcome back. I feel like Save has lowered, he has shrunk into the, where did he, hold on. I have to. Wait, that's why, okay, hold on. He has slumped. He has slumped, no. Hold on. I'll just narrow in there. There we go. Welcome back. Thank you. Welcome back, sweetest rat. Nyx beat me to the song redeem and reset the timer. Damn. Oh. Looks like we have a lot of Nyx stuff. Nyx, if you could, yeah, take a break so that some other people could redeem some, please. But then I'm eating a sushi roll again. It'll work for a while. All good. Sweetest rat. See you soon. Yucky. Okay. I got seaweed on my iPad screen. Gross! Sorry. Just had to tell you. Ooh, cottontail, let's go. Love! I love you, love. Happy. Good love. Oh, that's cute, Patricia. I appreciate that. Thank you. I like that nod.
Yeah, I think that's more realistic. Okay, cute. Now, let me see. The line art is technically nope. Sorry, I'm just kidding. I forgot. She's got her whole weapon and everything. How long is an art stream? 8 hours? Means we go until 10 a.m.? I'll sleep at 10 a.m. then. Are you gonna be able to stay awake that long, Gorgeous Geeks? Yeah, it means we've got like another like 2.5 hours. Actually 2 hours, 45 minutes-ish. Man, I can't believe we've already been going for like 5 hours. I think it's a lot easier for me to do these when I have snacks because I'm getting a little bit hungrier every single break. Thank you for having Storytime streams. This is the most fun I've had with a writing project in a very long time, and it's all because of you. Oh, thank you, precious Patricia. That Vtuber is wonderful. Sheesh. Oh, I'm so glad you like it. Thank you. Thank you, fabulous Vina. I love drawing pretty muscular girls. Make me very happy to draw. And welcome back, amazing Umbra. Welcome on in. We're almost done with lines. We just need to do her shield and trident and the rest of her beautiful long hair. So I'm just eating a seaweed salad and dancing. Mostly women are my spirit animals. Hell yeah. I'm sure I can survive another 3 hours before collapsing on the couch with Donut. You think so, Geeks? I don't want you to, like, overdo it, though, hun. Fina. Ah. You have links for art info? I do indeed. Like for commissions, you mean, Fina? And some other examples? If you do exclamation point commissions with an S at the end, or exclamation point VGen, V as in Victor, GEN, both of those will bring you to my commission page. Frig! That's okay, fabulous Fina. You're all good, darling. I have waitlist open at the moment. So as long as you're okay with being a little bit patient, because I'm trying to be better about getting all the ode art from the like the subathon like 2 years ago. I'm trying to be better about getting that, but my art helps me pay my mortgage, so I'm also taking like monthly, a few commissions monthly as well. Stay till end of stream, hydrate, couch nap with Donut, finish D&D prep, real sleep, wake up for session. I think this is a sound plan. It sounds like a sleep-deprived plan to me, Gorgeous Geeks, but I am not one to deny my dearest DM more time with me. Or more time, I don't want to deny myself more time with you. So, unfortunately, I will not be pressuring you to leave. Sleep deprivation is my process. Oh, also, another person that deserves this. Hold on. There you go. Fina adorable! It's true, Fina is adorable. Always looking to commission more art, and if it helps an artist survive, then all the better. It definitely does, fabulous Fina. That'd be amazing. I'd love to draw you. I would love to draw you. Actually, Precious Politely, 728 at 35 Celsius. That's pretty fucking good, to be honest, for 35 C. Yeesh. Draw me like one of your French Vtubers, or whatever that line is. I can probably make that happen. Hi there, hot. Welcome on in. How you doing, darling? Good to see you. Hey, Precious Politely. What do you think of
What do you think of this outfit? Is there anything else that you want to make sure? Because I know that, I know that Valan got to dress you, but I still want this to feel true to Valor. Is there anything on here that you would be do you want like one of your, like over here you have like this the shell shoulder pad? Do you want that? Or all right, you got it. It's time for another 5 minutes of Mobster Towel. Hold on a second. I just gotta, let me put my, one moment, please. I just gotta put my doughy hair on. Hold on. Just drag it over here. It's tiny. Wait, why is it so tiny? Hold on. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. That's better. All right, here we go. 5 minutes of Mobster Towel for you. You must leave. All good, Patricia. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you very much. Thank you, thank you. I hope you have a great time. And strategically placed towel indeed. Naruhodo. It's like, I mean, it's kind of a reference to this, but, slightly more, I don't know, maybe a little bit more socially acceptable. I don't know, really, but, it's an attempt. But yeah, politely, would you like to let me know if you got any other, if you're pretty happy with how this is coming out? Because, basically all we gotta do here that's left, unless you got some kind of changes, Dwellin, is, we just gotta do your weapons. We gotta do your weapons and, finish off the little bit of hair, like right here, like that. Do you have any modifications besides having the weapon and the shield up there? Any changes at all? Outside of a markings, not really anything to note. Okay, great. When we talking about markings, are we talking about like these little lines and stuff? Or was there something else that I'm missing? Cause yeah, markings will probably do in the flat color phase. They're more pronounced on the other piece. Okay, that's all right, as long as it's nothing of textural significance. I can add that in the flat color phase. Also, well done, everyone, on your boss battle. Very well done. I'm very pleased. Also, I gotta say, I really like this version of the House of the Rising Sun. You done a real good job here. Well done. Good choice. Excellent decision. House of the Rising Pals, it's true. It's the best house. All right, let's see. Politely, how do you feel about maybe putting like a I don't know, like some kind of a like I got like here, I got a I got this little like wrap here, right? And I'm wondering how you feel about having like one like hanging down here too. You know, like for your rep and maybe I don't know, in battle it's kind of come undone a little bit, eh? Hey, timer's up. Thank you so much for the mobster towel politely. I appreciate it. I will remove our little to the corner with you. I'm actually wondering if it would be prudent to this hand be in front? Would that be better? Let me see. Does that change the vibe at all? Glenn can grab it to stop her from making a bigger mess. We need this one alive, Velo, honey. Yeah. I don't know. Do you have politely? Do you have an opinion? Here, let me actually make 2 different versions of this, so it's easier to keep up with. One sec. Oops. All right, precious politely. You got a second? Do you like this hand in front, or do you like this hand in front? You have a preference? Nikki, you gotta go to bed. All good, darling. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate the support. And thank you for contributing to the movie night. We'll see you later, hon. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. No preference. Okay. I will make the decision then. I see. That's interesting. Hold on. I actually don't have a preference either. I'm not sure which one I like more. Should I hand it off to the pals? And if you guys tie it, then I just go, I close my eyes and I go boop, 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 that one. Needs an alt version when you're done with a slightly blurred duplicate of Veilord or Echo. Oh, that'd be so cool, actually. When can we expect the TauTassie Whaler redeem? David, it's actually called Mobster Tau. You can actually get it now if you want. Politely just redeemed it 9 minutes ago. So you can redeem it too, and that'll put my Joey hair on. I do need to make sure that's okay with save that I use his PNG though. It's very kind of him to allow me to play with that. Just gotta make sure it's okay. Continuing. He will not care. You know, Fina, I think that's true, but I am nothing if not thorough about people's boundaries. So I'll ask him next I see him. I do like the emphasis on not. He will not care. Actually, is this one growing on me? Not talking on his behalf, but I'm extremely confident he will be okay with it. Yeah, that's fair. But I'll still ask. I'll still ask. Okay, I'm gonna put a poll up. You guys, please. It's gonna be for 1 minute, so you have to tell me. For this commission, we've got left hand or left. I could put left arm front or right arm front. So, actually, I'll give you 2 minutes. So this is right arm front. This is left arm front. Okay, which one do you like more, pals? Can you vote? So left arm front, right arm front. This is right arm. This is left arm. So we're on left arm right now? Or do you prefer right arm? Do you feel like you're at the optometrist office? 1 or 2? 2 or 1? So this is right arm, left arm. Right arm.
Feels like just yesterday I was at 12. Man, time flies when you're having fun watching TauTassieTiger Raccoon.
Hi, Acceptable X. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for 13 months. I so appreciate it. Thank you ever so much for the support, hon. Thank you. I really appreciate ya. Thank you very much for your generosity and support. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. So you guys, you are leading with right arm front, which is this one. This is right arm front. This is the preference, it seems, as opposed to left arm front. If we get an overwhelming support for left arm front, we can do that instead. I just can't pick. So, this is left arm front, right arm front. Looks like you guys really want that right arm front. Okay, easy. I think I agree. I think I'm agreeing. Thank you very much for helping me out, guys. Been on a binge of medical Sherlock lately. Highest MD. I'm no medical expert, but even I know so much of what they say is incorrect. Shows about people in professions like doctors or cops really need to bring in factual experts. Someone like Dr. Mike. I do love Dr. Mike. Being right-hand dominant, right, feels natural. That is fair. That makes sense. Actually, that's a good point. Thank you guys for your help with right arm front. Right looks better, more natural. Yeah, I think I agree. I reckon I agree. All right. So now let me just finish up her hair, and then we got, I'm gonna make this trident even bigger, I think. Because right now it's this long. I think I want it to be like down here. Truly terrifying. What would you do without a Tau? I don't know. That's why I hope I never have to find out. My precious pals are too precious to me to find out what I would do without them. Politely, am I allowed to post this speed draw on the Patreon when it's all done? Fried rice or pasta? I like fried rice. How long is the trident? Yes, exactly right, 100%. Bruh, this song's a banger. Holy crap. Okay, all right, sorry, this is a... long enough that I can flip a man over and be used as an oar to steer said man across the floor. We call that move the human kayak. An advanced move. An undying lore. All of the Sherlock-esque shows, nothing beats Psych. That is the right way to do a spoof of Sherlock. I do love Psych. You found this song in this AMV competition. That's awesome. What was this, what anime was this song associated with? I don't think I like that. I wanted it to be like the underside of the hair, but it's not the right paper, so we'll just do it this way. Fine. Fried rice it is. Lunch prep can now begin. Go, Strat, go! The wound getting impaled by a coral trident sounds so nasty. Yeah. Ugh. Tamago gohan. Fried rice, though it's always a solid choice. Fried rice with egg. Oh, associate with Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid. That's so funny. I don't know if I would associate that song with that show, but I've only seen the first season. I couldn't get past the like first episode of the second. It went like fully fan service mode and I couldn't handle it anymore. All right. All right. Oh, I also need to put your cute little coral things, like a little crown. Did I already give you a flower in your ear? Behind your ear? Oh yeah, on top of your ear. Now I have to mirror this. Fuck! Valor uses headbutt. Owie! Yo, if you ever finish anyone off with a headbutt, you can be like, oh yeah, so my coral antlers impaled him. It's super effective. Coral is sharp, it's true. Imagine doing the background as the quarters, and between each stream you have to add more because Valor keeps finding new trinkets. That'd be so funny. Tao, remember when you wanted to hear an Umbra Uwu? I have the clip with his permission. Do you still want it? If you want to send it to me in DMs, hon, I will absolutely listen to it. Don't have to mirror things if I'm properly lazy. Maybe I can just flip it. Yes. Yes! Yeah. Excellent. Looks like it's working. Looks like my plan is working. Okay, only if Umbra says yes, though. I didn't realize that Umbra was not thrilled. Good lord, I forgot I need to plan multiple gift shops for each planet so Valor can keep acquiring trinkets. Yeah, don't forget that. Make sure that she gets a, she needs a horse on the next one. I need her to have a horse one. Sent the DM. Why do you have this object of madness, Nyx? Nothing good comes from that. You brought madness to us all! Umbra, am I allowed to listen to it? I won't if you don't let me. If you are not okay with it, I will not. Hmm. I was already planning a gift shop with small ceramic horse figurines. That's so cute. I'm trying to decide if Valaine is like horse obsessed. And if she is, which I think she probably is, but I'm trying to decide if she's like horse obsessed, like outwardly so, like me, or if she's kind of like, oh, horse. I mean, yes, that's a fine looking animal. I haven't decided. Yes, it isn't good in the slightest though. Nick's got what they asked for, a bad uwu. Okay, if I'm allowed, then I will go listen to it. I love it. I love it. That's so cute. Oh, whoa. You did great. You did great, Umbra. I loved it. Thank you so much. Best 800 points I've spent on Uru. I'm so glad that you loved it. That's so cute. Guess we'll figure that out when you encounter the first horse of the campaign. I suppose so. It is an object, it is object madness, I tell you. Curse should be cast to the abyss where it belongs. Never, never. I don't think Valaine can be 1-to-1 to Tau. Valor might be a bit disappointed if Valaine feared water on Valor's level. That's true, actually. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, no, Valaine, I don't think Valaine's afraid of water, like, almost at all. Yeah, I don't think she's got any bad association with water. I do, but I do wonder if, I'm just trying to decide whether it's, like, the break from character, the whimsical break from character to be like, oh my gosh, it's a horse! I mean, can I pet it? We can figure that out this week, considering you just reactivated Great Lake. That's true. That's true. I don't know how good of a swimmer I am, but luckily, she's a very good swimmer. The uwu reminded me of Flow Rider's low. Uwu. Low, whoa, whoa. Oh, I could hear it actually, Sly, but you're absolutely right. Yeah, no, I can hear that. All right. Ironically, Valor isn't much of a better swimmer than anyone else in the party. Wait, aren't you like literally a fish person? Wait a second. And actually, it would be quite ironic, but understandable based on the little I know about Valor's past, that she would be kind of afraid of water. I didn't exactly carry over swim speed being reborn, unless Geeks just wants to give that to me. Oh, that's fair. Oh, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. All right, let's put another. maybe. That might work. Whoa. Sorry, I didn't realize it's so thin here. Anyone else having issues with Twitch this stream? I've had to refresh like 10 times due to the player hanging. That's not over, a lot over nearly 6 hours, but it's definitely not normal. That's very weird. I don't have any, doesn't look like I've got any dropped frames, but is anyone else having that issue? Save had a big disconnect yesterday. I felt so bad for him. Yeah, I hope that it's not, like, contagious. Just started pouring here. It felt like I turned on the rain by flipping the light switch. What a coincidence. That is a coincidence, Strat. Wow. Rain can be so peaceful, but yesterday was pouring here, and I got home and my dog was, like, drenched. Corpses are really good at floating. That's a good point, Umbra. That's actually a really good point. Oh, it's your song! One of the inspirations for Stardust Memoir. I like it. I'll be AFK trying not to burn stuff. If you do burn stuff, you got rain to simmer it down, hey? Not having any problems? Okay, cool. I've had a problem with Twitch lately, but half my clips seem to have disappeared. Oh, that's weird. Maybe just ye old British internet. Do you like that really garbage accent? Ye old British internet. That's how my dad's like, that's how a British accent works. I'm like, no, it's not, Dad. But that's like his perception. I'm like, fuck, dude. I'm never gonna get you to not like, that's not how British people have ever sounded. But they show on mobile? Isn't Twitch mobile itself meant to be scuffy a bit? Yeah, but that sounds like scuff all over the place anyway. Fuck is that? Oh, that's the that's the right side. Okay. This is one of the solo songs by Bruce Dickinson, frontman of Iron Maiden. And oh, I like this. I like this. You're just your end had no problems with this side of England yet, at least. I honestly think some places have bad internet and some places have great internet. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, Australia is kind of notorious for having shit internet, despite having been the ones to invent it, which kind of sucks. But like it's really, really bad in some spots. All right, let me see. What is this song about? If you happen to know. Yeeks. Could just be my ISP not expecting me to be awake. Trying to make a clip on Twitch mobile a few days ago, and it crashed on crashed Twitch and Discord. Whoa, yikes! Very powerful clip. Powerful clip. All right, let me see. Oops, I forgot to get rid of this part. I like your little crown here. Spiky, angy crown. I like that. Be careful when patting her head, Valant. That's true. I should be careful about that, shouldn't I? It's a little bit space travel, literal, and a little bit human condition metaphorical. Ooh, interesting. I like that song. It's on my like list now. All right. Let me get... I want this to look very organic, so I'm actually not gonna do a line correction here, and I'm intentionally gonna make this a little bit shaky. I will, however, do this. There we go. All right. Speaking of being awake, I shouldn't be at nearly 8 a.m. Oh, shit! Yeah, you should definitely get some rest, cutie Cyber. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest of dreams. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for helping me out by the nomination in the pinned message as well. I really appreciate it. Be careful when patting her head. Oh, no head pats? Maybe just really carefully with Valor. Probably need to roll acrobatics or something. Survival check on patting the coral crown. Careful head pats. Yes, yes, yes. I do have some very philosophical, introspective Iron Maiden songs to send you later. I can't request any of them because Iron Maiden don't really do the whole sub 6-minute thing. That's a good point, hon. But yes, I would love to hear them. um, well, I can't be 100% counted because mine doesn't come for a normal internet source. It actually comes from the cell phone tower via the Verizon Internet Gateway. Oh, interesting. When you said no head pats, Tom, my Twitch froze for a second. That's funny. No, I would never remove our head pat regime. Don't worry. I could never allow such a thing. Me, without the opportunity to receive head pats. Not in a million years. I kind of want to get one of those with our next model, which I want to be live 2D. I kind of want to get one of those head pats that's less of like a pat on the head and more of like the like face cradle bit. It's so cute. When I've seen people who have that, I'm like, that's really cute. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Yummy. Chin scratcher team win. That'd be cute too. Politely, how do you feel about this kind of like otherworldly, almost like I wanted the trident to kind of look like it's been sitting at the bottom of the ocean for a long time, and you know how coral tends to grow like up. It almost looks like it's been engulfed in it like this. Do you like that, or is it too? I kind of assume that she knows where to put her hands so that she doesn't get spiked, but like then the whole thing is this brutal ass super sharp weapon. I have a cell phone connection, I have internet, but if the tower goes down, it's a neat adaptation. Got to be careful where to hold it for sure. If you like it, I'll keep it. If you don't, I can change it. As someone who hasn't ever really followed or watched many VTubers prior to meeting Tao and Politely for D&D reasons, have I mentioned how weird it is to have a dream of running an in-person at table D&D session and have Tao and Politely just be VTuber models in real space? Broke my brain. I love that. That's really funny. That's really funny. That's so cute. I having spent so much time online growing up and not knowing what people actually look like, I have gotten so used to seeing people's like avatars and dreaming about their avatars. Yeah. Meeting real Tao would be so cool. Real D&D would also be neat. That would be really cool. Would it help if I Briggy, would it help if I showed you the actual picture of my hair? Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Um um mm, mm, mm. Here, this is what my hair looks like. There you go. See? Do you see the resemblance? There you go. You can imagine my VTuber model with that hair. Is that helpful? Hey there, Otendo. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome on in. All right. We do have to go on a quick break, cutie pies. Just about 3 minutes. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darling, this is also your math reminder. In case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I'll see you guys in 3 minutes, and we will continue working on this then. And I reckon maybe in the next hour, if we're lucky, we will get to the flats. We'll start on flats. Now I'm just going to have mental reference for real hair and 3D model everything else. My brain cannot adapt to this newfangled online world. Time to go get a wig. I am going to impersonate you, and by that I mean when people want to see how you look from behind, it will be me with a wig. Let's do it, Strat. Sounds good to me. Sirisaritza! Oh no! I'm so sorry you're sick, sweetheart. I hope that you feel much better soon. Please get some good rest. I really appreciate you coming in. But please never feel obligated. Please get some really good rest, okay? Like I said, we're gonna go on this quick 3-minute break, but Sooty, please take good care of yourself, darling. We will be back soon. Mwah. What? Basic training. I can't even get past fucking basic training. What the fuck? Red Dead Redemption. Pill. Still have. I'm glad. It brought you in so you. Protogen. That's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it. A little bit. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Siv's like, Luna? Look away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a, It doesn't have an option for, controller. Okay, I do the save dance. I need a ruler. I need to actually measure my swords. I would love to know how big your sword is. Wait, that sounds very strange. Anyway. Correct. All right, let me see. I've got it. This overwhelmingly forgettable appearance, generic speech style, and total lack of sex appeal. Nishima, are you an NPC? Are you an NPC? I can also do...
Wow. The rocket is long.
Wait, I want to get in the car. The car.
Why no car? Why no car? No car. Stickmen, show them how it's done. Show them how it's done. Done. Yeah, there you go.
Boss, the train's in trouble. I can't stop it! I'm on the way.
Gun sound, right? Banana bomb? Okay. Banana bomb and worms? Oh, banana. Force gun.
Hey, there's a button on.
Oh my. For context to Nix's question, me and Nix have been discussing in the VC what type of vehicle would suit your model. I said perhaps a two-seater convertible like Mazda Miata. Cute, and Nix. I will be careful not to get confused and accidentally vor the pals, Jazza. Thank you for that. I will. You see, you better pay up. You know the Dawn wants a coin right now. It's true. Nuggies? Where Timken Nuggies? Straight. My guns slinging. Yeah. Aggravate Aussie. And thank you, Storm, for the lizard. Fuck. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? What? Basic training. I can't even get past fucking basic training. What the fuck? Weird. Let's just. Oh, there she is. Okay. No, don't do it. No, don't do it. Oh my god. I'll save them. Wait, hug time. No, please don't go, no. Oh. It was just a bad dream. Hug time. And that was expertly navigated, and you caught a serious trip on that. Ooh, me. Nothing wrong will happen. Cut to the scene where everything goes wrong. Hit the blade a few times and watch its color. What's this? Ouch. What was the point of that? Not the sharpest idea. Gonna pin the blame on you for that one. Did you really needle that money? That one wants a strat. Memories bring back you. Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. And then everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah, no! My Tau-chan likes, and into the pouch you go. And stay. Forever. Exactly, Yuki. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? I'm currently logged in, but hanging with friends on my server. We'll travel if there's group content. All good, gorgeous geeks. I hope you're having fun with friends. What do you mean have friends besides us? I mean, it's okay. You can hang out with other people.
Hi, cuties.
That's
Sorry.
totally
I was trying to get my
fine.
dog to come back inside because it's raining. He didn't want to.
Do blacksmith is so
But
funny.
now
I'm
he's
so
back,
glad you like it. This story would like totally.
Welcome back, sweethearts. I'll let you guys finish your
So
words.
true.
Then we'll get back to Orting.
Passage into Aaron Keep is barred by a colossal gate, taller than a ship's mast. It's on the floor. Oh no! My cookie. Okay, well one of them's not on the floor, so I'll eat that pit. Is there any dog hair on it? Let me check. No, it's fine.
You are always missed. I miss you guys more, cuties.
Yesn't.
And then once you guys finish
Turn
this,
on the lights, turn
send
off
me
the
your
lights, turn on
rain.
the lights,
In
turn
fact,
off the
split it
lights,
between
turn
me
on
and
the lights.
Yuki. I demand winter. You know, rain does not
Alright,
necessarily
let's
mean
a
cold.
beautiful kiss, and then,
Here it does, but
everybody
not
goes,
necessarily all the time.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Ah! No!
Well done on your words, my darling pals. Boop. And let's head back here.
Oh, banana.
All right. Hello. Oh, sorry. I have a save hat, and 1 second. I'll give you guys uppies, and then I'll turn the thing off. Uppies. Yee! Good Aussie. See the strat. Welcome on in. Or sorry, welcome back. Nick Smith Slash Jam Slice Uppies. It's England. Rain means cold. That's a good point, Kings. Umbra uppies. Yee! Good Umbra. All right. Let me just turn this. Wait. Oh. Wait. Wait. Oh. 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 Welcome on in. Oh my gosh. Hi, sweetest Seth. Welcome in. How are you
They made the same icon in real life.
Wow, they totally did. Hi, welcome in. How are you doing? How was your stream? I had fun stealing your PNG. Hey, Save, can I keep your PNG for hair? I promise to only use it when Mobster Tao. When Mobster Tao is requested. You guys, in case you haven't heard enough about him, this is the sweetest. Wait, okay. Okay. Wait. Okay. All right, you got Mobster Tao. Can I keep this for Mobster Tao, please? As a treat, please. Welcome in, Raiders. How you doing? Raiders, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool, I guess. But like, if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. I'm a professional artist. We're working on a commission. It's D&D themed. If you like D&D, then maybe you like this, hey? But Save, how you doing, bud? It's so good to see you. This is the amazing Safe File 17, who have graced us with their presence, fresh from the Hearthstone arena. This streamer bequeaths us with their legendary skills, having conquered the leaderboard over 50 times. The streams are a delightful blend of card-slinging prowess and noidy banter, traversing galaxies far, far away. Truly a realm worthy of your attention. It is true, it is true. Damonara, Save, Maid, welcome in. Please have a seat. Politely, thank you so much for coming in with the raid. Strat, thank you so much for coming in with the raid. What is that quest, pal? Wouldn't you like to know?
He's a secret. Scary. Ain't he scary? He just disappears. Welcome back, Umbra. I don't know. I'm pretty deliriously upset that you can actually get Joey's hair to follow you when I can't. That is a valid upset, my friend. Please forgive me. I'll try and do my best with your... Awake with your model mama to make your model a little more adaptable to additional accessories. Poor Joey, he was such a good boy, but after his visit to Taz, he ended up a mobster with an Italian accent. Where did it all go wrong? What was lost in translation? What in the... Mobster Tal can call me Dame any day. Ah, you are a fine dame, my dear. Thank you so much. The most important thing was that we won the final match when they played the most important card in the current game 14 times. Is that real? I have my doubts. Is that real? Is that possible? I don't even know. 14 times! That seems like a game-breaking bug. I didn't think any game was like, hey, I have 14 copies of this one card. No? How's that work? See you in that Coist pal again. I want a keychain. Or plus. It is Coist. It is Coist. Let's have a closer look. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Too bad Seru's not here. Seru's the one who made this Coist little bastard. Ain't he pretty cute, though? In his own freakish way. And he's gone. Oh my! We are working towards a plush, but that's only possible if Tau agrees to the quality of cotton used in the plush. Well, it's more about sales, but yeah, that too. You guys... You gotta follow Save File 17. I ain't had my time yet, my time in the sun to shine. And talk to y'all about how amazing this man is. He's absolutely incredible. I don't sound very amused when I talk like this, but I got no choice. I got 3 whole minutes of this left. I hope you can tolerate it. You guys, Save is dear friend of mine, dear friend of the channel, obviously an incredibly supportive and sweet streamer. He's also been very well known to raid into many smaller streamers just for the sake of helping them out. It's pretty impressive, that level of generosity. And we were talking about people who claim to be humble. He ain't one. I just call him humble because it's true. If there was a humbleness award, I'd give it to him. But seriously, he's very fun to talk to. Trust me, he'll often have hundreds upon hundreds of people who are watching him, and he'll still make sure he didn't miss your chat. And it's amazing because he remembers you. He remembers you the whole time. He remembers you. He remembers you stream after stream after stream after stream. If you get pulled away because you, I don't know, went into a coma, he'll remember you when you come back. It's pretty amazing. He's also real funny. He makes me laugh all the time. It's crazy. Also, he is responsible for this hat. This is my save away from home, save Joey hat. Thank you so much for letting me use this PNG. Thank you for the Mobster Tau request, Ozzy. This is how I normally sound, in case you guys don't know. It is real. It was a very odd match and very confusing game to not lose. We looked omega doomed. Hope the stream here has been good, even if I was sort of here. You were very much here, weren't you? I really appreciate it. Oh, here, hold on. I have to remove my Joey hat. Oh god. That's fucking nightmare fuel every single time. Hold on, I gotta move. Okay, you gotta get out. You gotta move. You gotta get out of the way. Oh my god, please. Now, where have I seen that hair before? That's a valid question. Soon you won't see it at all. Welcome on in, Gasconadar. Am I saying that right? That pal is just me. The creature Tau has a prayer. Isn't it cute though? But yes, you guys, Save is mainly a Hearthstone player and streamer, but he does a lot of other stuff as well, particularly for like sponsored content. But even yesterday on his Save File Variety channel, which is literally Save File Variety, sorry, That's what it's called. Save file variety. If you're not following that and you aren't like a big fan of Hearthstone and you also for some reason don't want to just organically hang out with him, which you should because he's awesome to hang out with, you can go follow Save File Variety, and he plays a lot of other stuff on there. Like yesterday he was playing, once that disconnect happened, that sucked. I'm so sorry about that still save. Yes, he was playing, what was the Star Wars Outlaws? Thank you. I was like, it was a Star Wars game. Star Wars Outlaws. He was working on like a DLC. Let's see. He also, like I said, he does a lot of like sponsored content as well. He watches movie trailers sometimes. He plays Neverness to Everness sometimes. He plays Forza sometimes. He plays Angry Birds 3 sometimes, 2 sometimes. He plays Roamstead and gives away Roamstead to Pine sometimes. Are you gonna do the Marvel Rivals thing this week? I've heard that there was a Marvel Rivals thing from Greg came in and said he was doing it. So, Pine, the eternal winner. Rivals! Make sure you follow Save, because he's gonna be probably playing some of that too, I reckon. And like I said, Save is also just such a fun person to talk to and vibe with. He's like one of the coziest people that I have met on this platform. That's like not actively ASMR, but you could totally lower your heart rate to his voice and his demeanor. He's very down to earth, very pleasant to talk to, very pleasant to listen to. He's just a really exceptional vibe if you are a super high energy person who cannot stop going like me. And he helps you stop going. He's just like, okay. Anyway, that's how I feel when I'm hanging out in his stream. And like I said, he's also fucking hilarious. I'll be like alone in my house and be like cackling up a storm more than any stand-up comedian because he is very funny. He does like this callback humor that really gets me. I don't know, it's so good. He'll bring up something from like the start of stream, and if you were there for it, then if you know, you know, right? Like everyone else who's only been here for the last 30 minutes will be like, huh? But then you're just like, I'm in! I've got this joke! I get this reference! What other stuff are you gonna be doing soon, Sweetest Save? His next stream, by the way, you guys, is gonna be about 18 hours or so. Hopefully he will be playing some Hearthstone, followed by maybe some Marvel Rivals. Let's see, that's Saturday or Sunday. Okay, yeah, so that could be tomorrow or the next day. We'll see if I suck with Jubilee or not, and not just because she's a vampire. I was gonna say, nice pun! You are deserving of this up. For any of Save's wonderful community who has come in with the raid 10 minutes ago, sorry, I never shut up. Hi there, I'm Tau. If you would like to feel more at home, give me a follow, and I have a specific save file 17 follow alert. I'm just saying, you can follow and then unfollow. That's fine too. I want to show you guys, but if no one follows, I can't do it. So, he also has some commands, voice commands here that you guys can trigger by doing exclamation point buttons, exclamation point Yugi, exclamation point good job, exclamation point keep it up.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
There you go. And if you redeem Mobster Tau, I will wear the Joey headpiece. I think slowly Save is taking over my stream. And yes, no ASMR. Don't go there and request purrs, or maybe do. He probably has a Tau purring clip. Actually, he probably does. That's the other thing. He has an entire VTuber army, and I am a part of it. Exclamation point rank. I am the top ranking official in the VTuber army, yes. Yeah, I'm the General Lieutenant Admiral to the 10th Power Cadet Recruit Captain Commander Sergeant Master Chief in the Safe File 17 Army, possessing fire and wind and water and earth and light and dark elements, time and space manipulation, and saving power too. It's true. However, I don't save 17 times, I only save once. Maximum twice. That is as far as my powers go. Save also has a genuinely indescribable library of clips. Infinite. Truly infinite. I think that you could go in there and be like, episode 3 of Home Improvement, timestamp 1623, and you'd be like, boop. I make myself laugh. I I would do it, but I refuse to give up my folly date. Damn it! That's fair though, Save. Good call. It's true. Save has a clip for every situation. It's amazing. And he's got a ton of VTuber clips. You see Politely in here, Fina, Renetta, Vix, me. Like, go on in there. He's got fucking, I think he's also got like Storm and Umbra and Lav and I don't even know. Like, he's got everybody. I think he's probably got at least one clip of every single VTuber on the platform. An army of VTubers. It's true. Seahorse, true. Tons of Seahorse. You can ignore that Politely one. There's a lot of Politely ones and none should be ignored. He has so many. He does have so many. But yes, you guys, please just drop by. Give him a chance. Give him like 20 minutes of your time tomorrow. I guarantee you will have a blast. And just talk. Just say something, you know? He's super friendly with lurkers as well, so that's also fine. But if you really want to get the full experience, I feel like you should definitely say something. Just say a little hello. He'll be like, hello, how you doing? And then you follow and he goes, excellent decision. But he doesn't say that necessarily. He pushes the button where the captain says, excellent decision. He probably will get one of Yuki too. Probably true. Oh man, what a wild episode. What a wild episode of Home Improvement. That was the one where the kids kept talking about getting high and Tim had to sit down and have a big talk about drugs. But then it turned out they just borrowed a friend's trampoline. Then he gave it more power and bounced up on the roof. What a classic. I remember that so vividly. Thank you for my song, Precious Polite. I'm sorry I was talking over it. But yes, you guys, please check out the wonderful SafeFile17. He's very, very kind to share his absolutely massive community with, like I said, with me, with other VTubers, with other smaller streamers. Like he's a very generous and kind person. And he won't say that because he is one. I know that sounds a little bit, but if you think about it for more than like 1 second, it's like what we were talking about earlier. So say we were talking about how people who say they're humble or who say everybody likes them or who say that they're trustworthy or who say that they're like a good person or whatever, probably aren't because these are things you don't get to decide, right? And Save is all of those things. So I think that you should definitely go and hang out with him because he won't tell you to do any of that. In fact, he may tell you to do none of it because he doesn't want the responsibility of being trusted or friendly or humble. But he is. He's very sweet. He's a lovely, lovely guy. So please, please, please go give him some support. Also amazing. Thank you for the thank you. Time for sleep, Swedish Shadow Gun. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. I will 100% back up that claim. Not biased in any way. You're allowed to be biased. You're allowed to be biased. These are entertainers we're talking about, and there were some people who click and some who don't, but I actually can't think of a single person who doesn't click with Save. He is a delight. There's only 3 people who like me. You, Tim Allen, and wait, did I already say you? I'm so sorry, Save. There's at least 171 other people who like you. And I think there's even more than that. But that's just who happened to come along for the raid, which is more people than like most people. So congrats to you. But yes, sorry, it's been 16 minutes, but I couldn't help but glaze Sweetest Save. He's a wonderful guy. I really genuinely spend as much time as I can with him. He's very fun. Very fun. Highly recommend. And you're missing out if you're not hanging out with him. So there you go. Go hang out with him. But one of those was you. Okay, at least 170 people. But welcome on in, everybody. In case you don't know me, I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. Yes, I am originally from the US. That's why I have a strange accent that mostly sounds American. I'm also a professional artist. In fact, that's what we're doing today. We are working on a commission for the Precious Politely in the chat. You guys who have been hanging out with Save know of Precious Politely Wicked. This is her character, her D&D character, and this is mine. And I'm hoping it will get to flat colors if I don't get too distracted by Save and Co. I'm finishing up the line art, and then we will move into flat colors, which is the phase before renders, which is when everything really comes to life. I'm also a professional voice actor. If you would like to listen to the stuff I've been a part of or go wishlist the game that I'm leading in, you can do !VA. If you would like to hear my demo, you can do !VA demo. I've got my commercial, character, and interactive demos on there. And we're also doing first-time playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal and Final Fantasy XIV Heaven's Ward. So if either of those are of interest to you, please feel free to come on by. Just don't spoil anything, I'll ban you. We're also doing demo nights, they're demo days. They're probably nights for you guys if you're in the US, though. Demo days on Tuesdays Aussie time. And during that time, if you guys would like to suggest some demos for us to play, we can do that. We can make that happen. But yes, it is a pleasure to welcome you in, sweetest save. I know for a fact you've been streaming those long hours, and you should go and sleep, eat, watch Star Trek, Star Wars, Firefly, or another show that you like. Or, I don't know, do you play Hearthstone when you're not streaming? Go play more Hearthstone if you want. Whatever you want to do, please just make sure you're decompressing properly after your massive stream. And once more, thank you so very much from the bottom of my heart for the amazing support in the raid. I really, really appreciate it. You are such a sweetheart. You are so generous and so kind and so appreciated here. So thank you so very much. And thank you for keeping my ears warm. Dude, it's been so cold. It's been 4 degrees Celsius all day here. And you were my hat. Warm hat. Guys, quickly, distract her. It's time to do the dance. The Henry Stickmin dance. Hey, thank you for the care package, Elsie. Yummy. Tao, if you've never heard this, it is unhinged and I love it. I've not heard the song. Wait, what is this? Don't touch my clogs. What is that? Hold on. Are there lyrics on here? Make me think. Dirty sponge. What the fuck? What is this even about? I mean, don't touch my clogs, obviously, but what is it? I play 5 Hearthstone games a month off stream under protest. Why? Sudastar, thank you so much for the lurk, hun. You're gonna see them live? Are you gonna see them live, geeks? Imagine trying to keep elf ears warm. That would be rough. Rough. It goes unreasonably hard. It is kind of a banger, as long as I'm not listening to the lyrics. If I listen to the lyrics, I'll laugh instead. But yeah, you guys, please check out Sweetest Save and Save. Thank you so very much for the raid 20 minutes ago, but I'm still talking, so I'll stop now. But thank you so very much. It is really genuinely so very truly appreciated. I would love to get to partner by the end of the year. And raids like this really do help. So thank you so, so much. It means the world. I really appreciate it. Because you need to win 5 games a month in the regular game mode, not my arena mode, to get the monthly card back. Do I really need it when I have over 300 card backs? No! But I do it anyway, because I'm weak. You're not weak, Save. You're just a collector. Do you know what I collect? I collect fountain pens, okay? At least your collection hobby is way less expensive and time-consuming than mine. I cannot tell you how many hours I have spent over the last month since starting my fountain pen collection journey, researching fountain pens. I collect Toxic Yuri stories. I mean, that's a good use of your time, too. Shlee got us tickets to see them later this year. They occupy the same space in my brain as Tom Hardy does. They're incredible. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Tao can collect me? Thank you. I'll absorb you into this card. You should go watch Star Trek. There, I sent you a screenshot from the first 15 seconds of the new episode that came out today. Wait, hold on. I must see. Can I watch this? It's only season 4. I'll only be a little bit behind, but you guys, there's horses. There are horses in this episode. Hold on, I have to react with a horse emote. I love horses. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll go watch that. Where can I find that? I feel like I recognize the interface. I wanna watch that. I'm gonna watch that tonight. What if I watch all 3 seasons and then the first? Wait, is that the first episode of the 4th season? Is that what that said? Yes, it is. Okay, I'll watch all 3 seasons tonight. 5.5 speed. I collect them so hard, I got a partner out of it. Fina, that's fucking sick. That is see, that's called worthwhile collecting. You can make partner in the next few months. That's just my opinion, though. Oh, thank you, Maid. I would love that. That'd be amazing. Thanks for the reminder that I didn't watch season 3 yet. Geeks, you should watch it, but don't spoil anything. Unless there's horses. That's Amazon's interface, but it's Paramount Plus. Very confusing. And yes, new season just started. Yay for Tau Trekathon. It's true. I'll stay up all night and I'll get into your chat tomorrow when you're streaming, Save, and I'll just be like, I'm caught up. I like the horse episode. Yeah, I would love a little save check mark. If I get a save check mark, maybe I get a VIP badge. You said that partners might get in your chat. I want one. I want it. Good luck. Thank you. Is there not also a horse in season 1 episode 1? That should be enough to get Tau to start it. Is there a horse in season 1 episode 1? Where's my screenshot? I need proof. I will not watch that one at 5.5 speed. I'll watch that at 0.5 speed. And then once the horses are off the screen, that's 5.5 speed. All the way. 3 seasons. Who is this guy? I don't know. Who is this chick? I don't know. What's that alien? I don't know. But I know horses. I bet you those are some quarter horses they got there. Or more likely, Save. I have watched 26 hours of Star Trek for 3 minutes of horses. I hate you. Do not rate me again. I mean, 3 minutes of horses seems like a reasonable amount of time for spending 26 hours watching something that I'm not particularly enthralled with. But you know what? Maybe it's good. Maybe it's good. I bet it's good. Ooh, I like your horse patterns. That's cute. Oh, it's seahorse, land horse, metal horse. That's cute. I like that land horse just has title case and then metal horse is like... I love seahorses. Seahorses emotes are so cute. Thank you so much for the raid, Suda Save. I really do appreciate it. You were too kind. Thank you. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community if you gotta go to bed or something. I don't know what time it is over there, but I bet it's kind of late. Or maybe you gotta eat. I don't know. I've been eating. Do you know what I've been eating today, Save? I had sushi at the beginning of stream. And then I got an extra 4 maki rolls. And I've been munching on them for the last 6 hours off and on. Before I forget, did you mention we have a small VTuber award going on? I forgot to say that. You guys, if anybody would like to support the stream and go nominate, I don't know, some random favorite VTuber, maybe. Click on the pinned message. There's a link to a nomination form for your favorite 3D VTuber, 2D VTuber, PNG tuber. Yeah. I'm a 3D VTuber. Just in case you got confused and you thought that maybe I was 2D. I have been told I thought that was 2D. I'm actually 3D. If there is a 3D VTuber you want to, nominate, I don't know, that'd be cool, I bet your favorite VTuber would really appreciate it. Thank you for the care package, Aussie. Wait, screenshot provided. Did you actually wait, is there actually a there's a horse in the first episode in the snow? What is this? Is this Red Dead Redemption? Maybe I should watch this show. There's so many horses. There's one in the first 5 minutes of episode 1, and then there's one in the first episode of season 4. Crazy. Tau is a 3D VTuber. So just to be clear, you can nominate a number of people in different categories. That's true. You can, and you should. I humbly accept your nomination, Tau. Thank you. Oh, my pleasure, Fina. Absolutely my pleasure. Everyone go nominate Fina, please. I should at least refill some drinks and such, but now I'm going to look like a 12% larger narcissist than I am for leaving temporarily 15 seconds after you get done talking about me for 32 minutes. I don't know what to tell you. I enjoy talking about you. That's the first Strange New Worlds episode. I believe the planet was called Montana. What wacky names these writers come up with. It's like, that's kind of crazy. It's like pronounceable by the human tongue, you know? That's or the Thylacine tongue. Let's not get it twisted. We all know I'm not a human. Yeah, Montana. In what quadrant of the solar system? Sorry, that's only pronounceable by the alien tongue, the Montanan tongue. To be clear, I love Montanans. I've never been there, but I love it. It is humble teasing, humble, warm-hearted teasing. I pet your head and give you a hug as I do it. Please ignore the human rumors about Tau. Exactly. This is hate farming. I am not a human. Please do not believe the rumors. 87.5% of Star Trek takes place in the Alpha Quadrant, so always bet on that. Okay, so it's Montana in the Alpha Quadrant of, right? RNG for the win. No, go refill your drinks. Go refill your drinks, sweetest save. I will take good care of your beautiful community. Whitechapel! Hey, wonderful Whitechapel! Welcome on in, cutie. It's so good to see you. Here, let me show you guys what we're working on. There we go. Can you see that? Welcome on in. The chapel party breaks in. Show us what you got, please. I am happy to. This is what we got. We got my D&D character. There's gonna be a spell in this hand. Don't worry. We got Precious Politely Wicked's D&D character. Hell yeah, she's gonna have a trident on her back. That's what we're working on. Wonderful Whitechapel! How was your arting? You guys, if you haven't seen the Wonderful Whitechapel, holy shit, that is a tremendously skilled artist. Please do check him out. Always playing that banger music and literally, honestly, unbiased, the best pixel sprite artist on Twitch. My personal opinion, but I mean, no, totally unbiased. Whitechapel, can we see some of your beautiful work? I'll give you a permit. But this is Whitechapel, a valiant pixel artist and game dev who have graced us with their presence. They are crafting Echoes of Pestilence, a 2D Metroidvania, where you embody a plague doctor. Their streams are a delightful mix of game art, animations, and the occasional art fight. Truly lit. Welcome on in. Hi, Abnormalities. Oh, that's a very fun way to write your name. Chapel party breaks in. Show us what you got. Welcome, welcome. And hi there, lovely Rossies. Welcome on in, hon. It's so good to see you. Welcome. You got art. Let me see it. Oh my God, that looks so cool. Hold on, let me show you guys. Whoop, hold on 1 second. Liz! Liz Candescent, hi there, sweetheart. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. You are now a pouch pal. Welcome to the pouch. Thank you so much for the follow, hon. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Sent a whip, so it's just all full color. That's all right. Look at that. Oh, I love that you guys can kind of see, like in this single frame right there. You can actually see like one of the monstrosities that that Chapel has created. Chapel's got some incredibly banging animation and artwork. Abnormalities, darling, thank you so much as well for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Hey, to your community. We have a Google Doc pinned. You guys should check it out. You can actually vote and nominate your favorite live 2D VTuber, your favorite PNG tuber, your favorite 3D VTuber, your favorite model mama, model papa, etc. You should definitely go do that. And I think that Whitechapel very much deserves a favorite PNG tuber for sure, for sure. Sent a whip, so it's just all full color. I'm so appreciative. I'm also going to show the community, you guys, if you haven't seen Whitechapel's other artwork, let me see. How do I always fuck this up? Chapel. Oh my God. Why can't I ever find your name. I want to show them your other animation. So this is what you were working on today, right? And then I want to also show them your absolutely astounding like completed stuff, like you know how much I love the lady who smooths her dress down after she stabs you. Oh my god, Orca! Oh my god, Orca! Hi, welcome on in. Holy shit! I'm so glad to see you. I've been worried about you. We've missed you, hun. Thank you so much for the Valley Girl voice for DM. And oh my god, Liz Candescent. I love that emote. That's so cute. That's so cute. Well, welcome in to you and your amazing community. And you guys, like I said, check out the absolutely amazing and wonderful Whitechapel. But while hopefully he lets me know how to find him on how do I always fuck this up? Wait, oh no, I found it. I found it. Wait a second, hold on. I'm gonna show you. Okay, speaking of art fight, I think this is the last thing when he came in. Look at this beautiful pixel art. This is fucking crazy. It's so pretty. Oh my god. I want to be drawn by Whitechapel one day. That's a goal. That's a goal. Let me see. Look at this. Oh, this is so eerie and yucky in the best fucking way. Same, guys. Hold on. Look at these. Look at all these. Look at this. Like, tell me anyone who's better than Whitechapel and actually don't, because you're wrong. Whitechapel is the shiz. Let me show you my favorite one. Actually, I love this one too. Actually, I love everything he does. Actually, I can't pick. But I will show you the one that I was talking about as well. This bitch, she is goals. Am I right or am I right? I'm so right. Yeah. Look at this. Look at her. Look at her smooth her little dress down. Oh, she's so cute. Dust. Amazing. There's so many talented pixel artists on Twitch. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, but you're the best one. You're the best one. But yeah, you guys, if you are not following Whitechapel, what the fuck are you doing? Seriously, like, he's so good. He's absolutely amazing, and he's super sweet and very fun and super communicative, very, very interactive. And meanwhile, he's doing this shit. Do you know how long it takes me to get through anything on stream? Forever. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid, hon. I appreciate it. You guys, I don't normally talk like this, but you get like 5 minutes of Valley Girl, and Orca has requested it. So Orca is a sweetie pie, so I'm gonna do it. I'm doing it. But welcome on in, everybody. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. If you don't know me, I am a professional artist, so like I make my living off of like streaming commissions and voiceover work. And like that's what we're doing today. We're like doing a commission for Precious Politely Wicked of my D&D character and her D&D character. It's so fucking fetch. You guys can come on in on Fridays, which is today, and you can request music. So like the music that you're hearing is not from my playlist, although the song is on my playlist, but like you guys request music. Requests are currently open. You are welcome to request. Just make sure that you listen to the following rules. There you go. Strat is on it. Just read that. And you can use the channel point redeem for song requests, like 100 channel points. It's not much. And you can request music. Like I said, I'm also a professional voice actor, so if you have a project that you might like me to be a part of, !VA demo, all one word. If you would like to keep an eye on the projects I'm already a part of, like Wishlist, the game that I am lead in, you can do !VA. And anytime that you play a game where there's like not VAs, I will voice act for you. It's pretty fun. We're also doing first-time playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal and Final Fantasy 14 Heavensward. You guys are more than welcome to join us for those things. Just please no spoilers. And then on Tuesdays, we actually do demo days where you guys, the community, get to send me demos to try and we play them on stream. And maybe sometimes, like with Alabaster Dawn, there's one that you guys want to take over that slot. Speaking of which, there's only 8 people who've liked that one, so I can't put it to a poll yet. But takes 10 people to take a poll as to whether you want to replace demo nights with something from demo nights. You know what I mean? I had missed the Valley Girls. Sorry, everyone. Actually, Orca, good news for you. A lot of people think it's growing on them. Let me see here. You're making good progress, though. I've been peeking. OMG, Whitechapel. Thank you so much. I am humbled for you to be like even glancing at my work. Holy crap. But yes, it's such a pleasure to have you. Thank you so very much for bringing in your amazing community. You guys, like I said, if you're not following Whitechapel and you love art, what are you doing? What are you doing? Honestly. You will learn so much from his streams, like about animation, color, like the structure of pixel art, like minimalist design that still gets across things like sheen and highlights, bulbous whatever's like bulbous like pustule things. Like he's doing a very creepy, like grim dark sort of game, but it's beautiful in its own way, you know. But yeah, thank you ever so much, hon, for the raid. I really appreciate it. Actually, Whitechapel, when is your next stream, if I may ask? Do you happen to know? And will you be doing more art, I assume? We're hoping to get 2 flats today, with this. I'm just doing Valor. This is Valor. It can get confusing. That's Valor, and this is Valayan. So they're they are similarly named because you see, Valayan is an elf, and she saved Valor, who did not know her name, and so she named her Valor, which is a very elvish name. Eladrin, to be precise. But yes, we are doing Valor's trident today. And yeah, if you would like to stick around, we would love to have you. But you in particular, Whitechapel, you've been streaming those long hours, so please go and practice some after stream self-care. Please make sure that you like hydrate, go to bed if you need to, go eat if you need to, go play some pixel art games if you need to, whatever you gotta do. But it is always a pleasure and a privilege to welcome you and your lovely community in. Always art, and tomorrow for sure. Amazing. That's the other thing, you guys. If you like are mainly into art, Whitechapel does it all the time. Like anytime that he's live, it's pretty much gonna be art. And you're gonna learn. You gonna learn today. Well, whenever you go see him, you'll be learning. But yeah, please go give lovely Whitechapel a follow. And wonderful Whitechapel, thank you so very much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. Very, very generous of you. Oh, sorry, that's whoops, that's not growing out the right way. This is gonna be like coral. And I need all of the coral to be growing up this direction, and I'm doing that way. Whoopsie, wrong. I will food, but I will be here chilling. Amazing, as is deserved, sweetheart. Please, please, please do chill. Do enjoy vibing. We will still be live for about another little under 2 hours. So I am happy and grateful to have you. And Orca, we are so happy to see you back here, darling. I was worried about you. I hope things have been going well for you, though.
Bye-bye.
You heading out, Ozzy? Got shit to do after dinner, so I might miss the rest of stream. No worries. The emote sketches you've shown me, really, truly excited. Yay! I'm so glad, Ozzy. Have a good night, darling. Enjoy your dinner, too. By the way, I will now tell you that everything playing from here on out is my music. So that means that anything that is requested will play immediately after the current song is done. So feel free to get requested, unless you want to just listen to my liked music, which is hit or miss. There is a chance I'll have to skip some shit. We'll see. Lovely lie. Hi there, gorgeous Gray. How are you? Thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. All right, let me see here.
Okay, I need a different layer for this. Yeah. Yes! Just so she doesn't feel left out, Strat. Doing well here indeed, Tao. Thank you, thank you. I'm so happy to hear that, Orca. Yay! Excellent. Ram! Hi there, lovely Ram. How was American Truck Simulator? It's good to see you, hon. It's a Ram Raiders, if you got a raid room, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. How are you doing, Ram? How was your gaming? You guys, this is the radical jacked Ram who has been spotted traversing the digital highways of Twitch. This Aussie streamer, known for their ADHD and autistic flair, doth swear like a sailor. Recently, they raided him from American Truck Simulator, but also doth mine gold and cruise North America for fun. Lurkers be welcomed in their realm. Hi there, lovely Ram. Thank you so much for the raid. When is your next stream, lovely Ram? And how was your cruising? I will probably be listening and lurking while I continue working on my asset list. Absolutely lovely abnormalities. By the way, quick note for anyone who's an artist. As long as it's safe for work art, you are allowed to post it in our Discord. And we have quite a few amazing artists in the Discord. We would love to see some of your artwork if you would be inclined to share. For sure. For sure. Okay, very odd. Hold on a second. I'm not sure why, but this decided to just not work. What the heck? Am I offline? No? What? Odd. Mobster Tao! We liking the Mobster Tao! Alright. Let me, boo. Hold on! I'll give you a Mobster Tao for you. There you go. I hope you're enjoying. She was too powerful, wasn't she? I know it. I think you did. Hold on a second. I actually can't, nothing's playing. It's kind of crazy. Normal stream Monday, but I have a community day tomorrow in Discord. Amazing. Well, you guys, please check out lovely Ram, who is going to be streaming on Monday, but has a community game day tomorrow in the Discord. Hold on. Let me restart my my Spotify. 1 second, please. I have no idea why it just decided to not play anymore. Do I need the... What in the fuck? Okay, weird. Real weird. Ain't nothing working. Truly, nothing is working. Watch this. Let me demonstrate. You press play. Nothing. You press play. Also nothing. That's all right. We got the amazing astronaut. Hey there, astronaut. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You is now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Don't worry, this ain't how I normally talk. This is, you just gotta tolerate this for, 5 more minutes or so. Thank you so much. I will return to my, regularly scheduled, speaking voice shortly. I might have to turn off literally when I was talking about how, song requests are totally available. Looks like they just ain't working. Mobster Tao is love. Mobster Tao is life. You're such a classy dame, politely. I'm so glad. Shortly. Yeah, shortly. What the fuck is wrong with this thing? I don't know. I don't even know. Let me, I don't know. Hold on a second. I swear I heard 40 more minutes then. No, there's more than 40 minutes. But, why ain't nothing working? Why ain't nothing working? My tired self is hearing mobster and monster at the same time. I'm a monster. Beware my antics.
I did try closing it and restarting it, don't you worry. But I ain't gonna restart the whole computer, you know. I don't wanna do that. Not for the Spotify. So let me hold on a second. I got a different idea. I'm just gonna turn off the iPad screen real quick. I just gotta check this out. Let me see if there's any processes in the back. No, they look like they're all let me see. Spotify. Okay, wait, the Spotify launch is still okay. Now that's done. Let me try it again. Hold on a moment. Time for you to sing. Ain't that funny? That's real funny. Real funny of you. Okay, there's no more Spotify today, unfortunately. Shit ain't working. Shit ain't working. I will entertain you with a song and dance from the world of YouTube. You don't got this. How dare you? How dare you doubt me? We might have to turn off our song requests. I'm so sorry about that. Okay. Hold on. We're gonna have some Animal Crossing ambient music playing, all right? I'll just have to turn off the okay, this is a good art vibe, I think. This is a good vibe for your art. We gotta pivot. It's the way of the stream. We're pivoting. We're just doing it slowly. Please pivot some more. It's a little loud. Sorry about that. All right, we're back. Check it out. Check your emails and see if your premium charges bounce. But wouldn't it be weird if it did that right now? And it shouldn't have bounced. I don't reckon. It's a joint account I got with Nath. Strange. Man, Tao almost can turn that accent into a male voice, and I do use it for a lot of my male characters when we're doing our voice acting, particularly the comedic ones. Yeah, the gang got Spotify. That's true. The mobster monsters. All right, I guess that's a good thing we got something else to pin because we ain't got no more music. I do apologize. I hope this is all right. I hope you accept this. I hope you accept this as tribute. All right, I'm gonna go back to my art now. I hope that nothing else bad happens. I certainly am not jinxing it. Hey there, Julius! Welcome on in! How you doing? I'm glad you guys like this voice. I'm surprised we ain't had it before. This voice doesn't really match with the music, though, does it? Feel like I need to be a little more, I don't know. Do we have, is there a timer? Is there a timer on this one? Do we put a timer on this? Damn it, Tao! Now you got me talking in that accent. I'm so glad I could help. Oh, time's up for the redeem? Okay, thanks. Thank you. All right, Joey. Get off my head. Hold on. You don't belong there. You don't belong there, except for specific moments. There we go. Can't sleep, so watching Tao. Oh, which is always comforting when that happens. I'm sorry you can't sleep, sweetheart, but we are glad to have you. We will be able to keep you comfy and warm for the next hour and a bit, I reckon. Amazing Orca, gotta head off. Was good to stop by again. I'll be back soon. I certainly hope so, lovely Orca. It's a pleasure to have you. I hope you have a great morning, afternoon, evening, or night, wherever you are in the world, and we'll see you again soon, okay? I don't know, it made order in the KFC kind of interesting. That would be really funny. Astronaut, one more time. Thank you so much for the follow-on. I really do appreciate it. This is how I typically sound, by the way. I'm not sure if you came in with which raid, but just in case you're like, what the fuck? This is how I sound. Oh, you're from Jack Ram. Amazing. Well, welcome, darling. I appreciate the follow. Maine to you all. I'm still East Oz. Oh, perfect. Okay, then you have a great evening, sweetheart. You have a great evening. And thank you so much for coming back in. I've been thinking about you. Been worried about you. I'm so glad you're okay. We'll look forward to when next we shall meet. All right, let's see. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. Ah! Not big enough. I feel like it needs to be bigger. Yeah, let's make that bigger. Whoa, that's crazy. That's crazy. And yet, it's perfect. It's perfect. That does look like something that could decapitate a man. A little bit of extra force from Valor. I think we can probably manage it. And so that is what we shall do. Let me just put this like so. And let's... That is a big trident. Yes, it is. The canvas size is falling short. It's okay. Her trident can pierce the veil, and the veil of the canvas as well. Can do both. Can do both. All right. Let me see here. I gotta get the angle right. Of the sea coral, the coral. I think coral exclusively grows in the sea, so probably don't need to say, you know, the sea part. I just blinked, as in you were asleep. As in you were asleep for the last couple hours, hon. How's stuff going? It's going great. I think we're actually maybe gonna get into flats, just barely, maybe tonight. Are you telling me that I can pierce people by throwing this image at them? I would like a copy, please. Strat, you are not a violent person. I don't think you'd do that. I don't think you would do that, and I am glad for it. Only one of us can be violent. Paper cut. Yeah, paper cut. Rah! I definitely want like the tip of this to be like razor sharp. In fact, I might start with that so that all of them are like consistently sharp. I'm not even allowed the tough guy act now. No, sure you are. That's true. Calling me out in public like that. Sorry, I mean, you're a very dangerous man. You're a very dangerous man. Yes, Strat. Beheading people by putting their neck in between those spikes, it seems. Oh yeah, I think that's fitting. Are you happy with the size of this trident, hun? I don't want it to be too big unless you want it to be big, but I just think it's pretty fucking badass. And based on the amount of carnage that you have wreaked so far, I think this is a very good size. With your sleeping habits, you already are. Remember, Strat wields the mighty banhammer. It's true. Sorry if I wasn't terribly talkative tonight. Been cramming to try and get a certain something done before storytelling stream. I'm so excited, Red. The next chapter of my favorite book. But for now, I need to call it a night. Absolutely, no worries at all. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Have the sweetest dreams of Delphine. Thank you so much for working so hard on that, lovely Red. No worries at all. You're always welcome to lurk. And yeah, have a great night. Sleep well, sweet dreams. I once killed 3 beings, ants, with a pencil. No less than John Wick. Good job, Strat. Very impressive, yeah. Watch out for this guy. We got a tough guy here. I used sleeping to fast forward to now. It's such a funny way to put that, Loner. Why do I feel like I did this one already? Whoops. Wait, oh, did I accidentally undo it? That's probably exactly what happens. I do want a little bit of an overlay here, so I'll just go straight up, and then I'll just have to sit there. Cool. Okay. Now... Wow, that's crazy looking. That looks like some underworld shit. What is that? Like some aura or smoke coming out of the trident? No, it's gonna be and it'll be more clear when I do the texturing and stuff, but it's coral. It's razor sharp coral. Is coral. So it occurred to me maybe I should have should it be behind the hair or under the hair? Hey, politely, are you there? She just BRB'd? Oh, damn. Okay, sorry. I probably didn't see that. Thank you, Barnty. I appreciate you, sweetie. Ooh, that's scary. The 3 pointy spikes of death weren't enough. You got sharp coral growing out of it too? Yeah. Very scary. I want politely to be properly intimidating. If you could have been a fly on the wall for these sessions where she just violently murdered so many people, you would understand. All right. Let's go. Oh, wait, sorry, this has to go. Uh-oh, what did I do? What did I do? I don't want to do every single one of those. Yeah, it is break time. Such violent art stream tonight. I didn't mean for it to be. The stream isn't violent. The character is violent. Don't you understand? go on a break in a minute. I just want to get... Cool. That's pretty cool. Politely is too sweet. No way the cute, precious Politely would murder someone. No, but the valiant, violent Valor would. Thank you for the care package, sweet Espada. All right, you guys, we gotta go on a quick break. It'll be our last break of the night. Please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder, in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly. I'll see you soon in 3 minutes. Mwah. She store at 9:30 p.m., right? I mean, if you need something, then sure.
Oh yeah, last night. Okay.
Oh, that's amazing. Fixie! Hi there, fabulous Fixie. Let's do the save dance. Banana bomb? Okay. Banana bomb and worms. I need a ruler. I need to actually measure my swords. I would love to know how big your sword is. Wait, that sounds very strange. Anyway, is that corn in the ground? I don't know. Those are pretty leafy. I don't know if those are corns. I don't think those are corn ears. Oh shit! Ozzy just caught up. Oh my gosh! Oh, it's Ozzy and Skellington and is that me? No, that's Talon. Sorry, I can't read. Oh my god! Save. Oh! Whoa! Damn, well done, Save, well done. That was expertly navigated, and you caught a serious trip on that. Ooh, mate. No, it's fine. Oh, thank you. Nix makes her aerodynamic so she can swim faster when she never goes in the water. Correct. All right, let me see. Jesus Christ, dude. The 360 no scope edit. Oh my. Tau-chan likes and into the pouch you go. And stay forever. Exactly, Yuki. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? I am afraid. Here. Let's just. Oh, there she is. Okay. No! No, don't do it! No, don't do it! Oh my god! I'll save them. Wait, no, wait, hug time. No, please don't go, no! Oh, it was just a bad dream. Hug time. I can also do. You see, you better pay up. You know the Dawn wants a coin right now. It's true. Nuggies? Where Timkin Nuggies? I love those songs on my Spotify playlist after I saw it. Let's see.
Lizard.
Nothing wrong will happen. Cut to the scene where everything goes wrong. Hit the blade a few times and watch its color. What's this? Is Save a furry? Yesn't. Yeah! One more time! She stored at 9:30 p.m., right? I mean, if you need something, then sure.
Oh yeah, last night.
Hey there, sweethearts. Welcome back. I'll let you guys finish your words, and then we will jump back into our arting. Welcome back, Yummy Yuki. How are your appointments?
Yeah, I'm so glad you like it.
Welcome back, lovely loner.
Like totally go with this outfit. So true.
Passage into Aaron Keep is barred by a colossal gate, taller than a ship's mast.
Yes, and then
I
everybody
must
goes,
confess,
"Uh-oh."
having this music playing is
Uh-oh.
such a vibe. If we can't get our song request back, this may be the go-to. Welcome back, beautiful Bertie. Precious politely.
I am
Yummy
afraid.
Yuki.
Don't be afraid. I use
just
my
stop?
guns only for good and
All right.
convenience.
Yeah, this is not bad. No,
Show
it's
them how
very
it's
good.
done. Show them how it's done.
Hi, sorry, I was checking to see if my dog's underfoot. Welcome back, cutie pies. Welcome back. Yummy Yuki gets uppies. Hey. Good Yuki. Nix, uppies. Good Nix. Lovely Lai. Welcome back. And Incredible Icy, welcome back, honey. Uppies. Good Icy. The king and queen arrived to it in a TARDIS? Wait, did they really? That's fucking crazy. I love that. I think Geeks may have crashed, but if he didn't, I would want to know what he thinks of that. He'd probably love it. Didn't you want to ask Polly something? Oh, shoot. What did I want to ask? Oh, no. Yes? No. Politely, did you want the trident behind the hair like that? Or did you want it in front of the hair like, it'd be more like that? So there's behind the hair or in front of the hair, basically. Behind, in front. Behind, in front. How is Bear doing? Is the old boy feeling okay? He's a little grumpy. He's a grumpy boy. Now whenever Nathan I pick him up, he goes, ah. Bit of an odyssey. My sister's doctor's on vacation. The substitute also is on vacation. So we traveled a bit for nothing. And then I had to take her with me to my therapy session as it was too late to get her home. That wasn't ideal either. But all in all, it went well. Oh, well, good job with the flexibility, Yuki. That's annoying that they wouldn't, why didn't they tell you that the doctor's on vacation and the substitute is also on vacation? That sucks. I'm sorry, hun. Yuki, can I ask, do you drive or do you take public transport? Yeah, let me know what you would like, precious politely. Behind, in front. Behind, in front. Boopy-doo, boopy, boopy-doo, boopy-doo, boopy-doo. Boopy-doo. I don't really know. Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'll just leave it behind then. Because I think if the trident was in front, then I think when we do the shield, that will also be in front. And I'm afraid that would mess with the I like this little thing in the hair. So if you don't have any feeling either one way or the other, maybe we'll do it that way. It's funny as both doctors had each other as substitutes listed, but we just needed a re-up for her painkillers, so I just took her to my hospital and we got the 4-star treatment. Nice. Oh, that's good, Yuki. Good job, sweetie. Oh no, I don't drive. I would not dare in Tokyo. That's fair. That is very fair. Yeah, Tokyo's way more navigable by public transport, isn't it? For storytelling streams, is self-promoting lore okay? Yeah. As long as it's not like, you know, come check out my my stream, or like and this is where you can find more of my art or something like that. But no, if it's just like your VTuber lore or something like that, then that's fine. I'm feeling sleepy. I'm gonna go grab myself some Irish coffee ice cream. That sounds delicious, Strat. Enjoy. Okay, I gotta go. Hold on, let me go have a look at my convo with you, precious politely. I need to go and see. Shoot, what is Valor's, if you can remind me, please. What is Valor's, shield again? What is it called? What is the animal it's made out of called? Oh, it's Geeks. Hi, gorgeous Geeks. I just had to respond to an email from a recruiter for a different job. I hope he doesn't email back today. Not because I don't want the job, but I want to sleep in like an hour. Oh, Geeks, honey. Is he aware that you're responding at 5 o'clock in the morning? Trilobite. That's it. Thank you. Shield, you just said. Yeah, but it's made out of a trilobite. Trilobite? Trilobite. I technically have my license, but I never really drove outside of driver's training. It's just unnecessary here with everything so close. That's fair. It's 9 a.m. Oh, fuck, that's right. You said that we end at 10, huh? Sorry. Never mind. That makes you seem slightly more sane. And does not give them unreasonable expectations. Good job. Good job. Keep it up. Keep it up. Good job. Oh, perfect. I've got the perfect... Okay, hold on. I've got the perfect reference here. I should probably not delete that just yet. Let me see. Okay. This thing is so weird looking. Let me just do a sketch of it. Okay, so it's got this weird, like, little head here. And then it's got, like, I only have to draw half of it. But it's got this weird little bumpy. And then it's got this bumpy that leads up to that bumpy. And then it's got this, like, ribbed area here. And then it's got this other ribbed area that's bigger. Like this. And it's got a clear dividing line, like that. And then it's got, and all these little ridges have, like, sub-ridges. Like that. And this thing has a ridge, and that has a ridge. And then there's, like, this, like, clunky little rocky looking thing. Like that. Politely, does this look like a trilobite? Did I do it right? I've never drawn one of these before. Does that look right-ish? Please tell me. Ruffles have ridges. They do. And as it turns out, so do trilobites. Let me see. Oh, Spot It. Thank you for the care package. The job I actually want, the interview for that is Monday, which is great. I get to do bad sleep, run D&D, and then prep. I wasn't prepped for an email from anyone today. Is this job one that you would kind of take if you had to, but you don't really want to, and you're excited about the Monday one? Geekskun, it's daytime for you. What are you doing here? Just kidding. I love seeing you here, of course. Yeah. Trilobite, said like the olden times dynamite. Dynamite. Trilobite. It can probably be smaller, but that should work. Okay, I can make it smaller. Like that. You can also put this further on your back. Like that? This email is fine. It's a job. The Monday one is actually career progression and fully remote, so I can continue joining streams. That would be pretty sick. That's to do the interview when you're on high from a great D&D session. You'll ace it. I am sure of that. I totally agree. I totally agree. Agree with you, Key. Oh, all right. Let me see. Let me make that. Get that back. Shaky hand time, shaky hand time. Turn off raids in 10? Probably 20. I think we'll turn off in 20. I am hired. Tired or hired? Thank you for the 20-minute time, Rosita Strat. I found out last night that my best friend throughout college, whom I lived with for years and worked with twice before, just so happens to be the senior DevOps manager at this place. What? That's awesome. So guess who's getting a text later? Gonna bank on the "it's not what you know, but who you know" gambit. Honestly, I hate nepotism, but if it works in your favor, go for it. I hate to watch my precious pals suffer. I only don't like nepotism when it doesn't help them, you know? I forgot to add a snipper. Oh, a snippet onto my reply. Oh, fair enough. Oh, shaky by intention. I was wondering if you're finally coming down from the sugar rush of being so sweet always. Aww. You're so cute. Oh my gosh, you're so sweet, honey. No. Never. Never. I've been this sweet for 3 years now, and I will continue to endeavor to continue to be sweet. I'm just trying to like... I'm just trying to get that like, trilobites, they're like fossils, aren't they? So they have like this strange kind of, rock formation to them a lot of the time, from what I saw anyway. I hate nepotism until I need employment. Exactly right. 100%. 100%. All right. Let me see here. Six, 7 hand juggling motions. Sweetie, I saw that you followed the other day. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I think it was a meme gift sub, but I'm so glad to have actually reached a real person through that. So thank you so much, Ram, for gifting that sub to 6, 7 hand juggling motion. Here, allow me. This is why you got that sub. I went 6, 7. Welcome on in, darling. How are you doing? And thank you so much for coming in to say thank you for the sub. That's very sweet of you. These days, it's almost impossible to get ahead without connections, although true nepotism, like getting a job only because your uncle is the boss, that I despise also. Yeah, that is fair. That is fair. Your username is something else. I love it. Until you are fired at the next interview and roll a crit 1. Their closest living relative is a horseshoe crab, but I imagine they have giant ones on Velo's homeworld. Yeah, you're probably right. Hey, man, I applied for that dev role at your place, but put in a good word for me. Do this, and I won't tell the stories about that less than legal junk we did in college. That's blackmail, not negotiation. Oh, I think it's a matter of perspective. Okay. All right. Whoops, don't want to delete that. Yikes. Oh shit. No, sorry, that is what I want to delete. That would have been tragic. Precious politely, darling, could I get your final approval on these lines before I get into our flat colors? That's not even blackmail. That is just a gentle reminder that actions have consequences, especially if you leave witnesses. Now that sounds like a threat. Wrong layer is the spookiest thing you can jump scare an artist with. It's true. It's so true. Absolutely. We'll do a slow pan over if you want, darling, so that you can tell me if you see anything wrong here. I actually did want to put. I saw on I kind of really like this like this thing with like the what were they like the little spiky guys that grab onto ship hulls and stuff. What are they called? kind of like that being like the bottom part of this top. Okay, let me see. Yes, he has just as much dirt on me. Mutually assured destruction, but I have less to lose right now. I am seeing not trying to shoot horses. I think reminding an artist that they haven't saved after 2 to 3 hours is a good contender for a good scare. That's also true. Barnacles, that's it, Julius. Yeah, these look like little barnacles on the. Here, I'll show you. On this top, they kind of remind me of little barnacles. So I thought that would I do like that. We lived together through college and afterwards in a world before social media. That's the good stuff. That is the good stuff. Actually, and I kind of think that it would look cool to come down here as well. Just in case this,
Tau
like,
question of the
off
day: what
default-
art scale you want to improve the most? Example: robots, weapons, anatomy, hands.
Now the question, Nix, is that about what I want to improve and will work on, or is that if I could snap my fingers and just be really good at it? If Elaine would think it'd be solid attire, I see a new reason to not to press forward. Okay, if you're sure, hun. Remember, you are paying for this. I don't want you to, like, not be happy with it too, you know? I love the barnacles. Oh, and maybe it actually goes down to, like, down to here too. Ooh, that'd be so cool. I love asymmetry. Not saving after 15 minutes has become rare for me since I play games with mods so much that there was bound to be crashes sometimes. And if I haven't saved for 2 or 3 hours, I might as well start from the beginning. That's fair. Okay, improve over time. Okay, improve over time. I think I'd want to get better, and probably will at some point get better, like, put the time in to get better at, like, thoroughly muscular characters. Like, really, like, bodybuilder-esque types. Right now I do, like, toned ladies and, like, decently muscled gym rat dudes, but I cannot do, like, it's not that I cannot, but I need a reference very badly when it comes to, like, portraying every single muscle, as you see in someone who has, like, 2% body fat and, like, they're, like, you know, 100 kilos of pure muscle. Did you tell people about Volane's scar? No, I didn't. I wasn't sure if you wanted me to. Wasn't sure if you wanted to wait until we had, like, a backstory reveal or something. She just wants the most true to the D&D scenario art piece, and that means you have control over the wardrobe. That's a good point, Burnty. I'm used to wanting to please my client, and I'm worried about not succeeding in doing that. Let's see. I worked on an audio project earlier. I hit file exit and found out that I didn't save. Made me really nervous. Oh, good job. Good job hitting that before it went out the window. I'm proud of you. Interesting. That is an interesting thing to want to improve on in a good way. Now, if I could snap my fingers and just be good at something, because that's the thing, right? I'm interested. I have interest in anatomy. I think that, like, human musculature, the human body is a work of art, right? I don't like mechs. I don't find any interest or potential interest in mechs. I don't really go, wow, that's so cool when I see a mech, or a ship or a whatever. If I could snap my fingers and just be exceptional at that stuff, I would absolutely choose, like, machinery, like super heavy mech design, stuff like that. But no. Let me see. Bruce Lee would be a good reference. That's true. That's true. That would be, well, actually, I think I have referenced Bruce Lee for some previous commissions, and he's not quite what I'm talking about, like, the people who are almost, like, kind of disturbingly muscular. Let me actually show you. 1% body fat. You're gonna be like, whoa. Let me see. Yeah, okay, so And it's not because I want to make characters that look like this, but this is kind of what I'm talking about. Like, I want to get so good at anatomy because this is like every single muscle in the human body that's just on display. And I would really like to learn how to draw that, because as soon as you can draw this from memory, then you can tone it back as much as you want. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, yeah, I can draw someone who looks kind of like Bruce Lee, just off the dome. But I want to learn that. I'm losing my mind as I live alone. Just told the plums I have in the basket to get ripe quickly. Give them some motivation too, and compare them to their predecessors who were ripe and delicious. Poor Strat. Just a little bit crazy. There has been a recent Fantastic Four story where Franklin-kun and another student went back in time to fix a problem. Turns out a side effect of that is that humans now only have 5 fingers as well, instead of 6 as they had before. What? Not sure why I thought of that when hand/anatomy was mentioned, but it sure explains a lot. How was very pleasing. I'm so glad. Message sent. I went with the subtle guilt trip tactic. Think you could put a good word and big me up so I can acquire gainful employment and pay my mortgage? I think that's a good tactic. I remember that's why I put robots in examples. Yeah. More like Arnold. Yeah, more like Arnold. Now I'm curious to see if this happens here too. Do forgive me for this silly copy paste. Bonjour, streamer. Am I allowed to get information for this? Wait, what does that mean? For context, I heard about Automod blocking bonjour, streamer. What was it? What would it block for? Disturbingly muscular? So anyone from part 1 through 3 of JoJo's. Exactly. But you see, I don't really want to draw that character, right? But I want to know how to draw that character so I can tone it back and know exactly where all the muscles are and stuff like that. Yeah, why would it block that? That's what I'm wondering too. Those plums are great though. Some of the stuff I've had. That's great. Awesome. Also homemade plums. Wow. Yummy. Okay. I have no idea what it's blocking, so I just went, really? And went, well, I'm working in Tau stream, so I'll see. Fair enough. Not sure why Automod does it. I guess it's used in different contexts somewhere else. Maybe. Interesting. All right. Let's get into some flats. I'm excited. I'm so excited. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna give this more barnacles here. I'm excited. I'm gonna put like some shimmer that you get from like ocean water and salt crystals and stuff on various spots of Baylor's body, I think. I do recognize that at the moment this looks like an infection. I promise it won't. I promise it won't when it's all colored in. If you follow the Araki method, you draw exceptionally disturbing muscular dudes for a decade and then transition to fashionable effeminate dudes wearing real world fashion brands. Such is life, apparently. There you go. Well, my absolute favorite artist was a fashion artist. I aspire to one day become as good as him. Just gotta remember his fucking name every single time, no matter how, even though he's been my favorite for like the last 10 years. Oh my god, please. I've shown him on stream before too. What is his name? I cannot believe I always forget it. Hold on. Bro, as soon as I find his name, I'll recognize him. I hate that I always forget. It's not even like that unusual of a name. But I always forget. You know Junji Ito. Oh yeah, he's a killer horror artist. Ugh, hold on. I have to go find him. I have to go find him. Oh, God, I am so annoyed. I always forget. I learned about him from my mentor in uni. And I've always been a fan ever since then. Wait, I have to show you guys. One day I will replicate this man's extraordinary style. Fuck. Oh my God. My mentor has so many fucking pictures. I need. Oh my God. Sorry, you guys get to just bear with me while I find this. I will not let this go until I find his name. Oh, wait. Is this inspiration? No, it's not. Oh my God, bro. Where's his, like, about me thing? Grrr. There, about. Show me your likes. Bro. Oh yeah, the Gatsakuta artist is so good. She's well, they're amazing. Bro, I cannot even understand how I am so bad at remembering this dude's name. Where is him? I wish my memory wasn't so garbage. You would think after 10 years I'd be like, wow, I remember something. I remember like a major inspiration in my art journey, but I forgot his name again. My mentor was literally like a head of the of like the society to preserve this dude's works. So I thought that I'd be able to find it on his page, but I am not successful in that. Fuck. I am never gonna find this. This is so upsetting. I should probably stop now, but I cannot find this guy's name. Ugh, so sad. To be fair, I recognize art styles, but I can't remember names. Yeah, if you guys showed me one of this dude's art style, I would be like, I'd be like, oh yes, absolutely. Like I'd be like, oh, I know that art so well. But that's not. So disappointing. All right, I'll give up. But I'm so bummed that I cannot remember his name. I'll probably remember it. This always happens. I will probably remember it like, you know, while I'm about to fall asleep, and I'll grab my phone and be like, it was this guy. Let's see. Oh no, I have made a terrible decision in not sleeping. I have 2 friends that work at this company I've applied to. One just texted me and said, I'm free all day if you want to do a call to prep for your interview. I can't exactly say no. Gonna be straight chugging coffee today. Oh, geeks. Oh no, that's quite not good. Remembering things at inconvenient times is a speciality I too share. Yes, it's very frustrating. Thank you for the head, Pat Lovely Light. Thank you, thank you. Stay up until you normally go to sleep. Sleep and wake up in time for D&D. Ooh, that is a plan. And by normally go to sleep, politely means like a couple hours before you normally go to sleep, because you're gonna want 10 hours of sleep, I think. I'm gonna attempt this or sleep earlier and wake up earlier so I can prep before D&D. This is the way. All right, 1 second. I'm gonna turn off our raids. Did you watch Dororo? I did not. What is Dororo? Dororo. All right, let me see if I can get like one singular. Oh my god, Liz. Okay. Do you like my platforms? My character has these insanely high platforms. There's like 3 inches on there. Beautiful, precious, politely with her beautiful long hair covered in blood. Don't worry, Captain, it's not my blood. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, that's an ear. Got it. That's an ear. Okay. All right. Why do I have multiple layers selected? I don't want that. Then get divide. I must divide. I wonder if this is considered an emergency situation and therefore I should DoorDash a can of Monster. Is that the only time you're allowed to DoorDash when unemployed is when you have an emergency? Someone get this man a Monster! Stat! Geeks, did you see my pile of rocks? I have a rock pouch because of how often I use fucking manipulate rock or whatever this spell is. It's an anime that got remade many times, and 2 out of 3 times it wasn't even allowed to be shown on TV. It was pretty graphic, but the latest adaptation got a pass. A very interesting show. Huh. I think I might have heard of it. No, I'm thinking of Dorohedoro. I think I've heard of that. I've never seen it, but I've heard of that. I haven't heard of Dorodoro. Wait, Dororo? Dororo. Pretty dark fantasy manga with some heavy adult themes. The art style, though, may look quite kid-friendly to Western eyes. However, the story is most certainly not. Interesting. Does it have, like, triggering stuff, or is it just, does it just, like, deal with a lot of darker stuff? Oh god, I hadn't seen the rock pouch. That's incredible. I'm glad you like it. Oh, wait, sorry. Nope. Oh, dog. Dog says hello. Sorry. I'm scrolling drinks on my Shops app looking for Cherry TV Static 2. If I'm gonna order, I might as well treat myself, right? 100%. Yes, absolutely. um, yes, and it was also written in 69 and following years, so it does have a somewhat different sensibility than today's standard. Oh, yeah, I could see that being an issue. Basic premise. A man, to gain power, sacrifices his own child, but the child does not die. As he grows, he has to recover his body? Whoa. That's crazy. That sounds very dark. Huh. Is it dubbed? I agree with Stratkin. It's definitely pretty good. It's just dark. We're going by 5E. We're going by 5E, but rule of cool overrules all. Oh, wait, what was the... Oh. For your monster. I see, I see. Cool. All right. Oh, wait, that's not... Wait, those are... I think those 2 bits are for the hair. Oh, that's a... I forgot what parts go to which bits. Ah! Oh! Oh, come on. Let me just quote this from the condensed story, and you can see what to expect. Jukai crafts prosthesis for the child using the remains of deceased war orphans, rendering him nearly invulnerable to mortal injuries. And that is one of the most harmless quotes. Wow, that sounds very dark. Geeks is letting Valor be really cool. That is true. Geeks is very, very pro rule of cool for sure. Bolan is going to be the opposite of my model with the mostly red, some black, I think. Urga. I missed a spot. Ah, hold on a second. Bring it in, manservant.
Hello, my lords. I bring you great offerings. For on this rainy Friday evening, in the pouch, I give you a burrito, and within it features rice, corn,
yes,
chicken, of course without feathers, various salsas, and of course, beans, an accoutrement of taco.
I get taco accoutrement. I mean, of course I do. Thank you.
Featuring pickled onion and soured cream. Eat well, my lords.
Thank you, Neil. Give me a second.
Hello, Nath, the food bringer, the one who feeds the town of infinite hunger.
I'm dieting you. Bring doom into my realm. I love that loner. Surprise taco, yummy. Ow. I feel like I've been eating all day. I only just finished the last of those sushi rolls like an hour ago. Teriyaki chicken and rice. That sounds good, Siv. Tao's meal includes all of this and more. I've only heard these food announcements a handful of times, and every time they are on point. He's very funny. He's a silly goose, my man. An adorable silly goose. Oh. Love me. Yummy. Loner's message of I'm dieting, you bring doom into my realm is really funny. I'll have to tell Nate that. Look at those poor saps back on land with their laws and ethics. They'll never know the simple joys of a monkey knife fight. This is why I have to start reading save quotes dramatically, because if I don't, I'll laugh, like, as I'm trying to read them. At least if I dramatically present them, then by the time I get to the laughing part, I've already gotten through, like, 90% of it dramatically. You see. Send Nath over. Free stay and transport provided by me, and free food as well on the condition he announces every time we sit for our meals. He'll do it. Something is clearly wrong with me. I said I would treat myself, and instead of browsing chocolate, I've added mango chunks to my basket. That's a good thing, Geeks. Maybe you're on the diet with Woner. I had to do a mad dash home to pick up something I forgot for a friend. They asked me, how the hell did you get back so fast? So I told them I had to break several laws of physics. It's my stomach typing, I swear. Politely. Look at those poor saps on their land with their laws and morals.txt. They'll never know the simple joys of seahorse joust. All right. Now, is Vlan a silver or gold girl? I think gold. I think gold. I think she's a gold gal. Gold is, wait, Gold is good for Fae, right? Silver's dangerous or some shit like that, right? To hell with it. I'm getting strawberries too. No one can stop me. Caffeine and fruit. That's better than chocolate and caffeine. Chocolate and caffeine would not be ideal. Okay. I think it's going to be very interesting because I think that Volan is being Fae. I think that everything she has on her is very saturated, where most of Valor's stuff is like quite muted and cool colored, and Volan is hot colors. Is it iron? Oh, iron is dangerous to the Fae. Okay, well then I just so that no one gets confused, it'll be gold. Because God forbid I color something gray and people go, oh, isn't that dangerous? Is she a masochist? No, she just, oh no, she's hot. Oh no, she's hot. You know what? Let me see. I'm debating putting... You know, I cannot deny a red and black moment. And then I have a burrito. Iron is dangerous for the Fae. Wow. Is she a masochist? That's unrelated to the iron issue. Be on stream when you're done with your meal? If so, you could open a box, just saying. You don't think 8 hours is long enough? To be fair, I do kind of agree. 8 hours with my pals is not nearly long enough. However, I must disengage and go speak to Nath and all that stuff, you know? Surprise Sakura box opening. Whee! I already skipped some work, so I just want to go with the flow. That's fair, Strat. Okay, I also bought a tub of mini flapjacks. But they're for D&D, I promise. Do the horses eat flapjacks? Is there a horse named Flapjack? That's a great name for a horse. Nickname Flappy or Jackie. Flappy or Jackie. There's no horse named Flapjack. Oh my god, that's so cool. That's fucking sick. And once again, not unlike the hairstyle and color I sported in high school. Frozen! Hi, fabulous Frozen. Welcome on in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you, hun. When I say flapjacks, I mean the British type. I just remember that's not the same everywhere. We have, we call them... Fuck, what do Australians call the little ones that you buy in the shops that are literally like the size of your palm? Help me. They have like a borderline sweary name. Someone help me. Pikelets. That's it. Pikelets. Pikelets, yeah. We call them pikelets. You don't call them pikelets, geeks? Not sweary. Anatomical name. That's right, Storm. Thank you. A flapjack, also known as a cereal bar. Oh! It's a baked bar? What? Cooked in a flat oven tin and cut into squares or rectangles made from rolled oats, fat, brown sugar, and usually golden syrup. That sounds kind of like a bar version of an Anzac biscuit. Right now waiting for Plants vs. Garden Warfare to load. Wanting to play and stream with my brother, but wanted to come and say hi. Always good to see you, Frozen. Thank you for coming in. Have fun with your brother. Tao, there is an official race of horse named Skibbity Riz. Who did that? What kind of monster? What kind of monster did that? Ooh, pancakes. For some reason, when you said flapjacks and 4D&D, I thought of blackjacks. Yeah, I was thinking of pancakes. Or pikelets. Probably the child of the owner. Ah, that's probably true, Yuki. A shocking number of people allow their children to name their animals. How you wind up with Brownie and Banana and what are some other ones I've heard? Shadow and Fang and what's another one? I've heard Stick. I've heard what was that one? Spud. Spud's a good one. Banana is the actual name. No, not a horse. These are kids who named their dogs or cats that I know of. A pikelet is more like a crumpet. Definitely not a flapjack. Yeah, pikelet is like it's a tiny thin pancake. Exactly, bacon. People, for some reason, name their pets after food. It's true. It is weird. Horse racing names are quite weird anyway. Not sure if there's a rule against repeat names or if they just try to make announcers say funny things. No, there is a rule. There are some rules. And they're also based upon the dams and sires as well. You know what's funny? If spelled picolet, it sounds like tiny, small. Picolet. Picolet. There is no skibbity in Uma Musume. The Umas are classy. I should have had this ordering idea sooner. My order just got accepted, but it's going to be a short while. And my friend just sent me an invite to a meeting. Terrible timing. How long until the meeting? Gorgeous geeks. Naming pets after food? Who would possibly do that? That'd be so idiotically stupid. You'd never catch me doing that. What was your dog's name? or cat? I mean, yeah, sorry, cat. I'm also losing my mind. Was it Donut? No. Surely it wasn't. To answer your question, Tao, because it was named by an Uma Musume fan, and it actually did win a race. Wow. Man, I wish people would stop racing horses, dude. So sad. I really don't like Uma Musume for getting people so thoroughly into horse racing. I'm glad that it's gotten some of the retired racehorses some good attention, but it's also brought way too many people into horse racing, which is big yuck. If only you knew the kind of shit that people put horses through for the sake of the racetrack. You mean the very regal Princess Donut? That's right, sorry. Her first name is Princess. Donut is her last name. I just bought 3 Uma Musume card packs, and I've never attended a racetrack. I'm in the clear. Maybe. Interesting save. Just keep playing the digital version. Nothing wrong with that. Once I finish my burrito, we'll finish upstream. So give me a little bit.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Exactly. I do not. When I was on my wine trip, I went to a vineyard that was kind of in the middle of nowhere, but it was past a lot of horse ranches that various famous racehorses were from. All the roads around there were named after racehorses. That's like an interesting place to engage. Is that in North America? You have Chatabite too. Are you enjoying the noms? I am. They've upgraded their spiciness. I always get the hottest sauce that they have there, and it's always been disappointing. But they've actually put some reasonable spice in this, which is nice. Got a Mexican place as well. It's not really Mexican food. It's Australian Mexican food, kind of, but not really. I've talked about it before. Zambreros, like, I think most of the country has it. And it is the closest thing to Mexican food I've experienced in Australia. But it is not convincing. Trust me. Not as spicy, but good. It's better than it was. Informed my friend of the can of Monster and Shop situation. He's cool waiting. Oh, geeks. That's so funny. I hope you'll keep us updated on what your friend says, hon. You may or may not owe him a bevy after this, you know. If you don't know horses, you might feel nervous turning on genuine risk turning on to genuine risk, for instance. That's true. That's actually really funny. Is it because of the new zoo sensation, the raccoon baby? Wait, what? Wait, I was just looking something up on Google and a random raccoon ran over my screen? What? On Google, it's doing that? So if I Google raccoon, cutie cat, hi honey, welcome on in. How are you? I was typing Maine Coon and I think it thought I was looking for raccoon news. Hold on, I want to see if I'm getting that. Google.com. Raccoon. Raccoon. Oh, well, nothing ran across my screen, but it will let you pronounce it if you want, and there's these little. Do it again. You get to hear its beautiful song. No, but if you like, look, there's little guys that pop out. Raccoon alone is not working. You have to search raccoon Jimothy. Wait, really? Whoa, that's... Oh, God! Oh, my God! What the fuck is that? Wow! Jimothy, I want nothing to do with you, sir. You look like a werewolf, like a were-raccoon. Oh, that raccoon. What the fuck? Yes, they're adding Jimothy to World of Warcraft. Brands are hopping on this one fast. Are they really? Wait, did it say that? You just know this? What the fuck? This is nightmare fuel. What? They say that admitting you're obsessed with Jimothy. Why would you be obsessed with this? This is nightmare fuel, dude. That's so scary. Why does it look like that? I demand an answer. They are. Glance at WoW Twitter. No fucking way. Hold on. Oh my God, bro. What the fuck? Don't mind me and my fucking ink ad. Why does it look like that, man? That's so scary. Surely that's like an issue with like a panorama or something, right? What the fuck? I hate it. Oh my God. It's so scary. Well, his cousin Timothy wasn't available. Many games are hopping on this Jimothy thing. I've never heard of this. How long has this been around? My favorite thing in D&D is definitely Traxigor? What is that? I honestly don't like it. I don't either. But he has a short spinal syndrome by the looks of things. Oh my God, so it's an actual animal. It's not... He has short spine syndrome. Very rare. Dogs can get it. Is it like a DNA issue?
Like some kind of a bite, aggravated their DNA or something? That's crazy. I'm still allowed to think it's creepy, even if it's... Like, mange is also quite eerie looking, and I feel bad for the animals that have it, but it doesn't make it any less yucky, you know? That's so creepy. Check the link politely, Shad. Hold on. Didn't know got that viral. Wow. And welcome back, Robert Jack. Let me see. Oh, there we go. Jimothy, beloved cryptid, tiny beast, unaligned. Jimothy doesn't provoke an opportunity attack when he moves out of an enemy's reach. Jimothy can move through spaces narrow as 4 inches without expending extra movement to do so. Hurl garbage, delightful. Oh my god. Wow. Yikes. They just lost a case in Europe and have to pay an almost $1 billion fine for anti-competition rules, so maybe they just want some sympathy. Oof. Like most things, people will forget about it. The big companies just want to monetize anything they can. That is true. This is the other one from Weiss Schwartz. Shadowverse. Is this the Shadowverse Evolve crossover packs, or is there another one? I don't know if it's genetic. There was a video floating around of a younger Jimothy with a family of normal raccoons. Okay, it might just be a DNA mutation. Don't be surprised if Jimmy shows up in the campaign at some point. Is this raccoon British or American or someplace else? Where's this raccoon from? That sounds like Danny DeVito, the trash man. Man, that's crazy. Nature's weird. Jimothy, huh? It is so it's in Seattle? Oh boy. It is so random, just like the time when I found out what happens if you typed do a barrel roll. Oh, I have seen that happen. Where is this raccoon from? The internet, I don't know. Or am I wrong? It is Seattle. Okay, yeah, it is Seattle. Yeah. Wow. Well. That poor little guy probably is not gonna live very long, I would imagine. I could be wrong, but I would imagine that would interfere with check DMs later. I'll be sending stuff about Jimothy. That reminds me, talking about D&D's got into a Curse of Strahd campaign on Boundary. Oh, nice! Very cool, Baba Jack. I hope you enjoy. He will live forever in D&D. Okay. I should probably finish up soon. I've been forgetting to eat the burrito. So there's still half of it left, and I don't want to take too long. Fortunately, it's for you. It's not Jimothy, but rather something important. Okay, sounds good, Sweetest Strat. So as I read, the spinal deformity doesn't actually impede his life all that much. They say there's no pain or any other disadvantage, and with food supplies secured in the zoo, there is no reason he won't live a long life. Oh, is he a zoo guy? A zoo guy? A zoo... a zoo raccoon. Just a little guy. A little zoo guy. In nature, it could be a problem, but in the zoo, it won't be. That's true. I live in Southern California, and we have awesome Mexican food. California does have some banging Mexican food. This is true. These are facts.
I'm just worried people will start messing with him due to all the attention. Yeah, that would be bad. I suppose if he's in zoo guy definition, just a little guy in a zoo, exactly. Oh wait, people have been spotting him in yards and such. Okay, yeah, he needs to probably be in some kind of care. Because yeah, they probably will mess with him. He's not in a zoo? Well, still enough food in the city, I guess. Yeah, but it's not, yeah, I think Say's probably right. People will probably start messing with him. Picking him up and stuff. And the US is not going to ban anyone from grabbing their animals because they're not Australia. You guys heard about that, right? Some American tourists came by and were just like picking up like a mama wombat. Oh, please be careful, buddy. Picking up like a mama wombat and she was like screaming for her baby and stuff, and they were just like, oh look, she's so cute, oh look, she's so cute. And they've been banned from Australia. And I'm like, let's fucking go, Oz. Good on ya. It's already happening, hence the virality. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But the poor little thing didn't know what's going on. He's very creepy looking though. I gotta confess, he's a bit creepy looking. All right. Let's go over here so we can finish up, because I need to eat my cold burrito, and I'm clearly bad at. Okay, that's my save. That's my save hat. Save hat. Save hat. Boop. That's my own chat. That's my own chat. Let me see. Where did the chat go? Oh, there it is. Let's see. I have a sudden urge to make a D&D creature or some such called a Mama Wombat. A Mama Wombat. I would take good care of Mama Wombat, absolutely. I feed them to make animal friends so I can be a Disney princess. I don't know if that's how that works, but you know. Thanks for the stream. Thank you guys so much for joining me. And a massive thank you to our incredible writers as well. Lovely Neo Greg, incredible Hearthstone streamer with banging music playing, and who is a super sweet and supportive individual who's playing some high hopes today, as well as Hearthstone. Lovely Romanis, as we spoke about when Ro rated in, outstanding artist, incredible sweetheart as well. And then followed by Saku, her twin, her IRL twin, who is a rigger, and showed us some of her rigging today, and it was beautiful. I'm not surprised, but I am impressed. The sweetest SaveFile17, who is still here and is a dear personal friend and friend of the stream. Please go check him out. Outstanding Hearthstone streamer. I can't talk about him enough. He also is going to be doing some Marvel Rivals. He's going to be streaming in like, what, 16 hours now? I think I said 18 hours a couple hours ago, so maybe that's good math, who knows? Radical Ram, a precious pal who is doing some traveling the North American roads, despite being Australian, in, I think it's a truck simulator, I'm pretty sure. And then the wonderful Whitechapel, another absolutely incredible art streamer, but this time pixel art, doing some outstanding pixel and sprite-based stuff. Let me see here. We might go and see. Hold on a second. And of course, absolutely massive thank you from the bottom of my heart to our incredibly generous top tier Patreon supporters. Lovely Red Tempestas, incredible Hiyuki Yorino, amazing Umberkit 31, Cutie Catashex, and lovely Lavender Rose 26. You guys will have a, you guys and anyone who is in the tier, I think the head pat tier, you are all getting a tutorial on fabric and cloth and how it moves and stuff this month. So I will get that to you before the end of the month. I would love to give you uppies, but I have, let me see if this hand is holding a burrito. So uppy with burrito? Doesn't quite work. Hopefully I can get Jimothy to join the Marvel Rivals playing Rocket Raccoon. He'd be great at it. Very convincing. Reverse sneeze for the road? Happily.
Keep it up.
And so there. I bow. I bow. Keep it up. All right, cutie pies. Oh, that's so cute. Sniffer. Wait, you can't hear me. Damn it. Hold on. Gotta turn the gain up. There. Aren't you so glad that you did that? You have earned that. Okay. We're going to go and see the lovely Airu, who is doing some chibi-fied stuff and is a sweetheart. If you guys are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you have to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. And please, take the best care of yourselves because, you know, I would take the best care of you. Thank you so much for the support today, you guys. I really do appreciate it. Sorry, my burrito hand is moving around. My camera doesn't know what to do with it. Our next stream will be on Sunday. We will be doing some Persona 5 Royal, our first time playing through. So if you'd like to join us, please consider doing so. All right. Well, cutie pies, I'll miss you terribly, but until then.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.